the guns, they're all here for testing and comparison. The soundproof ballistic foam allows for comparison firing and bullet retrieval. Comparative microscopes allow for the precise analysis of the gun barrels. But the most valuable asset in the lab are the agents, whose long experience in these specialized tests make them invaluable in difficult cases such as the Bishop. Jim Cadigan of the FBI Firearms and Toolmark Unit was brought into the case to conduct a toolmark analysis of the gun frame and the 15 different wrenches and tools, including the pipe vise, taken from Gwaltney's home. Steel tools almost always leave behind some distinctive and often microscopic mark after their use, a signature as unique as a fingerprint. The FBI Toolmark Lab is one of the largest, most specialized, and most technologically sophisticated in the country.
It was obvious from the beginning that the individual that had worked on this particular firearm knew something about forensics because he had removed several pieces of the firearm that could be of some use later on to a forensic examiner.
Agent Cadigan approached the very specific task of associating the tool marks on the gun frame with the tool marks made by the 15 gripping tools taken from the Gwaltney home.
The question was, could one of these tools have been used to hold the frame while the barrel of the firearm was being removed? In looking at the frame, I noticed near where the hole was for the pin that locks the barrel down, very near the hole for that, there was a small 1/16 of an inch impression, almost as if it was made by a small screwdriver tip, right below that hole.
This tiny mark matched a small imperfection in one of Gwaltney's tools.
In looking at the tools that were submitted from Gwaltney, I noticed that one of those tools, a pipe wrench, had a broken tooth, and the tooth was broken off on in the middle, and then there was a small island of metal left on the tooth, and that looked very similar to the mark that was on the frame. So using that as a pivot point, I started making impressions with that tool and comparing those impressions under a microscope, the tool marks, with the impressions that were on the frame, and was able to come to the conclusion that that particular tool was used to the exclusion of any other tool to make the marks that were found on the frame.
In addition to the tool marks testing, the FBI lab conducted extensive testing on the particular bullets found in the Gwaltney home. The lack of a barrel on Gwaltney's gun made ballistics test impossible, a problem that had hurt the prosecution in the state trials. So the FBI lab devised a test that had never before been used forensically, a radical new use of nuclear technology in forensic science.
When a manufacturer of lead like Remington Arms makes a batch of lead, they throw things in much as you would when you're making meatloaf. That makes each batch of lead unique. We then took over 200 rounds that the locals had collected when they did their investigation of George Michael Gwaltney. We submitted those to the lab. The lab made those radioactive and got their molecular weight, their chemical fingerprint, and lo and behold, we find approximately 27 rounds that are the exact match as lead taken from the head of our victim.
The samples in the reactor absorb neutrons and become radioactive. This radioactivity is measured and gives a precise reading of the chemical elements in the lead from the bullet, an atomic fingerprint. The radioactive tests were indisputable. Each of the 27 bullets found in Gwaltney's closet, bullets he had sworn under oath he did not own, had come from the same batch of lead as the bullet that killed Robin Bishop. The FBI lab worked to establish a definite match between Gwaltney's gun frame and his pipe wrench, and between the fatal bullet and the bullets found in his home. Additionally, Agent Randolph constructed psychological portraits of not only George Gwaltney, but Robin Bishop. It was important that the federal jury perceive her as a genuine victim. Robin Bishop was raped by someone she was taught to respect and trust, an officer of the law.
This made it very easy to understand the lack of force of violence that was evident in the crime scene other than the trauma. And she was compliant. She respected law enforcement authority. She's the type of person that pulled over and opened her wallet, handed her, and stood out and was handcuffed even though she knew all she had done was a speeding ticket. It made her an easy victim.
In the same way, the FBI examined every aspect of Walton's background to gain an understanding of his behavior around women. By questioning a woman who admitted to having an affair with law, it was learned that she would meet the most regular spot along the isolated highway for sex. The same exit to the access road where he had taken Robin Bishop. Every woman who received a summons from Walton in the last 2 years was contacted, and a pattern emerged. Nearly a dozen women claimed that Walton had solicited them for sex or touched them suggestively.
This indicated to us that this was not an isolated sexual assault with Mr. Gwaltney. This is a type pattern of behavior. When he put his uniform on, he became predatory towards females, was our conclusion.
Witness testimony from the state trial was also carefully examined for discrepancies with the major breaks in the case. In some instances, the FBI leaned hard with the weight of federal authority.
Many witnesses were reluctant to testify, fearful. It's a small community, everybody knows everybody. We had to let them know federal investigation is just not a local matter that's going to blow away with the wind out in the desert. We're going to be here until this is resolved.
This persistence led to one of the most crucial breakthroughs. San Bernardino Sheriff's detectives had originally interviewed the owners of Barstow gun shops for signs that Gwaltney might have tried to buy a replacement barrel for his service revolver the day after the crime. None claimed to have seen it. One of those interviewed was a Mr. William Addington, owner of the Powderhorn Gun Shop. He had denied during both state trial investigations that George Gwaltney had been in his shop the day after the murder. But printouts from the shop's phone bills caught Addington in a lie.
And we found toll records that show the day after the homicide, late in the afternoon, after the briefing that Gwaltney had attended, Mr. Addington had made a phone call up to this gun shop in Sacramento, attempting to order a barrel for
my beautiful listeners.
That Mr. Gwaltney carried.
Welcome back to Emotion Radio, the place where broken hearts mend.
Now confronted by the
I am
FBI
Fernando,
with this evidence,
your guide through the storms of love, whispering sweet nothings to your soul. You know this feeling, don't you? That ache when someone you love walks away, as if your heart's treasure is locked away. But listen, my friends, love is never lost. It's simply chained. And for moments like this, we have music. No one captures that sweet agony better than one of my favorite artists, Rebel at Large. His song, Heart in Chains, is the key to setting your heart free. So, close your eyes, breathe deep, and let it out. Here's Rebel at Large with Heart in Chains on Emotion Radio.
Gwaltney's story was falling apart. But the most important part of the timeline that the FBI reviewed was the pickup and delivery of the neighborhood boy Preston Olson.
The problem with that story was nobody had ever sat down with Preston Olson, who testified at 2 trials, and he verified what Gwaltney said.
But as the FBI went over the events that Preston was murdered, minute by minute, they realized that Officer Gwaltney had actually left the boy's house a half hour earlier than his original testimony.
Preston never owned a watch, and had never timed it, and nobody had ever done a timeline analysis with it.
This new information and the resulting revision of the timeline was one of the most important developments in the FBI's case.
We didn't stop for anything with your time whatsoever.
He can't change his story. He's locked himself in to local trials, to the local timeline. So the timeline is very significant. It gives him a half hour. He has no explanation for it.
With the revised timeline, Officer Officer Gwaltney now had ample time, 20 to 40 minutes, to stop Bishop, handcuff her, force her to have sex with him, then shoot her.
Gwaltney knows she's got out-of-state plates. She's an attractive young blonde woman. He zips up the road, takes him a couple minutes, and then gives chase.
Finally, Dr. Edward Blake of Forensic Science Associates was contacted to re-examine the scene evidence from the first two trials. Prior to the use of DNA in criminal trials, the use of semen's evidence was problematic. But the FBI felt there might still be a way to use what they had. Gwaltney had a vasectomy and had it reversed. Was there any way this information could be used in the identification and matching of his semen with the crime scene test? Federal prosecutors asked Dr. Blake, a forensic serologist, if there were any new scientific developments that might help the investigation.
He said, well, I mean, science does progress over time, does it not, Dr. Blake? And maybe there's something that you would be willing to just look into. And I said, well, I happen to know some people that are involved in utility work. And one of the elements that's involved in this case is the idea that Mr. Gwaltney had a vasectomy and had it reversed.
Dr. Blake learned from colleagues at the University of California that a vasectomy reversal can sometimes cause the production of anti-sperm antibodies. The body reacts to sperm seeping into the bloodstream as if it were invading germs. The phenomenon is highly unusual and could conceivably be used as a marker in seminal fluid. He sent samples from Gwaltney to the University of California lab.
We found that not only do those fluids contain the anti-sperm antibodies, the antibodies were there at very, very high levels. And that provided the incentive to then explore the evidence itself.
Dr. Blake learned of a new test used in fertility studies. It was called the immunoglue-assay test and could determine the presence of anti-sperm antibodies in the crime scene samples. Because this kind of evidence had never been used in court before, Dr. Blake videotaped the test to show the jury in the federal trial.
Ultimately, extracts that were prepared from a pair of genes that were on Robin Bishop's body, samples that were taken from the highway patrol car seat were prepared, and these samples were tested for the presence of these anti-sperm antibodies, and in both of those samples, the anti-sperm antibodies were found.
During the 6-month FBI investigation, all of the re-examined evidence and all of the new witness testimony led to one bedrock certainty for the special agents working on the case.
We know we've got the right guy, and we're going to get him.
George Gwaltney was going back to court. George Michael Gwaltney was indicted by a federal grand jury for violating the civil rights of Robin Bishop and arrested. He was the first California law officer to be charged under the federal civil rights statute. Once again, he pleaded not guilty. But for the first time since the ordeal began, Robin Bishop's parents had hopes for a different outcome. This time, George Gwaltney faced a federal court and the FBI.
There are now more National Guard soldiers down in the subway system than after 9/11. The governor saying that the initial deployment was so successful she's adding more troops to accomplish the same.
In the U.S. District Court in Los Angeles. George Gwaltney was represented.
So you heard it right there. We now have the most troops that we've had stationed in the subway since 9/11. And while
serious trouble.
Gwaltney knew that we were breaking his alibis, breaking his stories, and that he was going to have to concoct a new story. He had painted himself into a corner, and we were going to use his brush to paint him into a jail cell.
This is a frame-up.
As the trial progressed, the FBI punched a hole in every strong point of Gwaltney's earlier defense. The prosecution told the jury that Gwaltney had marked Robin Bishop as prey the first time he saw her in the fast food restaurant. With the testimony of the other women he had abused, Gwaltney's Officer of the Year image crumbled. After dropping Preston Olson at home, he pulled Bishop over and ordered her into his patrol car. The new testimony now gave him plenty of time. Following an established pattern, he drove to a familiar secluded spot and forced her into a sexual bargain, corroborated by the semen stain on the back seat of his new patrol car. As she sat struggling to put her boots back on, the blinding spotlight of Deputy Kaufman's patrol car hit Gwaltney, placing Gwaltney on the access road with Robin Bishop away from her car. Having no idea of who had seen it or what they had seen, he panicked and killed Robin Bishop. Then he breathlessly called the dispatcher with a possible suicide. The autopsy and the crime scene photos showed that he had not moved her head to check for a pulse. The movement was too great. He was desperately searching for the bullet that killed her, one in a series of actions in which he tried to cover up his crime. That night, Gwaltney roughly removed the barrel from the murder weapon, which left a microscopic tool-marked fingerprints that matched the gun frame with Gwaltney's tool. But perhaps most damning in the courtroom was the controversial immunobead assay test. Videotape of tested samples from Robin's genes and the car seat showed the tiny beads attaching themselves to the sperm.
What you can see in these videotapes for the appropriate specimens, that is, specimens that contain the anti-sperm antibody, is the final stage of the analysis.
Live sperm were shown swimming through the medium with the beads attached, indicating that the antibodies were present in both specimens. Dr. Blake was allowed by the judge only to indicate percentage results of his testing. He testified that Gwaltney's blood type put him in 12% of the population. Of that 12%, only 5% of those would test positive for the presence of anti-sperm antibodies. Less than 1% of the population could possibly have had sexual intercourse with Robin Bishop that night. As much as the defense might argue that the rest of the evidence was circumstantial, the scientific evidence was overpowering. The verdict was returned swiftly.
When the jury walked in, they would not look at Gwaltney, and it was very clear that they had a guilty verdict.
As far as I was concerned, I was pleased and that George had to suffer the consequences of his action, and that Robin Bishop's death didn't go uninvestigated.
It was, it's a case I'll never forget.
You took advantage of a vulnerable person.
The judge gave George Gwaltney the stiffest possible sentence, a maximum federal prison term of 90 years, and a minimum term of 30 years before becoming eligible for parole. 12 years later, George Gwaltney died in prison of a heart attack. To the end, he claimed he was innocent and had been the victim of a crime.
10 days before the holidays in a small Pennsylvania town. A new mother is excited by her baby's first Christmas. But when they disappear without a trace, the holiday turns tragic. Investigators suspect her husband is somehow responsible. But with little evidence, they called on the FBI to find the answers before time ran out for the missing mother and child.
A woman and her infant son vanish. The husband is frantic. The clues are scarce. But hopes linger, even as the hours and days tick by without a word. Was she on the run or the victim of foul play? I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. There was an investigation filled with blind alleys and dead ends. In order to go forward, we had to revisit the past.
Catasauqua, Pennsylvania, 1 hour north of Philadelphia. A quiet, blue-collar town. A safe place to raise a family. By December 15th, 1994, the town was preparing for the holiday season. The house at 740 Front Street was already decorated. Inside, 26-year-old Joanne Kettrick, happily married and a new mother, was especially excited about the holidays. It would be the first Christmas for her 4-month-old son and daughters. Joanne and her mother-in-law Veronica planned to spend the day at a nearby pool. Now Joanne called to say that Alex was dressed and ready. They'd be right over. Joanne wanted to find the perfect gift for her husband Andy. They'd been married less than 2 years. And though they didn't have a lot of money, Joanne had been saving for the holiday. Before Joanne had met him, she'd had some bad relationships. Her first husband was abusive. The marriage had ended in divorce. But she was happy. Her husband, Andy Kettrick, came home a little after 6 o'clock that day. He was self-employed as a contractor and sometimes worked long hours. Before he met Joanne, he had been a confirmed bachelor. But it seemed that finding this kind and beautiful woman had changed his life. Usually, Joanne and Alex were waiting for him when he came home. But not tonight. That didn't seem to worry him. After all, it was Christmas time, and the mom we saw that Joanne had left some chicken.
There's also a black female with a ball cap and a red shirt in the parking lot.
He settled in to relax and wait for his family. An hour went by. Then another. Still, Andy didn't seem concerned. He watched TV and drank another beer. At 8 p.m., Andy finally decided to check on his wife. His first call was to his mother, Veronica.
Hey, Mom. Seen Joanne?
He knew Joanne had planned to shop.
Well, it's,
But now his mother said Joanne had never come by.
No.
Nor had she answered her phone.
No. I'm calling you back. No. What do you guys do?
Veronica was worried. She said she and her husband, Andrew Sr., would be right over. While he waited for his turn, Andy checked the house to see if anything was wrong. In the basement, he found the door leading outside. The door he and Joanne never used. The lock had been pried away from the door. Andy immediately called the police. Catasauqua Police Department responded. By then, Andy's parents had arrived. Andy told police the events of the day. The shopping trip that never happened. The apparent disappearance of Joanne and her little apples. He claimed they had been abducted, and officers agreed that was a possibility. But it was also plausible that Joanne had left on her own and taken her child with her.
Well, yeah.
Or maybe Andy had somehow been involved. Veronica described her phone call with Joanne and the subsequent calls that went unanswered.
I was only waiting, and she never showed up.
Andy now showed police the padlock that had been broken off the basement floor. But the officers were not convinced it was related to the missing mother and child. That night, Andy stayed home by the phone while his father searched the surrounding area for Joanne. At 3 in the morning, Andrew Sr. had found something and brought his son to see. Joanne's tan Toyota backed into a spot in the parking lot of McCarty's Tavern, down the street the next morning. Inside are Joanne's keys and her small canister of nueces. Again, Andy called Catasauqua Police. This time, police suspected foul play. But the local force lacked the resources and experience needed to lead the investigation. So they contacted Pennsylvania State Troopers for assistance. With the possibility of an abduction, Major Robert Woods looked to the most likely suspect, Joanne's husband, Andy Katrinak.
There was a lot of looking into the family life and looking at what Andrew did on that particular day and those sorts of things. You know, one of the things that you're always forced to do in these types of investigations is look at family members.
State police arrived at Andy's house the next morning.
You see that right there?
Andy told them that overnight he had noticed something else. A cut phone line in the basement. One of two separate phone lines in the house. The one cut serviced the cordless phone, while the other serviced the kitchen phone. It appeared to investigators that whoever cut the line knew where and which one to cut. State police evidence technicians also found a partial blueprint on the basement floor and tools in the door where the padlock was pried off. As crime scene technicians checked the house, they found nothing to remove suspicion from Andy. In the master bedroom, there was no indication Joanne had packed for a long trip. Andy confirmed that his wife's clothes all seemed to be in the closet, and the couple's suitcases were under the bed where he said they always kept them. Technicians found no blood or other signs of foul play. They dusted for fingerprints around the room's entry points, but found only Andy's and Joanne's. In the bedroom, there were also no signs that little Alex had been taken on a long trip, and no indication of a struggle or robbery. At the state police barracks garage, evidence technicians processed Joanne's car. They hoped something left behind would lead them closer to the missing mother and child. On the headrest of the driver's seat, they found 6 dirty blonde hairs. One was partially smeared with a dark red substance, maybe blood. But nothing immediately pointed to Joanne Adams' whereabouts. As lead investigator, Trooper Bob Egan was suspicious of the way the car had been found.
There were a couple things that led Andy Katrinak to believe that his wife did not back that car, and number one is that she never used that parking lot to park her vehicle. They had a parking lot in back of their house. And number two, she never backed the car in. When she parked into a parking space, she always pulled in front of the vehicle first. She was very bad at backing up.
3 days had passed since Andy's wife and son disappeared. His parents posted flyers throughout his neighborhood in Catasauqua's shopping district. Anywhere Joanne and Alice might have visited. With still no word from Joanne or a kidnapper, troopers delved further into Andy's background. They found him anxious when he spoke of his former days as a semi-pro boxer in Las Vegas. He was good with his fists and earned his living as an instructor when he first moved to Pennsylvania. Now a private contractor, Andy barely made enough to pay the bills. Without light, house, and a baby strained to new father's resources. Troopers asked to see his financial records, including insurance documents, bank statements, and phone records.
I got some checks.
He told them that his wife had only minimum life insurance.
I know you wanted, probably would have wanted the phone.
On the day she disappeared with his son, Andy said he had been with his father, building a room addition for a client who lived a few miles from his home. Troopers were not satisfied. They suspected he may have still been present. They demanded that Andy take a home.
Right now, do you know where your wife is located?
The first test showed that Andy had not been deceptive regarding his family's disappearance. But investigators needed to be sure. They tested him again.
No, I didn't.
The results were conclusive.
No.
Andy was telling the truth, his missing wife and baby. Investigators cleared the husband of the suspect.
No, I'm not.
By now, Joanne and Alex had been missing for 4 days, and investigators still had no solid leads. Whether it had been a desertion or an abduction, it was possible the woman and child had crossed state lines. On December 19, 1994, state police called on the FBI for help. Special Agent Dave Rowe from the FBI's Allentown office joined the effort.
We began our investigation by identifying, locating, and interviewing virtually all of the relatives, virtually all of the friends, work colleagues, anybody and everybody who was related to or acquainted with Andy, Joanne, and Alex.
Local, state, and federal agencies funneled their resources into the search for the missing woman and child. 6 days before Christmas, it seemed as if they had vanished without a trace. Joanne Ketchum, 26-year-old mother, and her 4-month-old son Alex had mysteriously disappeared from the Catasauqua, Pennsylvania home. Her husband Andy had been cleared of suspicion. Now investigators traveled across Pennsylvania state lines to question Joanne's ex-husband, who lived and worked in New Jersey. Mike Jack had married Joanne in 1991. They were divorced just a few months later, amidst allegations that Jack was abusive. Maybe Joanne had decided to rekindle the relationship. Or perhaps her ex had come to win her back. But investigators found Jack had a solid alibi for the date of Joanne's disappearance. Agents also pursued people from Andy's past, including his ex-girlfriend Pat Laura. An FBI agent interviewed Laura at her home in North Carolina. He found she too had a solid alibi for the day Joanne and Alex had vanished.
Thank you, I really appreciate that.
Back in Catasauqua, investigators returned to McCarty's Tavern, where been found the day she had disappeared. Maybe someone had noticed her, or whoever had parked the car. Troopers and agents eventually interviewed everyone who had been at the bar, but no one had seen her. Investigators also canvassed the Katrinak neighborhood. One neighbor directed them to a handyman who rented a room down the street. He then reported several local homes. Detectives soon discovered he had a criminal record for breaking and entering. He seemed a promising suspect. He admitted to police he had some run-ins with the law, but swore he had no knowledge of Joanne and Alex's disappearance. He agreed to come in for further questioning. Investigators learned the handyman lived in a lean-to by a river near the Katrinak's house during the summer months. The state police canine team searched the shelter for any evidence that Joanne and Alex had been there. They found nothing, and the handyman was cleared. Another dead end. For frustrated investigators, precious time slipped away as community concern grew. State Police Major Robert Wirtz helped establish hotlines to elicit the public's help.
There was obviously a lot of concerns in the community as to what occurred. So we had a command post set up here at the barracks with a number of telephone lines coming into the command post. Those phone numbers were given to the public, and we in fact did get information from the public.
Reports of sightings poured in. One resident reported seeing Joanne with an unidentified man near railroad tracks behind the Katrinak's home. She was carrying a baby and seemed frightened by the man pulling her further into the brush against her will. In response, FBI agents and state police immediately conducted a massive line search of a 4-mile stretch near the railroad tracks. The search continued through the night. They scanned the area inch by inch as choppers circled overhead. But again, investigators found nothing. Trooper Joe Kosovo, now co-lead investigator with his partner Bob Egan, recalls that reports of sightings continued.
They saw her along the railroad tracks. They saw her on an airplane. They saw her in a convenience store with the baby. But none of them checked out. They were false leads, and apparently people who they saw and thought they saw were two different people.
Christmas passed and spring began, with still no word of Joanne and Alex. Then on April 9th, a farmer was tilling his field in Heidelberg Township, 15 miles northwest of Catasauqua. He saw what looked like a pile of clothes at the field's edge. When he walked over to investigate, he encountered a horrifying sight. Human remains. 4 months after the disappearance of Joanne Katrinak and her infant son Alex, the farmer found a decaying body of a mother and child at the edge of his Pennsylvania field. The FBI and troopers arrived immediately. Dental records would later confirm what they already suspected. The bodies were Alex and Joanne Katrinak's. Joanne lay on her bed, a diaper bag still on her shoulder. She had been shot once in the head and beaten about the face. Alex was face down on his mother's stomach, dressed in the blue snowsuit worn on his old concentrated trip to meet his grandmother. The bodies were 50 feet past the end of the trail and through the woods. Nearby, crime scene technicians found a baby on the route. To Trooper Bob Egan, the location of the items was significant.
You could see items that had fallen to the ground almost in a sequence as if an assault started and Joanne was walking or running away from the assault and she was dropping items along the way.
It appeared the killer had driven up to the end of the trail and from there had forced Joanne to walk the remaining 50 feet. Evidence technicians would spend 15 hours searching the area, but they found no shelters, fingerprints, footprints, or murder weapons. In the hopes that the forest debris might yield answers, they collected leaves and dirt from beneath the bodies and sent them to the police staff for closer examination. For Major Robert Wirtz and the others who'd worked the case for months, the finality of this brutal murder evoked a barrage of emotions.
When the bodies were found, there was a period of time there when it was very difficult for the officers that were assigned to this investigation. Took it very personally, and it was hard because I think they were holding out hope that she was going to be found alive.
With the mysterious disappearance officially deemed a homicide, the case remained under state jurisdiction. But the FBI never stopped actively assisting.
Well, Linda, Dave Rowe.
The fact that somebody would have done a new mother and a 4-month-old infant, everybody can identify that. And once you become aware of that, you want to be part of the investigation.
An autopsy revealed that Joanne had been shot once with a .22 caliber bullet and beaten 19 times with a blunt object. The fact that there had been 2 modes of attack was a telling clue for Trooper Joe Kosovar.
Based on the absence of empty shell casings and the fact that the victim had received 1 shot and numerous blows to the head, led me to believe that the gun malfunctioned.
The medical examiner was unable to determine exactly how baby Alex was killed, whether he'd been suffocated or left to die of exposure. Police continued to analyze the physical evidence found at the crime scene. To help build the case, they brought in prosecutor Mike McIntyre of the Lehigh County District Attorney's Office.
We found 2 more hairs that first matched the 6 hairs found on that headrest in color and length.
But the hairs would have to be examined forensically to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that they matched. A Pennsylvania State Police forensic scientist conducted the lab analysis. The results confirmed what investigators had suspected. The hairs belonged to the same person. And the substance on one of them was determined to be human blood, containing DNA consistent with Joanne's. But to whom did the hairs belong? Tests quickly ruled out the Katrineks and several of Joanne's friends who had access to the car. Pennsylvania State Police were baffled. Again, they turned to the FBI for help. The FBI sent a behavioral profiler from Washington, D.C. A profiler can help narrow the search for suspects by detailing the type of person responsible for a crime through that person's behavioral characteristics. Profilers study a variety of crime-related information, including case reports, geography, timing, and the victim's habits. Then they revisit the crime scenes to read the locations for clues to the killer's behavior. In investigators first took the profiler to the place the bodies were found. He would look for anything that might reveal the killer's signature. The area was so far from the abduction site, the profiler was convinced the killer had been here before. The profiler also hypothesized the killer had been male because the attack had been so brutal. The abduction had taken place in broad daylight, which offered another hint. The killer would be someone comfortable being seen in the small town of Calasagua, and someone who perhaps knew the family's habits and the layout of the house. By fleshing out this portrait of the killer, the profiler gave investigators new direction in a frustrating case. The troopers needed a name that fit the profile. To find that name, troopers drove Andy around Heidelberg Township, close to where the bodies were found. They hoped to prompt his memory of someone who knew this rural area. They asked if Joanne had ever visited here. Was there a friend or a family member who lived nearby? Andy could think of no one. Disappointed, investigators returned to State Police headquarters. Then, just as Andy was about to leave, he remembered something. He did know someone who knew Heidelberg Township, and also his home in Calasagua. His ex-girlfriend, Pat Rohrer, had once managed a stable in Heidelberg.
And with that, he tells me that he couldn't tell me the exact place, what it was called, because he couldn't remember the name, but he could give me directions on how to get there. So I told him, I said, well, tell me. As he started to tell me the directions of how to get to where Patty Rohrer was boarding a horse and taking care of horses, well, I knew he was taking me right to the area where Joanne and the baby were found.
We used to go together.
Pat Rohrer and Andy had lived together briefly in Pennsylvania. He told investigators he once visited her at the stable. But they'd broken up in 1989, and she had moved back to North Carolina.
How you been? Yeah? It's all right.
Then in the spring of 1991, before Andy met Joanne, Rohrer had visited him unexpectedly after a fight with her most recent boyfriend.
I didn't say anything. Hey, look.
Andy was sympathetic. He let Rohrer stay for a few days, though their relationship remained purely a friendship.
So tell me about it.
Then she returned to North Carolina.
Fresno Road.
Not long after that, Andy met Joanne.
We lived together for a while.
As he now told state troopers, it was love at first sight.
You know.
They were married soon after, in the spring of 1993. They agreed they wanted children, and less than a year later, Joanne was pregnant.
Hey, sweetie.
Hey, baby. Alex was born in August of 1994.
That you think is so adorable? Yeah. You know what, I think it's...
Now Andy told investigators about something that had happened 3 days before his wife and son disappeared.
I will. Hello?
On December 12th, Joanne answered a phone call.
May I tell him who's calling?
It was Pat Rohrer.
It's her. Pat.
What does she want?
What do you think she wants?
Joanne told Rohrer that Andy was married now and that they had a baby. She told Rohrer not to call again.
Please, don't
then
call us.
Joanne hung up on her.
I used to date a girl.
Though Andy knew Pat had a temper, he dismissed the idea that she might seek revenge.
Go together.
Then the investigation took an unexpected turn. The second mother and child were found brutally murdered. The pair, who resembled Joanne and Alex, were discovered in a retail store dressing room in nearby Collegeville, Pennsylvania. Investigators now wondered if a serial killer was on the loose, preying on mothers and children in Pennsylvania. While investigating the homicide of Joanne and Alex Katrinak, Pennsylvania State Police responded to another double murder in a retail store just 45 miles away. The victims were a second young mother and her baby. Police feared a serial killer was on the prowl. They quickly arrested the suspect, the store owner's son. While he confessed to this killing, he had an airtight alibi for the day Joanne and Alex were slain. Now police turned their attention to Andy Katrinak's ex-girlfriend, Pat Rory. Rory was a loan shark, a brunette instead of a blonde, and a woman, though the profile believed the murder was male. But she was familiar with both the abduction and murder sites. Then Trooper Joe Kosovar recalled that he worked on a case that was strangely similar. He phoned Special Agent James Wood.
Trooper Joe Kosovar recollected that he had investigated a homicide some years earlier where the cause of death was blunt force blows to the head. The assailant was determined to be a woman, while 1, 2, 3, 4 blows by an adult male would produce the same damage that a woman might have to strike 15, 20, 25 blows to accomplish.
Joanne Katrinak had sustained 19 blows, but could a woman have killed her and her infant as well? In May of 1995, 6 months after the murders, Troopers Bob Egan and Joe Kosovar traveled to North Carolina. The FBI had helped coordinate a meeting with the Lexington County Sheriff's Office. Together, authorities from the 2 states would interview Pat Rory at her attorney's office. Rory's mother was also there. Rory expanded on her original alibis. On December 15th, the day of the crime, she said she visited a local tanning salon. That evening, she'd taken her regular Thursday night dances with the Cowboys nightlife bar. Rory admitted she'd worked at the station in Heidelberg County, but said she hadn't been back to Pennsylvania since she visited Andy after the fight with her boyfriend. She also swore she'd never owned a gun. Lieutenant Tony Wilkerson with the Lexington County Sheriff's Department helped agents and troopers investigate their statements.
The first thing that they wanted to do was discredit her alibi, to find out whether it could be Barbara and whether it could be found to be invalid.
Excuse me, ma'am?
Investigators visited the tanning salon Rora claimed to have used on the day of the murders. Prosecutor Mike McIntyre remembers this alibi quickly proved false.
The owner of the tanning spot, Mrs. Simerson, said, hey, you know what? Something's wrong here, because we were closed on that particular day that Pat Rohr says she was in getting a tan, because that's my husband's birthday. And we were over at the shopping mart in some city about 50 miles away, and I remember that, and I have a receipt for you from the shopping mall that shows me there.
Sure. At the Cowboys nightlife, the dance instructor knew Rohr as a regular.
Investigating murder in Pennsylvania.
Club sign-in sheet showed she'd been there the Thursday before December 15th and the Thursday after, but not on the 15th. Investigators secured Rohr's phone records. They showed she'd used the phone every day of December 1993, except from the 12th through the 15th. Despite her alibis, Rohr could not prove she'd been in North Carolina on the day of the killings. More incriminating still, the police record revealed a history of violence.
She has violent tendencies, has had them in the past. She was charged in a neighboring county, in Forsyth County, of getting into a fight over a man at a bar. And she was arrested that night.
But investigators were still missing one key piece of evidence, the murder weapon. Rohr continued to deny she'd ever owned a gun. But investigators kept digging. And a North Carolina stable, they found one of her ex-boyfriends, Walter Blaylock. He distinctly remembered that Laura had bought a handgun for $50 at a yard sale. It was a .22 caliber Jennings, which they had used for target shooting in Laura's backyard.
Put your hands on me, girl.
The last time he had seen it was during an intense fight. Now Blaylock told Trooper Eagle the gun had killed his flaw.
He went on to describe the handgun as being a junk, Peter junk type of handgun that often after the first time he shot it, it jammed, not allowing him to fire a second shot. Now this fed into the theory why somebody would be shot once someone beat him on the head.
The FBI helped coordinate interstate efforts to secure a probable cause warrant to search Rora's North Carolina home for the murder weapon. They arrived with the warrant on July 24, 1995. Despite a thorough search, they didn't find the gun. They did find numerous spent .22 caliber shell casings in the backyard. Only when police told Laura that they knew she owned a handgun, but she insisted Blaylock had taken it with her when he moved out about a month before the murders. The case against Roar was growing, but it was built on circumstantial evidence.
Just because he wanted this gun.
Did you hit it?
And strangely, the only physical evidence, the hairs from the car on the murder site, didn't seem to fit. The hairs were dirty blonde. Roar's hair was brown. Trooper Joe Kosovar wondered if it could have been dyed at the time of the killings. He learned that shortly before the murders, Roar had ridden in a rodeo competition and won. Kosovar contacted the event organizers, hoping they'd taken a photo of him. His inquiry paid off. They sent him the photo. As he guessed, Roar's hair was dirty blonde.
The photograph was given to our crime lab personnel, and they compared the color of the photograph of the hair with the color of the hairs that were found in the vehicle, and decided that they should further investigate those hairs.
Detectives obtained a warrant to collect blood and hair samples from Pat Roar. If evidence analysts could match her hair to those from Joanne's car on the murder scene, the troopers could make their arrest. But they would need to rely on a test so new that it would take more than a year for the test to be approved. Until then, the prime suspect of the double murder would remain free. After an investigation that had lasted almost a year, detectives had a strong suspect in the double murder of Joanne Katranak and her infant son Alex. With a search warrant, they obtained blood and hair samples from Pat Roar, the former girlfriend of Joanne's husband, Andy. Roar was now pregnant with the child of her current boyfriend. Forensic scientists would attempt to match her hair samples with hair found at the crime scenes. The Pennsylvania State Police Lab determined Laura's hairs were microscopically consistent with the recovered hairs. But investigators needed more proof, a match at the cellular level. They extracted Laura's DNA sequence from her blood samples and attempted to compare it with the DNA and hairs from the crime scenes. But there was a problem making a match. Joseph DeZino, unit chief of the DNA Analysis Unit 2 at the FBI, explains.
When hairs are found at the crime scene, they're normally naturally shedding.
Successful in getting a lot of the recording.
Wondered.
And if they don't have much tissue on the roof, there's very little DNA contained in those hairs. Therefore, our experience has shown us that nuclear DNA analysis will fail.
In this case, successful investigators out of the crime scene contained they didn't find the gun necessary. They did find numerous spent .22 caliber shell casings in the backyard. Only when police told Laura that they knew she owned campus. But she insisted Layla had taken it with her when he moved out about a month before the murder. The case against Laura is wrong, but it was built on circumstantial evidence. And strangely, the only physical evidence, the hairs from the car on the murder site, didn't seem to fit.
To bring analysis online.
The hairs were dirty blonde. Rora's hair was brown. Trooper Joe Kosovar wondered if it could have been dyed at the time of the killing. Since there was no DNA, he learned that shortly before the murder, Laura had ridden in a rodeo competition and won. Kosovar contacted the event organizers, hoping they'd taken a photo of the occasion. His inquiry began. They sent him the photos. As he guessed, Laura's hair was dirty blonde.
The photograph was given to our crime lab personnel, and they compared the color of the photograph of the hair with the color of the hairs that were found in the vehicle, and decided that they should further investigate those hairs.
Detectives obtained a warrant to collect blood and hair samples from Pat Rowe. The evidence analysts matched her and compared to the suspect's known DNA sequence. In this case, taken from Pat Rohrer's blood cells. Both DNA sequences matched. Forensic scientist Joseph DeZino explains what that meant.
If a hair from a crime scene is found to have the same mitochondrial DNA type as a blood sample from a suspect, our reports state that that suspect cannot be excluded as a source of that hair from the crime scene. Therefore, Patricia Rohrer could not be excluded as a source of these hairs.
However, without nuclear DNA confirmation, the result was not absolutely conclusive. Now scientists examined the hair sample with skin for a nuclear DNA match. It corroborated the mitochondrial match. There was no question that Patricia Rohrer had left those hairs behind. It was a pivotal moment in the case. In the early morning of June 24th, 1997, investigators arrived at Rohrer's home with an arrest warrant. A female detective followed Rohrer upstairs to keep an eye on her as she dressed herself and her 18-month-old daughter. It seemed a routine safety precaution, but it yielded some of the most damaging evidence in the case.
During the time that Pat was trying to settle her baby down and get dressed, the female detective, Suzanne Pearson, was present in the bedroom. And it was at this time that she overheard a conversation that Pat Rohrer had with her baby. Pat's baby's name is Nicole, and what the detective overheard was Pat Rohrer saying to Nicole, Nicole, if I would have known I was going to get caught, I would have never brought you into this world. It was something that Suzanne Pearson, the detective, documented as soon as possible. This was very damaging.
More than 3 years after the murder of Joanne Katrinak and her baby, Pat Rohrer was finally under arrest. She was flown to Pennsylvania to face murder charges. Preparing for trial, prosecutors pieced together the terrifying events of Joanne and Alex Katrinak's last day. On December 15th, 1994, Pat Rohrer had broken into the basement of the Katrinak's home, knowing Andy was out and Joanne was alone in the house. Joanne had no idea Rohrer was downstairs as she called her mother-in-law and packed up baby Alex for a shopping trip. From the basement, Rohrer heard every word Joanne said.
All right, I'll see you in a minute. Bye.
And she remembered the house from a visit with Andy 3 years earlier. She knew where to look through phone lines and which one to cut so Joanne couldn't pull for her. Joanne carried Alex outside, still unaware that Pat was in the house. Rohrer heard Joanne leave and went outside to catch up with her. Joanne didn't see Rohrer sneak up behind her, carrying a .22 caliber Jennings. Rohrer jumped into the back seat with the baby and forced Joanne to drive. Joanne must have been terrified as she drove with Rohrer's gun at her head, afraid for herself, and more so for her helpless 4-month-old baby. Rohrer directed Joanne to an obscure horse trail in Heidelberg Township. As Rohrer forced her further into the woods, Joanne in her terror dropped Alex's rattle and then his body. Rohrer fired once, but then her gun jammed, and she began bludgeoning Joanne. She may have suffocated baby Alex, or simply left him to die slowly of exposure to the December elements. Then Rohrer parked the car at McCarty's Tavern and fled from Pennsylvania. Prosecutors built an airtight case, using evidence investigators had meticulously collected. It was a concerted effort by many in law enforcement, unwilling to let this woman and child perish in silence.
As investigators, we have a responsibility, and that responsibility is to be the voice of the victim, is to gather the information and speak for the victims that can no longer speak.
Close 6.
The jury found Pat Rohrer guilty of 2 counts of kidnapping and 2 of first-degree murder. She was sentenced to life in prison with no chance of parole. Legally, the case was closed, and for the town of Katasalka, the mystery was solved. If not for the advanced forensic technology of the FBI, this brutal double murder might still be free. A pair of serial killers roamed the Midwest, preying on adults and children alike. Always a step behind, agents had no choice but to follow the trail of bodies. As the crime spree raged out of control, Pressure mounted to stop these killers.
They swept through 6 states like the plague. Thrill killers acting without rhyme or reason. They targeted adults and young girls, kidnapping, murdering, then moving on to kill again. And in their rampage, they left plenty of clues. But moving targets are the hardest to hit. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. The hunt is on for these killers is a match for moving authority. We hope a nationwide dragnet would bring them to justice.
In Kenosha, Wisconsin, a community close to the owner of Gale, single mother Juanita Week arrived home with her 9-year-old daughter Benita and their new friend Robert Knight. It was getting late on the evening of May 29, 1984, when they returned from a day of fun at a local carnival. Robert told Juanita that he had a belated Mother's Day present for her at his house just a few blocks away. He asked if Juanita could help him carry it back. He promised it would only take an hour. Reluctant at first, Juanita gave in to her daughter's excited pleas.
Say goodbye.
As it approached midnight, Robert and Benita had not yet returned. Juanita was anxious about leaving her apartment to look for her daughter. If Benita arrived to an empty home, the young girl might panic. But the worry became too great. Juanita decided to go and find her daughter. She went to the address Robert had given her. When she arrived, her panic melted into horror. The building that Robert Knight claimed was his home was abandoned. Not knowing where else to turn, Juanita went to her friend Ellen Lee for help. Concerned for the safety of her friend's daughter, Ellen insisted it was time to contact the police. Juanita told the officer that her happy, outgoing daughter would not have run away. The officer's focus turned to Robert Knight. Juanita said she had met Robert a month earlier. He introduced himself while riding through the neighborhood on his bike. They had become friendly, and Robert had become fond of young Juanita. The police didn't have a Robert Knight on record. The officer asked Juanita to check mugshots for anyone who might look like him. Juanita scanned 2 books of photos. Finally, she pointed to a picture of a man she was sure was Robert Knight. Officers determined that the person Juanita had identified as Robert Knight was really named Alton Coleman. Investigators called the FBI. Special Agent Adina Passanelli of the FBI's Kenosha, Wisconsin office was assigned the investigation.
But the FBI always gets involved when children of tender years disappear under unusual circumstances, and this was clearly one of those.
Investigators wasted no time in obtaining a search warrant for Coleman's last known address. His grandmother's house in Waukegan, Illinois, just a few miles across the state line from where the Wheats live. A young woman. When questioned by the detective, she identified herself as Deborah Brown, Coleman's girlfriend. At first, Brown was reluctant to answer any questions about Coleman and his whereabouts. She said she had been living at the residence for a year, providing home care for Coleman's nearly blind grandmother. The investigators persisted. They finally convinced Deborah to cooperate. She told them that Coleman had been gone all night, but came home alone at about 8 o'clock in the morning. He had come by to change into a suit and court appearance later that morning. Coleman had been charged with raping a 14-year-old girl at night. Brown also admitted that Coleman had told her he had done something really bad the night before, but he did not explain what. Investigators waited at the house for Coleman's return while other officers canvassed the area. He was nowhere to be found. The FBI joined forces with local investigators. Detectives from Kenosha and nearby Waukegan, Illinois, already knew Coleman's reputation. He was a violent criminal with a disturbing past.
As I learned about Coleman, I realized he was extremely dangerous because the Waukegan Police Department got an extensive arrest record on him. He had been arrested almost 10 years previously for the rape of a 40-year-old woman, and he had a number of other arrests, mostly for assault and molestation, rape of a child. And as you looked at these cases and you listened to the detectives who were familiar with him, you saw a picture of an increasingly violent person.
The task force enlisted every available officer and agent to help in the search for Coleman and Burnett.
Our strategy that night was to find out Coleman. We sat down at the police department and assembled everything we knew. We came up with information that he a lot of times rode the train, he took taxis because he didn't have a car. What happened then is we split up into teams and went out and started interviewing people.
On the streets, investigators talked with drivers at various taxi stands. Everyone was familiar with Alton Coleman. The cabbies agreed that if they saw him, they would notify the police. The task force offered a $5,000 reward for information leading to Coleman's arrest. The promise of a reward caught people's attention, but didn't draw out any useful leads as quickly as the investigators hoped. Investigators feared that time may be running out for Vernita Wheat. On May 31st, 2 days into the investigation, a cab driver in Waukegan who knew Coleman from the neighborhood called in to report he was picking Coleman up. A squad car conducting surveillance in the area responded. Off at his sister Terry's place. He saw the approaching officer and took off. He disappeared into the neighborhood he knew so well.
Airport 62, Charles.
The investigation was only 2 days old, and their suspect was within their grasp. Investigators speculated Coleman was probably hiding out in the abandoned warehouses that ran along Lake Michigan. Hoping that Coleman might respond to his sister's voice, the detective summoned her.
Waukegan Police, ma'am, please open up. Ma'am, Detective Hanson over there, ma'am.
Though she was Coleman's own flesh and blood, she was also a mother of a young girl. The agents convinced her to help. Talking to her brother through a bullhorn, she pleaded with him to turn himself in.
Elton, you need to come on up and give yourself up.
Meanwhile, officers and agents fanned out and searched the area. But even in such a confined space, finding Coleman would not be easy. Lieutenant Mark Hansen of the Waukegan Police Department was the lead investigator for the task force.
This area has a lot of abandoned buildings, a lot of abandoned apartment complexes. It's heavily brushed. It was at nighttime, easy to escape in there and not be seen again. This was 1984. We didn't have helicopters with searchlights. We didn't have infrared. We didn't have the resources to fully encircle an area of that size.
The search continued through the night. But after 8 hours, it seemed their suspect and their best chance of finding 9-year-old Vernita had slipped through their fingers. Desperate to generate leads, investigators saturated the local media with details surrounding the abduction. TV and newspapers ran photographs of Vernita Wheat, asking anyone with any information to contact the task force. The news spread quickly. Investigators were flooded with sightings of Coleman from the public. Most were dead ends. But one cab driver who saw Vernita's picture on the news contacted the task force. He remembered picking up Coleman and the little girl on the night of her disappearance. He had assumed they were father and daughter. The cab driver dropped them off around midnight near a scrapyard in the industrial section of Waukegan. Investigators approached the night manager at the scrapyard. He told them that he had in fact seen a man with a young girl on the night in question. He recalled that close to midnight, the two had walked hand in hand through the side gate. He couldn't really see the man's face, but he did notice that the man had an unusual rolling gait to his walk, a feature that acquaintances of Coleman had described. The night manager identified the little girl as Vernita Wheat. The sighting was enough to allow the FBI to issue a federal warrant for Alton Coleman. He had taken Vernita across state lines. It was also the last time anyone saw Vernita Wheat alive. The task force responded with another massive search.
We had about 150 FBI agents and detectives from both Kenosha and Waukegan. We did a methodical search where Coleman was last seen with Vernita. This included using dogs, going through the junkyard, house to house and abandoned building searches, all in this downtown area, and we found nothing.
Investigators knew she was alive at midnight on the evening she disappeared. They also knew that Coleman was alone the next morning at 8 a.m. as he prepared for his court appearance.
So total there's 2.
The question was, what happened to Vernita during that 8-hour gap? FBI Special Agent Jeff Showers was on the task force. He struggled to fit the pieces together.
How far is he going to travel with this girl? The girl may not even be in Waukegan. She may be in another town. But we knew that the longer that we waited, it was getting dimmer and dimmer.
Coleman and Vernita seemed to have vanished. On the night of June 19th, 3 weeks after Vernita's disappearance, investigators received a call from a man in Waukegan who was looking through an abandoned building for scrap metal to sell. On the second floor of the wrecked apartments, he made a horrifying discovery. The body of a child lay on the bathroom floor.
Calling in saying that her granddaughter's at the location, saying their mother was assaulted last night.
The FBI's prime suspect in the abduction of 9-year-old Vernita Wheat from a home in Kenosha, Wisconsin, remained alive. As the hunt for Coleman intensified, a man scouring for scrap metal in an abandoned building in Waukegan, Illinois, came across the lifeless body of a young girl. The forensic team arrived at the building. Beneath a blanket, wrapped in a man's corduroy jacket, the investigators found the young girl. Her hands, feet, and neck were bound by a television cable. She was too badly decomposed to confirm her identity. But Special Agent Jeff Showers believed they had found the body of Vernita Wheat.
The clothing matched the description that we had from the mother. She was still wearing the barrettes in her hair that matched what her mother had described her as being last known to be wearing. She was wearing a green nylon jacket. In the pocket of the jacket were carnival tickets, and we knew from an interview of her mother that the night in question, Alton Coleman had taken Vernita Wheat to a carnival.
While the investigators suspected the body was Vernita Wheat, it was up to the forensic team to prove that the remains were hers. They also needed to find evidence that could conclusively point to the killer. Starting from the location of the body, they worked their way out in concentric circles, collecting anything that looked like it could be used as evidence. Investigators swabbed walls and door frames in an effort to find prints. Figuring whoever moved the body into the room had to come in contact with the door. They removed it from its hinges and sent it to the FBI labs in Washington, D.C. Under the lab's microscopes, FBI examiners discerned a thumbprint on the door. Comparison to samples they had on file were conclusive. The thumbprint came from Alton Coleman. Examiners also compared prints taken from the little girl's hands to those lifted from Vernita Wheat's school books that had been retrieved from her home. That comparison was also positive. The search for Vernita was over. Investigators now had enough evidence to issue another warrant for Alton Coleman. This time, it was for the murder of Vernita Wheat.
We knew then that Alton Coleman was responsible for the death of this child. And now we've got not only a kidnapper, but we also have someone who's committed murder.
No, but
while at the autopsy to determine Vernita Wheat's exact cause of death,
that way we'll be able to
a television news broadcast caught the attention of Agent Showers and Detective Hansen.
The first news that a little girl had been found murdered in Gary, Indiana. Agent Showers, I think, immediately thought that there could be some connection to Coleman.
The report also mentioned something that investigators found disturbing. There were two killers, and the second suspect was described as being a black female. Investigators immediately suspected Coleman's girlfriend, Deborah Brown, who had not been seen in weeks. If investigators were right, Alton Coleman and Deborah Brown had traveled 90 miles from their hometown neighborhood. They were on the move, and they were leaving bodies along their way. At the hospital in Gary, Indiana, Local police officers questioned 9-year-old Mary James about the afternoon of June 16th. Mary told the officers that she and 7-year-old Janice Gray were walking to the store when they were approached by a man and a woman on bikes. The couple introduced themselves. They told the little girls that they had some clothes that the girls might like. To retrieve the clothes, Mary and Janice followed the couple into the woods. Mary was close to death, and she managed to drag herself to the street. She was able to identify Coleman, but could not identify Brown from photographs sent by the FBI. However, the girl's description matched Brown exactly. Now, investigators were dealing with 2 killers.
We had looked at Deborah Brown up until that point in time as a witness because she had cooperated with us in Waukegan. She had told us about Alton, telling her that he had done something wrong. She showed us the clothes that he had been wearing the night he had come back, when he'd been out all night, and when he came back in the morning. So we had looked at her as a witness. We now knew from the investigation in Gary that she was likely assisting him.
Investigators struggled to figure out some way to predict Coleman and Brown's next move. Both murders occurred in largely black communities where the two could easily blend in. And they were quick to gain people's trust.
These were street people. They had that charm. They didn't have to go to Rochester. It was always a very easy community.
Searching for anything that might help them locate and stop the killers, investigators consulted an FBI behavioral profile. For the profile, the escalating pattern of violence was caused by Coleman's legal problems back in Waukegan.
He saw the fact that he had taken Vernita the night before the court appearance on the rape of a 14-year-old, and that he had abducted her and then murdered her as an indication that he was responding to the stress of the court appearance, and so that he would continue to murder out of anger and stress and rage.
Investigators had reason to fear that the 2 murders were only the beginning of a ferocious crime spree. To capture a serial killer, the profiler suggested a massive national media campaign aimed at the black communities.
So we started a publicity campaign, releasing his photograph, releasing pictures of Brown to the media, press releases, everything we could to get his picture out in the forefront. Our hope was that somebody would see him and turn him in.
But the task force was always a step behind. On July 8th, agents received information from local Ohio detectives about an elderly woman named Rose Williams who reported her daughter missing. Rose explained that earlier in the day she had come by to check on her and found the door locked. Her young grandson, James, was too frightened to open the door. The detective convinced him they were there to help. Now he had nothing to fear. Officers immediately started to search the house for Gary's missing mother. While looking, they found 3-year-old Johnny, afraid like his older brother. Meanwhile, James told the detective about the man and woman who had been at their house.
They were in his house.
He showed the 8-year-old photos of the suspects, Coleman and Brown. James positively identified them as the couple who were there the night before.
We're absolutely sure.
Searching the house for the boy's mother, the police found blood smeared throughout the kitchen. It led down to the basement. Not knowing who or what awoke, the investigators followed the grisly trail. In Ohio, police responding to a missing persons call made an alarming discovery. The young son of the missing mother had identified fugitives Coleman and Brown as having been in their home. Blood stained the wall. They proceeded cautiously, not knowing if their suspects could still be lurking in the darkened basement. The trail stopped, where the bodies of mother and daughter, Virginia and Kimberly Gale, were discovered, shoved into a crawl space beneath their home.
Wait, 2 or 3.
Coleman and Brown. We didn't know where they were, and the violence connected with the murders and the crime scenes was beginning to intensify.
The officers continued their search, still believing their suspects could be somewhere in the family's home.
CCPD drone.
But they seemed to have slipped away, leaving behind unmistakable evidence. Clippings of Jerry curled hair.
That radio program is not in our area.
James recounted for investigators that his mother, Virginia, had met Coleman and Brown earlier in the day.
I am a tactical asset computer system.
The couple stopped by the house and played with the kids.
Yes, we have many wheels.
Virginia invited them to stay for dinner. It was just like any other summer evening in the neighborhood. Virginia cooked while the kids hung around and chatted with their new friends. 8-year-old James saw Coleman take a knife from the and slip it into his back pocket.
Cheers.
After enjoying dinner together, Coleman, Brown, James, and his younger brother settled into the living room to watch television.
We are not the microwave radio
At the top of the
that
evening
bus.
news, the story of a pair of killers on the loose flashed across the screen. Coleman immediately turned off the television and shuffled the boys off to bed.
Okay, are you
while
coming
Kimberly and
over
Virginia
later?
washed the dishes. Aware of the growing media attention,
We are
Coleman
not
realized
that
he and
traffic.
Deborah needed to change their look. He found some scissors and cut off his hair.
That radio
Coleman,
program
with Brown at his
is
side,
not in our area.
approached the little girl and her mother. Just upstairs, James and John were asleep.
You cannot control heath with hashtags that activate radio recording transmissions.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
CCPD
They dragged the slain woman and her daughter downstairs and stuffed them into a crawl space.
The pressure was mounting.
CCPD
Increasingly stressful because here we were for the 4th time catching up with him when we found
I am a tactical asset
Coleman and
computer
Brown's
system.
MO was designed to catch their victims off guard.
You
When
can.
someone comes up to your house on a bicycle,
We are
you
not.
figure them to be local. If they're
Cheers.
walking, you may be a little bit suspicious. But if they're riding a bike, They're from the neighborhood. Your guard is automatically down.
News of the murdered mother and daughter horrified the community. The savage nature of the killings caused the FBI to add an 11th position on their 10 most wanted fugitives list. It was a rare occurrence.
We are not Stripes calls.
The number 11 ranking was reserved for particularly vicious killers.
We are not Bravo
The
Vector
description
units.
fitting Coleman and Brown.
The magnitude and the importance of it that, you know, you've already got 10 that are bad, but here's one that's so bad, but we don't have room to put anybody else on. We're going to make an exception and put him on
The
the
location coordinates is something you will have to pay for.
With the national media spotlight focusing on the couple, it would be difficult for them to remain anonymous.
And in solving fugitive cases, finding people, there is nothing better than publicity. Because all you need is one phone call from one person saying, I saw this picture and I know it's this individual.
The police are not going to prevail.
Phone calls poured in with more frequency and speed than ever before.
CCPD
Any crime that matched their suspect's MO was funneled back to the task force headquarters.
Program is not
Hopefully, they would be able to get one step ahead of the fugitive.
That radio program.
Investigators were sure that Coleman and Brown would tire of a life on the run and return to familiar territory.
CCPD drone.
Agents contacted everyone the two associated with them were keeping.
We would contact them and let them know that we're still looking for them. We would want to tell them that Alton and Deborah have been involved in another murder case, hoping that that would get them a little bit more on our side.
Okay.
On July 13th, local investigators responded to a frantic 911 call in a suburb of Cincinnati, Ohio.
I am a tactical asset.
Michelle Stone told the officers what had happened that day.
We are not the fire department.
Tacoma, Mary Henry David.
Yeah, that's the shore one.
4789. Mary Henry David, 4789.
A couple arrived at the Stone's house early Saturday morning.
I think you're going inbound to Fort White. I'm right now on the 25.
Like to try to move off.
Okay.
They told Michelle's father, Jack Stone, that they were interested in buying his camp, which was for sale in the driveway. Jack's wife Anna joined them. As Jack and Anna chatted, Michelle left for work.
Okay. Yeah. Hello, how are you?
When she arrived home later that day, Michelle noticed the pipes the couple had arrived on were still in the
I
yard.
am a tactical asset computer system.
And her father's
Hello,
car
how
was missing.
are you? We are not that call.
Mom?
Inside, she found her parents' home had been vandalized.
Mom?
She had called out to her mother and father.
CCPD drone.
Hearing no response, her mind began to race as she stepped through the shattered glass and overturned furniture littering the room.
Dad?
As she called 911, Michelle could hear a weak voice calling out from another room.
It is
Next to the basement door, she noticed a bloody palm print.
okay. We need fuel for sustenance. Cheer.
She walked
We
down
are
into
not
the
the
dim
microwave radio.
not knowing what or who she might find.
We
Lying
are
next
not.
to each other, motionless on the
The
floor,
wind is
she
good.
discovered her
Our
parents.
generation.
Her father Jack was barely alive.
CCPD drone.
As she reached to take her mother's pulse, she lifted the sheet.
It is not bloody here at my current
Her mother
venture.
Anna was dead. Michelle ran up into her father's side for help to arrive.
We are not medics or EMS-1.
The parents had been bludgeoned and bound. Michelle's description of the couple that had stopped by her parents' house earlier that day matched the fugitives, Coleman and Brown. A forensic team went to work collecting evidence. Among the items was a pair of plastic shoes next to Anna Stone. A recent sighting of the suspects included a description of Brown wearing these same shoes.
That radio.
Crime scene technicians also retrieved other bloodied tools found around the body. Later, forensics confirmed the CCPD used to kill Mrs. Stone.
We are not people on bikes.
Coleman's prints were all over it. He made no attempt to conceal his crimes. But there was nothing to suggest where the couple had gone.
It was all dead ends. Every time we found a body, they were gone. We don't have anything as to which way they're going. We have no indicators as to who their next victim's going to be. Depends. If they want sexual gratification, they may snatch a child. If they need a vehicle, they may snatch an adult.
We cannot control
just don't know. We've got a couple of mad dogs
that activate radio recording transmissions.
The crime against the Stones showed the couple was able to gain the trust of people from outside the Black Raven centers where they had found their first 4 victims. This realization only complicated the investigation.
Hello, how are you?
Coleman could fit in anywhere.
Or they would come up on a bicycle and start chatting, and he would be looking to play in a card game. Or sometimes they would respond, they wanted to buy something, or they had something for sale. He was an extremely glib person. A real con
The
man.
location coordinates
And
is
people
something
trusted
you will
him.
have
Plus, he
to
was
pay
traveling
for.
with a woman, and so people were not nearly as suspect of him as they should have been.
Though Coleman's rage continued to intensify, his ability to charm more victims remained consistent.
You are not.
And he was showing no signs of growing tired of the kill. A month and a half had passed since Alton Coleman and Deborah Brown embarked on a killing spree that had left 5 victims dead. In Cincinnati, Coleman bludgeoned the husband and wife, leaving the wife dead and the husband barely clinging to life.
As strange does.
Their car was missing. NAPBs immediately put out on the vehicle.
The wind is good for power generation.
2 days later, a farm worker discovered the abandoned car on his property.
Yes, the
Lexington,
tactical
Kentucky,
asset system is
105
active.
miles away from the crime in Cincinnati. In less than 2 days, the fugitives had traveled hundreds of miles across 2 states. The FBI media blitz was leaving them with few places to hide. But the couple appeared to be heading further away from their home in Illinois, not closer, as investigators had hoped.
When you're talking about Alton Coleman and Deborah Brown, they are not a normal killing machine. Normal killing machine is going to be one person. We've now got 2 out there. They're working together. They're feeding off each other, and one's giving support. Those are the problems. How do you? We couldn't separate them. We couldn't talk to one. We couldn't talk to either one of them.
Knowing Coleman would eventually need to steal a car, the FBI saturated the Lexington, Kentucky area. They did not have to wait long for signs that he was still in town. In a hotel parking lot, Professor Aline Carmichael was assaulted and his car stolen. A couple forced him to hand over his cash and car keys. Leaving the professor wounded but still alive, they sped away. After receiving medical attention, police asked Carmichael to look at mugshots that included the FBI's most wanted fugitives. Without hesitating, He pointed to Coleman and Brown.
You are not heath.
The FBI were now only a few hours behind the fugitives. An APB was issued for Carmichael's car.
We are not Adam. Okay,
In a matter of
coming
hours,
over
they received a
later.
response. It came from police in an Ohio town close to the Kentucky border. The professor's car was found, abandoned behind some vacant buildings. Coleman and Brown
The police are not
were
me.
nowhere
Are
in
they
sight.
around right now?
For the experienced agents, finding the car in Ohio meant Coleman and Brown were probably on their way home.
Gut instinct is going to tell you that he's going to come back home. He may not come back to Waukegan, but he's going to come back to some place that he feels comfortable with. He'd never been to Gary, Indiana. He'd never been to Detroit. He'd never been to Toledo. He'd never been to Cincinnati, Dayton, Ohio, Lexington, Kentucky. At some point, he's going to get tired and he's going to want to get
Yes,
back to
we
comfort.
have many
Some
wheels.
place that he feels comfortable. He knows the streets. He knows the people. He's going to feel comfortable. He's coming back.
The FBI immediately set up a
By
drag.
insisting he accept their lies
Agents
as
and
real.
police officers from across several states joined forces to track
By
Coleman and
insisting
Brown.
he was
They set
never
it
home
not
to his
real.
people tied.
Right now.
By
Reports of stolen
dictating
vehicles
exactly
or assaults
what
were
he
to be
might
given
feel.
immediate attention.
By permitting faulty joy, but never pride.
An officer in Dayton, Ohio, responded to a report involving an assault into
a
stolen
lie
cars.
Not
could be
medics
brought
or
to heel.
EMS1.
The call
That a
came from an
lion
elderly
could from his courage
Reverend
be
and Mrs.
pride.
The wind is good for power generation.
That the lion himself would
Reverend Gale
learn
had been
to
badly
kneel.
beaten.
That a lion would not care, even if his line
Mrs. Gay
died.
told the officer that a young couple who they had met weeks earlier
That the
broke into
lion
their house.
himself would accept
The police
such a
are not
deal.
me.
After
Are
beating
they
them,
around
the
right
attackers demanded the keys to their station wagon.
CCPD drone.
It
According
was
to
only
the
to
description of the
themselves
attackers,
they had
were
lied.
Coleman and Brown. New leads were coming in at a furious pace. Coleman and Brown were still
The
just out
police
of
are
reach.
not me. Currently refueling for
But the FBI was starting
How
to close
are
the
you?
gap. The day after
You
the
are
attack
not
in Ohio,
heath.
detectives involved in the FBI's dragnet discovered a station wagon that had been abandoned near a car wash in Indiana. It belonged to Reverend Gale. Later in the
are
day,
you coming?
some road crew workers on the edge of Interstate 65
Yes, we have
outside of
many
Zionsville,
wheels.
Indiana, made a gruesome discovery.
We are not the microwave radio
It
on
was the
that
body
bus.
of an elderly man who had been reported missing from his home in Indiana.
The police
He was
are
found
not me.
on
Are
his
they around
77th
right
birthday.
now?
Evidence left at the scene was unmistakable. Coleman and Brown had claimed another life. The body was found less than 20 miles from the couple's home turf.
I am
The country's most
tactical
wanted
asset
fugitive
computer
had
system.
come home, and the FBI was waiting. For 7 years, Coleman and Brown assaulted and killed victims in 6 different states. While investigators worked the crime scenes, scores of local officers and agents organized their dragnet to track them as they headed back home to Illinois. The aggressive media campaign was having an impact. On July 20th, in Evanston, Illinois, a man spotted Alton Coleman with Deborah Brown in Mason Park. While he waited at the car running, his friend called the police.
I am
It was the one phone call investigators had been making.
I am a tactical asset computer
Without
system.
a shadow of a doubt, I am the president of radio.
Evanston police responded. couple of yards stood between the law and Coleman and Brown. With surprising ease, they were able to corner Coleman. He insisted they had the wrong man. A second pair of officers surrounded Brown. CCPD Brown. When asked, she gave a different pair of names for herself and Coleman.
What's your name?
Trina Williams.
Having found a knife and false identification, the officers brought Alton Coleman to the police station.
CCPD drone. Okay,
A search of Brown's handbag uncovered a .38 caliber pistol.
523-607. Meet us over here. We got
The weapon was all they needed to handcuff her and take her in. Two of the FBI's most wanted were apprehended without incident.
We are not that call.
After nearly 2 months, the violent rampage was over. Coleman continued to insist he hadn't been in any of the places where the murders happened. But the forensic evidence collected over the past 7 weeks proved otherwise. Alton Coleman was charged with the federal crime of kidnapping Vernita Weed, followed by murder charges in 3 other states. Deborah Brown was also charged for her role in the murders.
We are not Charlie Becker units.
As investigators from the task force looked on, a strip search uncovered a bloody statement.
CCPD
Would be linked to yet another man, a 15-year-old Ohio girl, Alice Myers. Illinois State's Attorney Matthew Chancellor was given the task of prosecuting Alton Coleman. In his mind, the motive was simple.
When he crossed the threshold, and once he crossed that threshold, it was easy for him. And I think that he enjoyed it.
We don't care about your radio traffic. We don't like to hear
doing. And so he looked for every opportunity he could to repeat that.
Together, Coleman and Brown had stolen 7 lives. 3 states sought to take theirs. Brown stood trial separately. She was sentenced to life in prison. Until the end, she was committed to Coleman.
We are not the microwave
At
radio
Coleman's
on that bus.
sentencing hearing for that murder, she testified on his behalf that she had committed the murder and he had not, in an obvious attempt to try to save him. It didn't
You
work.
are not Heath.
Coleman and Brown's rampage had covered over 1,300 miles in 6 states. For Special Agent Berdina Pessinelli, the intensity of the FBI's hunt prevented more needless murders.
Because of the massive investigation that we did and the publicity that we did, that he was caught within 7 weeks.
We are not that call.
Had we not done that, had we not gotten on this right away, who knows how long he would have gone on killing people.
In the end, Alton Coleman was sentenced to death 4 times. He went to prison in Ohio, where he was executed on April 26, 2002.
Yes, we have many wheels.
A bank is robbed. There are no witnesses.
CCPD drone.
Its president is missing without a trace. When a body surfaced, The criminal investigation grew deadly serious. Federal agents descended upon a small town that found itself gripped by fear.
We are not veterans.
When the small community of Nome, Missouri discovered their bank was robbed, they were shocked. When the bank president turned up missing, they were outraged. But things aren't always as they first appear. And when clues began to surface, the facts were more terrible than anyone could have guessed. I'm Jim Kalster, former head of the FBI's New York office. For federal agents, the Knoll bank robbery became an intricate case in modern forensics and dogged determination.
The Cowskin Bridge over Grand Lake, Oklahoma, just after 3 a.m.
We cannot control heath with hashtags that activate radio recording trap.
The lake is popular for fishing and boating.
CCPD drone.
But on this night, it would be the scene of something far more sinister. A gruesome crime, meticulously planned and executed. A cold-blooded murder that would shatter the tranquility of the nearby town of Knoll, Missouri.
CCP. Cheers. CCPD drone.
Tucked away in the southwest corner of Missouri and home to about 1,200 residents, Knoll is a community proud of small-town charms and low crime rate. On the morning of October 6, 1989, Pauline Coonrod headed off to work at the State Bank of Knoll. The cashier's first task upon arriving was to unlock the front doors. But Coonrod found the doors already open.
Below how?
She thought perhaps the bank president, Dan Short, had arrived early.
CCPD drone. Yes, we have.
But as she walked through the building, she saw no one.
CCPD drone.
Within moments, Coonrod realized the vault had been robbed. Knoll police and the McDonald County, Missouri sheriff responded to Coonrod's 911 call. The FBI was also called in since the bank was insured by the FDIC, the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. An agent was sent to investigate from the nearby Joplin, Missouri office. The entire scene was meticulously photographed and dusted for prints. The agent noticed that the security camera had been spray painted and shot out. Spent casings found below the camera indicated that the robbers used a .45 caliber handgun. Investigators discovered that the thieves had made off with over $71,000, including 320 pounds of quarters, dimes, and nickels.
That radio program is not in our area.
Strangely, more than $100,000 in bills was left behind in an unlocked drawer. Bank President Dan Short was one of 4 bank employees with access to the vault in its time lock. Yet he was the only one of the 4 who hadn't arrived that morning. Questioning him became essential to the investigation.
We are not
Bank
that
Vice
we
President
use
Mark
radio
Allman
track.
told investigators that Short intended to work late the night
As of
before.
right now, as we're rolling out, looks like the fire's on the outside of the
The time
structure.
lock on the vault
There is some
had
damage on
been
the
set the
structure
night
also.
the robbery occurred.
We're doing a fast attack.
Dan Dud came in was in the habit of working later in the evenings, different times of the day, but that particular night he put it on standby so that he could come back at a later time and open the vault manually.
Agents wondered if Dan Short had in fact returned to the bank that evening. The sheriff drove to Short's house in Arkansas, near the Missouri border.
I am listening.
But no one was home, and his red pickup truck was gone. Short's absence alarmed investigators.
Okay.
They couldn't help but wonder what role the banker played in the robbery. Within hours, word of the crime spread throughout the scandalized community.
Knowles is a small town with main industries, poultry processing plants, some small shops, local merchants, quiet town, tourism in the summertime with the rivers, that sort of thing. But basically just your average small town.
The truck
Crimes
is
like
fine
this
and
did
has
not
a
happen
known
here.
location and destination.
Reports of the heist and the missing bank president filled Knoll news broadcasts. Investigators received many calls from the community offering help.
We don't care about your units.
One
radio
call from an
traffic.
employee
We
at
don't
Sibley
want to hear
Manufacturing
it.
just outside of town gave investigators
We
their
are
first
not
break.
that
Unit
call.
1010, radio check.
He reported a red pickup truck abandoned in the factory parking lot.
Solar is great for
The truck
power
was registered
production.
to Dan Short. Investigators found coin wrappers strewn across the truck bed. The truck was dusted for fingerprints, but only Short's were identified. The discovery of the truck gave case agent and 19-year FBI veteran Liddell Farley a couple of scenarios to pursue.
At the end of the first day, we weren't sure if we were dealing with an abducted banker or whether the banker, Mr. Short, had absconded with the money.
To voice comment.
Stops were being placed with his credit card. Airports were
want
being
some?
canvassed. Rental car agencies were being checked to see if he perhaps had leased a car. But primarily we're looking for his
We are not the
body,
microwave radio
either alive or
that
dead,
bus.
in the immediate area of Knoll.
With Short still missing, investigators secured a search warrant for the bank president's house, hoping to find something that would lead to his whereabouts.
Stay police. Anybody home? This is Short.
Inside, all was quiet.
The truck is fine and has
Trooper, look here a minute. In the kitchen, they discovered an overturned trash can, suggesting perhaps a struggle. They searched every room.
The police are not moving around right now.
By the bed, they found Short's glasses on the nightstand. He never went anywhere without them.
CCPD drone.
It appeared that the banker had left in a hurry. Still, it was impossible to determine from the search whether he had fled or was abducted.
We are not Charlie Vector units.
With no sign of Short, agents canvassed his neighborhood, hoping for a lead. One neighbor, Carol Dryden, recalled seeing several vehicles pulling into Short's driveway the night of the robbery. Assistant U.S. Attorney Mike Jones was involved early in the investigation. According to Jones, Dryden's statement was critical.
We are not
Around 2 o'clock in the morning, which really gave us the first time frame, she saw lights going into Dan Short's property, headlights, and then about 15 or 20 minutes later, going out of Dan Short's driveway.
But the neighbor's statement didn't put the FBI any closer to finding Short. McDonald County Sheriff Don Schlesman was a lead investigator in the case and coordinated the massive search for the banker in the area surrounding Knoll.
We set up command posts on the west side of Knoll. The groups were split up, giving ropes to walk down. Highway Patrol had their helicopter down. We had a plane. Just mainly did a search from the air.
Search team proceeded outward in concentric circles, hoping to find a trace of shore. Now Blaylock told Trooper the gun 5 days after the crime. There was still no trace.
He went on to describe the transfer.
As the hunt expanded,
junk from his gun type handgun, and that also happened the first time he shot it, and not allowed no fire second shot. The FBI said it was clear the local why somebody would be shot once head while they unpacked.
The FBI helped coordinate state efforts to secure a probable cause to search roads from local truck drivers running murder weapons. Having heard about the heist, Mills told an agent about what he saw arrive in on July 24, 1995. Returning home at about 3 a.m. Despite a thorough review, they didn't find the gun. CCPD. One truck matched the description of Short's red tip. They did head on in a 2-ton van, 2-caliber shell casings in the backyard. The other Dodge-colored truck followed Mills' vehicle until it turned down a road road near the Marshfield Camping. This information jived with Carroll's assistant recollection taking traffic outside of Short's house at 2 a month before the Mills account, reinforcing time. The case against Roy was not but it revealed a circumstance of the bank president's ex-wife, Joyce, who had been married to Short for 25 years. And strangely, although they had recently separated, Joyce stressed as a loving father to didn't see children. Having worked closely with him at the bank for several years, she never witnessed any of their life. Yet Short was the FBI's only suspect right now. And after several days of searching, he was still missing. Joe Kosovar wondered if it could have been done. On October 11th, a couple fishing in Grand Lake, just over the state line in Oklahoma, hunted over a good spot right on the water. They motored to their favorite shady spots, hoping they'd taken a photograph, hoping to hook some inquiry. They sighted what looked like a clump of seaweed. They stood in the boat.
The photograph was given to our crime lab personnel, and they compared the color
just under the surface.
Photographs of the hair with the color of the hairs that was obviously local, and decided that they should further investigate those hairs.
5 decades of robbery and blood and more missiles a dead body surfaced. Chief evidence analysts, 2 employees of the news. The body was badly decomposed. With the colony of agents, the man has been dead so much that it takes more than a year to test immediately after death. Bacteria begin to break down the sulfuric After a few days, the gas fills the corpse and can lift the submerged body to the surface. Sheriff Don Schlesman recalled the bloated remains lifted additional weight from the bottom of the lake.
We had the chain tied to him in a concrete block and part of a chair. And it was pretty gruesome sight, really.
A corpse will float until the skin tears, releasing the gases. Then the body will sink back to the bottom. If the boaters hadn't seen the body that day, it may have never been found. The time of death was later determined to be consistent with the time frame of Dan Short's disappearance. The sheriff found a wallet in the victim's back pocket. Inside was a driver's license confirming the identity as Dan Short. Police asked Carmichael what contacted the FBI. Included the FBI. The search for 51-year-old Dan Short was over, and a homicide investigation had begun.
With his surfacing, which was almost in defiance of the people who had murdered him, it gave us the knowledge of what had happened, and it gave us the focus that we needed in the investigation to direct resources thereafter.
Farley and his partner Larry Nolan rushed to the lake to conduct their own review of the body.
We are.
Special Agent Nolan's first task was to preserve the evidence.
Collectively, the decision was made to release Mr. Short from the chair, at which time I released him and preserved the concrete block and the chain hoist, the chair, and also the duct tape.
With Short's corpse freed from his death trap, the coroner removed the body. The medical examiner determined the probable cause of death was drowning. The chair with the block, chain hoist, and duct tape were examined and photographed by investigators before being sent to the FBI lab in Washington, D.C. The task force set up a hotline and published pictures of the chair to alert the public, hoping someone would come forward with information.
It was clear from examining the chair and the apparatus, so to speak, that was attached to it, and the location of Mr. Short's body, that he had died a horrible death. All indications are that he was conscious when he was dropped from the bridge, some 30 feet to the water.
The hotline was inundated with calls, helping build a file of more than 80 suspects. According to Sheriff Don Schlesman, one promising tip came from an anonymous caller who urged investigators to question two brothers, Joe and Shannon Agoski.
The Shelton Police Department dispatch received an anonymous call from someone that said the Agoskis had a lot of change in their possession. And a lot of change was supposed to be taken from the bank.
The FBI tracked down 23-year-old Joe Agoski at a junkyard just south of Milton. The manager pointed agents to where Joe worked on his car.
629 checking status.
He's looking right out there in the other. Oh, that's him right there, blacked up. Okay. Thank you. How you doing? You Joe Agoski? Yes, sir.
Joe said that on the night of the robbery, he had been at his girlfriend's house, more than 40 miles from Milton.
You live locally here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Very good.
We're also interested in 45 handguns. Do you have that?
He was cooperative and told them he had two .45 caliber handguns, the same caliber as the weapon used to shoot out the security camera. They inquired if they could test fire the guns. Joe agreed and told investigators the weapons were stored at his home. His 18-year-old brother Shannon would be there to meet them.
And your brothers?
When the agents arrived, Shannon Agoski showed them where the guns were kept. Shannon told investigators that on the night of the murder, he was at his mother's house, where he was still living at the time of the crime.
All right. It's going to be all right if we take these downtown?
After firing both guns, agents sent the shell casings to the FBI lab. Examiners there would later determine that they did not match those found at the bank. To lead Agent Farley, it was a dead end.
Both expressed their willingness to help the investigation if they could. Both had alibis for the evening of the crime. Given these factors, our attention was directed elsewhere with other suspects, as both the Agoski brothers appeared to be not involved in this crime.
Back at Grand Lake, Oklahoma, where Short's body had been recovered 2 days earlier, resident Rowdy Foreman was out fishing with his son and daughter when he made a curious discovery along the shore.
We came across a wooden dowel, a brace, if you want to call it that.
We are not that tall.
And it was just out of place.
Alongside the chair guard, Foreman also found a piece of duct tape. Having seen pictures in the newspaper, he believed it may have been from the chair found with Short's body. He sent his son to fetch plastic bags from his house in order to preserve his find. Sheriff Don Schlesman and the partner drove to Oklahoma to question Foreman about the discovery.
I am listening to voice
And
comments
they
right
met
now.
to have a piece of evidence. I told him, I don't know if it's evidence. I said, I found a piece of duct tape. And his first comment was, oh my God, isn't that pretty? And they were looking at the fingerprint, just clear as day, it was print.
The fingerprint appeared to be made from car marks, impervious to the lake books. But investigators still had to prove the tape was used in the crime.
Although the tape contained fingerprints, that piece of evidence was not relevant unless it could be proven to be part of the chair or the apparatus in which Mr. Short was drowned.
It is not bloody here at my
To
current
prove that,
vector.
FBI examiners would have to match the glue and strands from the torn piece of tape with the tape found on the chair. But that would take weeks. Until then, the FBI and local investigators still had no prime suspects for the crime. A week after the robbery of the State Bank of Knoll, Missouri, and the brutal murder of its president, Gale Short, the FBI had recovered Short's body, the murder device, and a possible fingerprint from a nearby lake. Investigators fielded calls from residents who were willing to help, but also afraid to do so.
Due to the manner in which Mr. Short was killed, although the local citizens were very concerned and wanted to be helpful, some were reluctant to do so out of fear. Therefore, some of the witnesses did not come forth and did so sometimes out of the insistence of a friend or an associate.
Farley received one such call from a man who claimed his friend might have information about the chain gas wrapped around the chair that drowned. The friend's name was Wayne Boutain. Boutain owned the chain hoist which had recently been stolen. Though he notified the police, the hoist was never recovered. He suspected the Agofskis of stealing. Farley showed Boutain the photos of the hoist investigators had retrieved from the lake. Boutain identified it as his own. He recognized damage on the pulley. He'd last seen the apparatus at Sheila Agofsky's house where he'd once lived. Boutain agreed to take a polygraph test and passed it.
Another important development in the case was the determination that the chain hoist, which was duct taped to the chair, was property of Wayne Boutain, who had left it at the residence of Sheila Agofsky a few days before the murder of Mr. Short.
On the strength of Boutain's statement, Farley decided to question the Agofskys again. Driving up to their mother's house, he noticed an old van in the front yard. It closely matched the description of one of the vehicles Buddy Mills saw the night of the bank heist.
Yes, ma'am.
Farley questioned Sheila about the missing chain hoist, but she claimed to have no memory of it. She also corroborated Shannon's alibi, saying he was at her house the night of the murder.
I don't know anything about it. I have no idea. I can't help you with this.
Farley left, with suspicions that she knew more than she was telling.
230 and 31.
We are clear from radio units.
He asked the brothers to give their fingerprints, hoping to match the one found on the duct tape. Joe Agofsky complied. When asked about the hoist, he told Farley he remembered seeing it at his mother's house.
We are not
Yet he didn't know what became of it.
Okay, we need fuel for
A few days later, Farley returned to Sheila Agofsky's.
I'm Special Agent Farley.
There he found Shannon, a friend by the name of Gant Sanders.
CCPD
Having secured Joe's fingerprints, Farley tried to convince Shannon to give his as well.
A set of his fingerprints. It'd make things a lot easier. Possibly get you out of some trouble.
Joe Agofsky was very cooperative and produced his fingerprints upon request without hesitation, while Shannon was evasive and hesitant.
Gant Sanders watched cautiously. Shannon echoed his mother's story, proclaiming he had no knowledge of the Chambers. She eventually promised Farley he'd come down to the police station to get his prints, but he never showed. Although Farley had initially dismissed the Agofskys as suspects, he took note that Shannon and Joe's memories of the chain hoist were conflicting. Now, he decided to take a closer look into their background.
We are not that tall.
Researching the family's financial records, Farley discovered that 9 years earlier they had received money from an insurance settlement after their father died in a plane crash. Popular opinion was that their money was still plentiful, making them unlikely candidates for bank robbers. But Farley learned that wasn't so.
While they had all received a considerable sum of money, as of that time, Joe had spent his. Their mother had spent a large portion of hers.
Hello, how are you?
And Shannon Agofsky had a considerable amount of money still in a fund, but it was not available to him at that time until he was 21.
Agents found that both brothers had recently purchased cars with cash, yet neither had jobs.
See you later, Walmart.
Investigators also determined that 18-year-old Shannon had spent more than $5,000 since the heist.
Cheers.
Although the Agofsky brothers' spending looked suspicious, Farley still had no solid evidence linking them to the bank robbery and murder.
Hello, how are you?
Revisiting crime reports and witness statements, he made a new connection. Truck driver Buddy Mills said he had seen 3 vehicles leaving Noel on the night of the robbery. That meant there was a possible third suspect out there.
Currently refueling.
If 2 of the vehicles were driven by the Agofsky brothers, then perhaps the other was driven by one of their friends.
CCPD.
Farley recalled the young man he met briefly on Agofsky's porch the day he questioned Shannon.
The temperature
Gant
is
Sanders.
different.
Sanders had recently become Shannon's roommate. Farley tracked him down at a junkyard.
The location coordinates.
The closest associate that we could identify of both Shannon and Joe Agofsky was Gant Sanders. It was learned that Gant had been good friends with both Joe and Shannon both prior to and after the robbery and murder.
But Sanders said he knew nothing about the robbery and murder, although he offered no alibi for the night in question. Farley decided to question Shannon again, this time with a polygraph machine.
A couple of things about the test is nothing will be painful.
The test was administered in a motel room by a technician from the Missouri capital of Springfield. A polygraph is used by investigators as a tool to rule out possible suspects. The machine monitors the subject's reactions to stress in 3 ways. Tubes fastened around the chest monitor the slightest change in respiration. Low-voltage electrodes placed on the finger detect moisture on the skin. And a cuff on the arm measures changes in blood pressure. The examination is based on the body's fight or flight principle. When the brain perceives a physical or psychological threat, the body responds by increasing blood pressure, heart rate, and respiration. Shannon Agofsky was asked about Dan Short, the robbery, and the murder.
The location coordinates.
Did you take a chain hoist from Wayne Town?
To pay for.
No. perfectly sweet that you can forever. Did you kill Dan Short?
No.
Based on his physiological responses, the examiner determined that the younger Agofsky brother was deceptive about his knowledge of the crime.
Yes,
it was clear to Farley that Shannon was somehow involved.
You do.
But he'd need more convincing evidence to bring charges.
What's best for yourself?
In December 1989, the Agofskys were subpoenaed to appear before a grand jury to answer questions under oath. Each family member gave testimony separately. Shannon, Joe, and Sheila each disavowed any knowledge of the bank robbery and the murder of Dan Short. After questioning, Shannon was once again asked to supply his fingerprints voluntarily. Again, he agreed and set an appearance. In Washington, D.C., FBI analysts continued to examine the items sent to them by the agents in Noah, trying to match the chair part and tape retrieved by Foreman to the chair and tape that had been bound to Dan Short. An examiner confirmed that the wood found by Rowdy Foreman was part of the same chair that Dan Short was taped.
You cannot control heath with hashtags that activate
the piece of tape with the fingerprint on it was the most promising piece of evidence.
Location coordinates is something.
But did it match the tape used on the chair and body? It did. Examiners were conclusively able to link these portions of tape by matching the torn ends, the fibers, and the glue. The tape found by Foreman had 2 complete prints on it. They compared the prints to Joe Agofsky's, but they did not match. Farley recalled this finding was not all bad news.
The fingerprint examiner notified me that the prints on the tape were similar to that of Joe Agofsky, but not identical. And he advised me that the fingerprints of siblings were often similar in pattern. Therefore, getting the fingerprints of Shannon Agofsky was imperative.
Although he told the grand jury he would provide his fingerprints, Shannon never did. But this time, Farley would force Shannon to comply by serving him with a subpoena. Grudgingly, Shannon Agofsky gave his prints to the FBI almost 5 months after the heist and murder. Since comparing his prints to those found on the tape would take several weeks, Shannon was free to go. But Agent Farley did not remain idle.
We are not Charlie Vector units.
He knew that Gant Sanders was close to both brothers and probably knew more about the crime than he had said.
Yes, I am a computer.
So he decided to confront him. He told Sanders that if he was innocent and had knowledge of the crime, he should cooperate with the investigation. But if Sanders was knowingly protecting the Agofskys and they were convicted of the robbery and murder, Sanders would be jailed for aiding and abetting. Worse, without a solid alibi, he was still under suspicion of the crime. But Sanders revealed nothing.
CCPD drone.
He remained faithful to the brothers. Farley thought that perhaps Sanders was hiding his guilt with his silence. Agent Farley pursued 2 brothers, Joe and Shannon Agofsky, as the prime suspects in the bank heist and murder. Joe's fingerprints had been compared to the 2 found on the duct tape from the murder device. His did not match. As investigators waited for results on a comparison with Shannon's, additional partial prints were discovered on the tape. Now the FBI needed new prints from Shannon, a 360-degree view to match the partial prints on the duct tape. But Shannon was nowhere to be found. Farley hoped that he could get to Shannon through one of the Agofsky brothers' friends, Gant Sanders. The agent also suspected Sanders could be the unidentified accomplice. But cooperating with the FBI would mean betraying his longtime friends. Finally, in June of 1990, hoping to clear his name, he contacted Fox,
is something you will have to pay.
wanting to talk. Investigators told Sanders they thought that he had helped commit the bank robbery and murder in Milton with the Agofsky brothers. But Sanders claimed he had nothing to do with it. However, he did admit to his involvement in another, more recent incident. On one particular evening in late December 1989, Shannon and Joe Agofsky broke into a house in Missouri and stole several rifles. The brothers rendezvoused with Sanders later that evening, setting the second part of their plan into action.
I am listening to voice comments right now.
The next day, Sanders and Shannon drove across the state line into Arkansas and sold the guns. It was a federal violation. Sanders recalled another time when the brothers tried to convince him to participate in another, more violent crime just months after Dan Short's murder. Sheriff Don Schlesman recalled how the Agofskys tried to recruit Sanders.
And they told him that we're not doing any more Mickey Mouse stuff. We're going to go hit a place and there's probably going to be some shooting because they got armed guards. And if you don't really want to kill somebody, you probably better let us know so we can take you back home. And so Gance told him he didn't really think he was going to be involved in something like that, so they turned around and did take him home.
By cooperating with the FBI, Sanders made a deal for his role in the illegal sale of the firearms and was put on probation. He was also finally dismissed as a third suspect in the bank robbery, passing a lie detector test 3 times. With the help of Sanders' statement, Farley issued a federal warrant for Shannon Agofsky. He was indicted for transporting and selling firearms across state lines.
You are not.
Since Joe had not been involved in the sale, he was not charged. Authorities tracked down Shannon in a small town in Arkansas several months later.
We are not that call.
When apprehended, police searched his vehicle and found several bags of nickels in his trunk. Shannon was turned over to authorities in Missouri and booked in the Springfield Federal Courthouse.
Look at me.
While being processed, Farley acquired the set of Shannon's fingerprints examiners had been waiting for. The FBI lab needed a front and back view of his prints, hoping to match 2 partial prints found on the duct tape used in the murder of Dan Short. But his older brother Joe was still free, and Farley had little evidence to tie him to the crimes. Investigators knew the brothers remained in contact while Shannon was behind bars. Since all prison conversations were recorded, agents got a glimpse into the Agofsky's family relationship. Shannon made a number of calls to his mother and Joe. According to Assistant U.S. Attorney Mike Jones, one call was particularly incriminating.
Shannon was asking Joe if we would be able to make a case against him, and Joe indicated that we would not be able to put him at the scene.
We are not that repeaters radio.
Farley knew the brothers were worried, but the call was not enough to arrest Joe. Then, just days later, he finally received the results from the lab.
Those fingerprints turned out to be the fingerprints of Shannon Agofsky.
We are not that call.
The tape was determined to have come from the chair in which Mr. Short was bound to. Therefore, that piece of tape became a most important piece of evidence in this case.
Mike Jones now had a strong case against Shannon.
We knew we were going to prosecute Shannon once we got those first 2 fingerprints, and then the main focus was on Joe, trying to get the case built against Joe.
Finding evidence against Joe was a thorny task. Nothing directly linked him to the crime. Once again, Farley combed through financial records to see how much Joe had spent.
We attempted to determine all his cash transactions and did determined that he had spent some $19,000 in cash during the 16 months following the robbery. During that time, he was unemployed and had no logical explanation for having that much cash.
Scrutinizing Joe's phone records, Farley made another important find. Joe had made several long-distance calls to his girlfriend at her home during the very days leading up to and after the robbery.
That radio program
The calls destroyed his alibi. Joe had stated that he was staying with her the entire time.
Nothing smart.
They called Sanders in for additional questioning, hoping he could shed more light on those involved.
radio traffic.
Sanders told the agents about a conversation he had with both Rogofsky brothers. That incident took place in Sammy Skaggs' junkyard.
The three of them were working on one of the cars, and Sammy Skaggs announced that the banker from Joplin was here to pick up his car. And that apparently generated a comment from, I believe it was Joe, that what the three of them ought to do was to follow a banker, follow him home, grab him, kidnap him, and force him to take him to the bank and open the vault.
We are not people on bikes.
At the time, Sanders agreed that it might be an easy way to get rich.
I am a tactical asset computer system.
The plan sounded eerily like what could have happened to Dan Short. It was now clear to the FBI that the brothers had the knowledge, motive, and opportunity to pull off the homicide and heist.
The police are not.
Based on accumulating evidence, Joe Rogofsky was arrested more than 2 years after the horrifying crime. Both brothers were indicted on 3 federal counts relating to the bank robbery and murder. But would the evidence be strong enough to convict the 2 brothers? The investigators were betting on it.
We are clear from radio units.
Almost 3 years after a bank heist and brutal murder, FBI agent Adele Farley handed prosecutors all the evidence the task force had amassed. Reviewing their files, the agents described the Rogofsky's plans and actions to Assistant U.S. Attorney Mike Jones and his associates. They were determined to prove beyond any doubt that the brothers had committed the crime. The FBI had learned that Joe Rogofsky, needing information about the state bank's floor plan, had opened a safe deposit box a few weeks before the crime. Bank Vice President Mark Ullman told investigators that Joe was particularly interested in Dan Short as well. He made a point of asking who Short was and where he lived.
Would you like to meet him?
Returning home, Joe drew floor plans to the bank and plotted the crime with Shannon. They decided to do the job before the sun rose, so there would be no witnesses. To get into the vault, they needed someone who had the keys and knew the combination. For that, they would abduct Dan Short, the bank president, and force him to open the vault. Afterwards, they needed to make sure he'd never talk. They thought it would be easy money. Life would be good if they knew fortunes.
Get these guns clean.
In the early hours of October 6th, Joe and Shannon Rogofsky put their plan into motion. Acting as a lookout for them was an unidentified accomplice who drove the blue Chevy pickup. It was the same vehicle neighbor Carol Dryden recalled seeing around Short's house a week before the kidnapping. The brothers loaded their mother's brown and tan van with the equipment they would need to commit the crime. At around 2 a.m., they arrived at Dan Short's house, a brief trip across the Arkansas border.
The wind is good for power generation.
Eventually, he awoke from a deep sleep.
CCPD drone alert. We are not that call.
intruders would be the last people.
613.
Short tried to flee, but he had no chance against the brothers and their accomplices. They threatened to kill him unless he turned over his keys to the bank. Silencing him, the intruders dragged Short outside. The terror continued as Short was stuffed into the front seat of the van. Each criminal drove one of the vehicles, including Short's red pickup, as they sped off for the bank. Agent Farley and the prosecutors continued piecing together the events of October 6th. The Agofskis and their accomplice pulled up to the bank, only a brief drive from Short's house. With their captive in tow, the robbers quickly opened the bank's front door and ran in. No alarm sounded because Short had neglected to set them, and no one would ever be able to see what was about to happen. After ripping the duct tape off his mouth, they pulled Short over to his desk and retrieved the keys to the safe. Then they forced him to provide the bolt's combination. Once inside, they grabbed all that was in reach. Get him out! Get out! And dashed away. They dumped the lead in the truck. Afraid for his life, Short complied with their every demand. But the assailant's pistol hit him and knocked him out. On the way out of nowhere, Buddy Mills crossed paths with the robbers. After he passed the intersection, the three vehicles sped off, the first two heading toward Grand Lake.
We are not Charlie Vector units.
Reaching Grand Lake, some 22 miles from Nowell, the two remaining vehicles stopped along the high point of the Cowskin Bridge. Here, Shannon and the unknown accomplice prepared to kill Short by drowning him. In his haste, Shannon took off his gloves to secure a portion of the tape. And unknowingly left greasy fingerprints behind. Then the two attached the stolen chain waist.
I'll do anything you want.
When they finished, they lifted Short above the lake.
Oh, no! No!
And plunged him into the black water below. At the first trial in September 1992, the evidence was strong enough to persuade a jury to convict Shannon and Joe Agofsky of 3 federal crimes relating to the robbery, abduction, and use of firearms during the illegal act.
That radio program is not.
In the state trial, only Shannon was found guilty of murder. Though the unidentified accomplice was never found, it was determined that the Agofsky brothers were the masterminds and principal perpetrators of the crime. No charges were brought against their mother, Sheila.
Without doubt, this was the most difficult investigation I've been involved in as an FBI agent. In 29 years of investigating various crimes, this was an unusually heinous crime.
Today, Joe and Shannon Agofsky are serving life sentences with no chance of parole. For his cooperation, Gant Sanders served the remainder of his firearms charge on probation. Noel has returned to normal. A violent chapter in his history now closed. Yet because of the crimes of these blood brothers, it will never be the same quiet, innocent place it once was.
You got what I need?
On the streets of New Orleans, drug money bought the city's house. Officers became the strong arm of drug dealers, utilizing anyone who raised harassment. The police tainted by greed. Undercover agents would have to put their lives on the line to bring down the corrupt officers who hid behind shattered shields.
Fire department. CCPD. Regional Transit Microwave Harassment Detected.
In a city awash in narcotics, the drug lords have all the power, even over the police. Corruption in New Orleans grew like cancer, eating away at public safety and threatening to destroy the city. Lured by easy wealth, crooked cops began breaking the laws they were sworn to uphold. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. When it became clear that the police could no longer police themselves, the FBI had to get involved. It was a case where the line between friends and enemies became dangerously blurred.
CCPD
New Orleans,
CCPD
1993.
drone RF microwave
Tourists packed
harassment
the city
detected.
looking for a good time, not all of it legal. Cocaine was in demand, and the dealers cashed in.
Solar is great for power production.
It was a violent business. For protection, the drug lords
We are
turned to
clear
those
from
whose
radio
duty was to
units.
serve and protect. Officers lined their pockets while enforcing the will of the dealers. They controlled turf-like thugs, terrorizing innocent civilians. Agent Stan Haddon of the FBI's Public Corruption Unit in New Orleans was aware of the
We are not the microwave.
Our intelligence told us that there was a great variety of corruption taking place among many different officers in the department. However, the one thing that seemed to be the most pervasive was that officers were out there working with drug dealers on the street, were protecting drug dealers on the street, and were stealing money and drugs from drug dealers on the street.
One such drug dealer was Terry Adams, known on the streets as Scaboo. He was a small-time operator who was being extorted by Officer Sammy Williams.
You got what I need?
But this time, the protection money Scaboo paid Williams wasn't enough. On Christmas Eve, the officer demanded that Scaboo pay him $10,000 for not by 6 p.m. If Scaboo failed to show, Williams threatened to beat him and guaranteed him 20 years to life. That evening, at 5 p.m., Special Agent Stan Haddon was finishing up some last-minute work. About to go home, he took one last call. It was Scaboo.
That radio
His time was running out.
in our area.
He told Haddon that he was being blackmailed, but didn't have the $10,000 the corrupt cop was demanding in less than an hour.
What is the name of the office?
When Scaboo contacted me, we realized that was our best chance to do something about police corruption. And I immediately arranged to meet him and debrief him in person. There was no way we could get everything together by 6 o'clock. By the time I met with him, it was 30 minutes before the deadline.
Yeah, I feel pretty good about that.
Haddon and his partner quickly hashed out a plan.
I think the best one we've got.
Scaboo would meet the officer as arranged, but he'd be wearing an FBI wire. The agents couldn't arrange $10,000 on such short notice. Scaboo would have to convince the cop to accept smaller payments over several meetings.
That radio
Okay, that could be rough. You know that.
Assured by Haddon that he would be under constant surveillance, Scaboo took his position. Officer Sammy Williams was still on duty, arrived with a prisoner cuffed in the back seat of his cruiser. Williams drove Scaboo to a deserted spot behind a seafood market. He ordered him to throw the $10,000 into the trunk. Scaboo told Williams he only had $3,000 but would pay the rest later. The cop arrested Scaboo. He'd never get it. Agents hoped Williams would agree to meet him again for more of the money. And he did. And the FBI had it all on tape. Hadn't believed this one incident would lay the groundwork for exposing more corruption in the New Orleans police force.
Our main objective was to try and create a strategy that would enable us to prosecute as many bad officers as we possibly could.
In the days that followed, agents, along with prosecutors from the United States Attorney's Office, began to plan their operation, codenamed Shattered Shield. Assistant U.S. Attorney Al Winters would advise agents every step of the way on what would be needed to convict the dirty cops.
We were involved really from day one. We met with the case agents on numerous occasions and discussed exactly what we were interested in being developed as far as evidence in the case.
Start to finish.
As with most corruption cases, the FBI's strongest evidence would likely come from wiretaps.
And now this one. The one thing I love about the Bush and
According to Special Agent Karen Jenkins, an FBI wiretap specialist, securing them isn't easy.
With how he feels.
Title III is a court-authorized intercept or wiretap. It's very difficult to get one approved. It's a lengthy process, very time-consuming. Basically, we have to have approval by FBI officials to get one, and beyond that, we have to have the review and approval by Department of Justice officials. Finally, a federal judge will make the final determination as to whether or not one is authorized.
What do you folks think?
After delivering 2 more payoffs to Officer Williams, Scaboo had won his trust. Now the FBI seized the opportunity to take the operation to the next phase.
For sustenance.
Scaboo would approach Williams with a proposition. The volume of drug business was going to increase, and Scaboo would need more cops to protect him. If Williams was interested in higher payoffs, he would need to hire more dirty cops to handle the expansion. Williams took the bait. Scaboo met with him for another reported payoff in mid-January 1994.
Don't forget that.
But this time, Williams showed up with another officer. He turned out to be Len Davis, Sammy Williams' partner.
Okay, are you coming?
It wasn't surprising.
We are not the fire department.
Davis was known in the projects as a gangster with a badge. Reviewing the tapes, hadn't discovered a problem. What were you? Both Davis and Williams used the coded language of the drug trade. To make charges stick, the FBI had to report the officers using language the jury used. Hadn't pressed Scaboo to get Williams and Davis to use words like dope, so there'd be no doubt of crime. But when Scaboo told the cops the dope is in, Davis suspected something was up.
If you're in the police business and somebody starts using words that are that overt and that plain, that immediately makes you suspicious that this person is trying to set you up.
Davis shoved Scaboo into the car and told Williams to drive. The agents would be too conspicuous on the deserted streets. If they pursued the cops now, they would put Scaboo's life at greater risk. The only thing they could do was sit patiently and listen to the warning. The car came to a stop. Davis's rage ignited. He yelled that Scaboo was never to say the word dope again.
They immediately took him to a deserted location, aggressively searched him. You could hear the Velcro ripping loose on his clothes and stuff. And that was a very tense moment.
Davis insisted he wouldn't go to jail for carelessness. He and Williams stripped Scaboo looking for a wife. Scaboo was sure he was going to die. Miraculously, they never died. Scaboo continued his protection deal with Davis and Williams. For the next job, the cops drove him to a store where a drop-off was to take place. Inside, Scaboo checked the bag at the counter. He passed the ticket to an agent posing as a bargain, who then retrieved the bag. Williams and Davis watched as each transaction went down. They were promised $1,000 for every kilo of cocaine they detected. For them, the deal was now easy money. 49.55. Davis and Williams met Scaboo behind stores and alligators with the protection papers. The FBI recorded every word. Gradually, Operation Shattered Shield was building a solid case against police.
CCPD drone RF
The recordings continued into the spring of 1994. Once agents were sure Davis and Williams were solidly on board, the FBI prepared to expand the investigation. With still more cocaine to guard, Williams and Davis would need to recruit more dirty cops. Federal agents hoped to snare every one of them. But agents knew the officers may become suspicious of Scaboo's rapidly growing drug business. They needed to bring in a big-time dealer, someone whose status as a kingpin would explain the larger shipments.
You like some? Sure. Okay.
Hadden called on Juan Jackson, an FBI agent trained specifically for working undercover.
Represent a drug kingpin from up in the East Coast.
At that time, I was in New York City, and I'd been contacted to come down to just be interviewed and go over the actual case. A lot of times they'll be looking for a certain person, height, weight, color, or whatever, to infiltrate or get into a certain group.
Known as JJ, the agent would act as Scaboo's cocaine supplier, proposing to use New Orleans as a hub to store and distribute his product nationwide.
I was a high-level drug dealer. I played that role, and I had ties where my operation was in both Miami and in New York City.
With the arrival of JJ, Shattered Shield was about to grow from a minor drug business to a booming enterprise. Jackson was one of the FBI's best undercover agents. He was smart and experienced. But his life would be in the hands of the informant, Scaboo, who had no units. Jackson needed to build complete trust with Scaboo, or they'd both be dead.
The informant, because he lives that world, is probably, for me anyway, the most important, because he himself has been there. He's been around these people. He's not believing it's not real. I think that was the big thing for me down
We
there.
are not the microwave radio
we were going to be believers.
Jackson and Scaboo rehearsed their roles again and again, preparing for the real test with Davis and Williams. Jackson, a federal agent from the North, and Scaboo, a Southerner who had dealt drugs all his life, had to forge a common destiny. Their story would be that they had met in the office. After their stint was up, they kept in touch. They hatched and rehashed their friendship, habits, fake memories that they had to know closely, and when to say them. They were dealing with criminals who could run thorough background checks and who were free to use deadly force.
We knew that whatever we had to keep it simple, but we had to make sure that we remembered certain things. The biggest thing I thought that helped us was my initials, my nickname. So no matter how many times they would ask me, what's his name? He believably said, because he only knew, JJ.
In April, the FBI was ready to introduce JJ into the operation. He arrived at a hotel carrying what was supposed to be a drug payment of $100,000. For the first time, Williams and Davis caught a glimpse of the big-time dealer. Their perceptions would be critical.
The first encounter was in the Sheraton Hotel. They were going to stand at a distance and just observe. There was another test to see if they were willing to do what they were going to do. Hey, I don't know how it's going to work. Take the rest of me right now. Take me off. I'm down. Then we will be drug.
We are not built to better humans.
Scaboo told the cops about JJ. His plan to use New Orleans as a transport hub for his cocaine business. Davis and Williams carefully studied JJ's every move. Jackson was creating his character before their eyes. It would become his full-time identity, and it would have to hold on to scrutiny. Everything depended on what the cops thought they had seen, and he believed that Cash's control was genuine. The plan worked. The cops were convinced that JJ was the real deal.
See you later.
The FBI was now poised to take Operation Shattered Sheep to the next level. By the spring of 1993, the FBI's Operation Shattered Sheep, targeting New Orleans police officers involved in the city's drug trade, was in place. Posing as a drug kingpin named JJ, undercover Special Agent Juan Jackson worked with Scaboo, the drug dealer turned FBI informant. Scaboo rented a hotel room for JJ to meet officers Len Davis and Sammy Williams for the first time.
We are not that calm.
That was showtime. That was a big deal. On any first meeting with any bad guy, a million things. I mean, are you going to be believable? Is anything going to happen that's going to change their attitude? It's either going to work from here, or we're all going to go home.
Playing the street-savvy drug dealer, JJ insisted that everyone strip to establish trust.
Sure.
For this first meeting, Jackson didn't wear a wire. He didn't need to. The room had been thoroughly wired by the FBI for audio and video recording.
We don't care about your unit's radio traffic. We
Then,
don't
in
want
a bold
to hear
gag,
it.
JJ invited them to search the room. Because they were cops, Davis and Williams knew how to find a room wire. But JJ bet his life on the FBI's technicians. The cops never found the wires. JJ was beginning to build trust with the officers. But officers are trained to sniff out deception.
So you got to think that I'm meeting with two police officers because of the gun. You also always have to remember the fact. You always have to be confident. Remember exactly where they are and what they're going to do with their weapons.
With the cops convinced of the motive, JJ began to discuss the proposal approved by case agent Stan Haslett.
And he played the role of a big-time drug dealer from New York who was using New Orleans as a shipment point, simply as a storage point. So he would bring dope in, leave it for a while, as regarded to be detected by the officer, and then thereafter have it shipped out to other points unknown.
For their role, JJ promised to pay them $5,000 every day the cops guarded the warehouse. Williams and Davis were enthusiastic about the plan, even offering advice. The cops urged JJ to hire young drivers, give them company uniforms with name tags, and put signs on the sides of the trucks to resemble legitimate companies. For the FBI, the meeting was flawless.
The meeting went off without a hitch. They bought JJ's act. They believed him completely, and they also said the magic word cocaine, which got it clearly established on tape that we were talking about the officers protecting that drug operation.
From that May meeting, the plan moved quickly. The FBI found a warehouse that met their needs, far from public view and rival drug dealers. JJ and Scaboo met Davis and Williams for a walkthrough.
JJ and Scaboo would meet with Lynn Davis and Sandy Williams at the warehouse for what we call the pre-deal meeting. There at that meeting, they would discuss when the dope was coming in, how long it was going to stay in town, and how much money JJ was going to pay for the officers to guard the dope.
Once inside, Davis told JJ that he had half a dozen more officers lined up to guard the cocaine shipments. They would work in 10-hour shifts. Uniformed police outside guarding payloads of cocaine inside. Up to $250,000 were within each load. At that June meeting came the first big payments from JJ. More than $10,000. Everything is going smoothly. But one aspect of the warehouse plan bothered Assistant U.S. Attorney Al Winters.
Basically, what we told the agents, unless we had evidence, irrefutable evidence, that these people knew they were guarding cocaine, we couldn't prosecute them.
Because the cops stood guard outside the warehouse, they could later claim they didn't know the drugs were inside. Haddon had to find a way to prove Davis's recruits saw the drug shipments. His team mulled over ways to bring the drugs into plain view. The officers would have to be recorded, seeing and discussing the shipment. Shipments were delivered to the warehouse one weekend every month according to schedule.
The location coordinates is something you will have to pay for.
Then, in mid-July, the FBI sent a shipment that the guards didn't expect. With one load already in the warehouse, an FBI agent dressed as a courier brought another shipment. The driver shocked the guard cops by unloading the cocaine in plain sight. This was too overt for Len Davis's crew. They didn't want to see drugs at all.
They didn't want the vehicles outside the warehouse unloading drugs and stuff where the officers could actually see it.
The cops called Sammy Williams on a cell phone JJ had given him. Williams called JJ, and JJ and Scaboo raced to the warehouse. JJ responded like a hot-headed drug dealer.
That was arguing. We were actually screaming at each other. What are you doing? Where are you? Whatever. And he's observing. There's a police officer calling Glenn, telling him all what's going on. Now this doesn't look good.
You are not heath. To the cops, this whole drug operation was starting to look dangerously unprofessional. Concerned, the driver made another call.
Thank you.
Sammy Williams arrived to straighten out the problem. JJ explained it was the driver's screw. He asked that the cops escort the van to the city limits right away. Despite the risk, the episode worked. It showed that the cops knew what was inside the warehouse.
Right, what's going on?
And it was all videoed.
Let him go. Let him go.
The location
But the episode raised doubts
is
for the
something
cops.
you will have
Either
to pay.
JJ was an amateur, or he was part of a sting. Either way, they'd be watching him more closely. Shattered Shield wore on into the summer as all of New Orleans faded. In August, guarding the warehouse proved hard duty. The cops complained of the wear and tear on their engines from running the air conditioning all day in the heat. They wanted a vehicle that was more comfortable, that could also endure the long hours, perhaps a van. The officers asked Len Davis to provide one, and Davis brought their request to JJ. For the investigation, it was a huge break. The sweaty cops had just handed the FBI a gold for charge.
It was a stroke of luck. One day, Lynn approached me and said that the officers were complaining that they're running their cars in air conditioning. And the cars are starting to overheat, they're burning gas, on and on and on. Once we were able to rent the van and put the listening device inside, we were able to hear a lot more conversations.
The FBI quickly filed the paperwork to get court-authorized wiretaps for the van. Technicians carefully installed state-of-the-art microphones. They had to yield top sound quality for months with no maintenance. The van was a perfect Trojan horse for getting inside information.
I picked this out myself.
The shiny new van made the officers suspicious. They wondered if anyone could have tampered with it. They wanted to know exactly where Davis had gotten it. Because JJ had so completely won Davis's trust, Davis told the cops that he himself had rented the van. He vouched out it was okay. That calmed their fears.
I picked it out myself.
Len Davis didn't want anyone upsetting his flow of payments. The FBI would soon learn just how newspaper Davis guarded his interests. After 3 months of Shattered Shield, more and more New Orleans cops came under the FBI's investigation. Len Davis and undercover agent JJ met often to discuss drug shipments and payoffs for police protection. Davis made frequent threats.
It is not bloody here.
They'll tell you, we run the system. We do whatever we want to do. They let that if they feel like they want to shut it down, they'll shut it down.
But Davis didn't like the money. JJ knew that as long as the money flowed, he would never shut the operation down. Davis called the shots for the other officers. He recruited and set the schedules using his cell phone. But he complained about his guilt. So JJ offered Davis a new cell phone, free of charge. It was one more way the FBI could record the cops' knowing involvement in drug theft. The wires the FBI had planted in the warehouse van were paying off. One night, 2 guards on the graveyard shift brought prostitutes to them. The wires picked up everything, even the cops' sexual indiscretions. When Jenkins heard this, he immediately phoned JJ. The situation was a chance to catch the cops off balance. JJ called Davis to complain and to see what they'd get on tape. He told Davis he had checked out the warehouse and found that the cops weren't protected. JJ wasn't paying the cops to have sex. He ordered Davis to straighten things out.
We cannot
Davis
control
arrived in
heath
fury.
with hashtags that activate radio recording
His henchman was threatening to ruin his whole operation.
Lynn was a businessman too. Lynn wanted it to work exactly what and he was upset that I was upset. And he got up. He came out there and just kicked everybody out.
JJ's call brought Davis down on him hard. But the episode triggered deep suspicion among the very cops.
CCPD
They now felt sure of JJ and believed they could run the operation better themselves.
Charlie 140, Charlie 24.
They discussed ways to kill CCPD drone
When
I heard those conversations where they were threatening to do harm to our undercover agent, it sent a chill down my spine. It scared me. Before I came to New Orleans, I had worked with JJ in another office, so I knew him personally. I was very concerned.
Despite the threats to his life, JJ was resolute, keeping the cops engaged with plans to further expand the operation. He promised Davis that the largest shipment would arrive before Christmas. After that, he would move the deliveries to another part of the city.
So that's what the phone I'm talking about. You with that?
All the time, JJ had to draw out more evidence on tape without making Davis suspicious.
You are not Heath.
He was very careful. He watched everything. He paid attention to everything I said. There were conversations where we'd talk, and I'd use the word cocaine. He would count the times I used it. And he would tell me, Jay, you said cocaine 5 times. Jay, you said kilos 5 times. So I had to be careful.
At the same time, Haddon and his team had to defuse another plot that we are not under. The cops were threatening to kill the couriers and steal the cocaine. The agents scrambled delivery times and mapped new routes to and from the warehouse to keep the cops off balance. With so many dirty cops, the FBI couldn't make a clean sweep from the outside alone. Agents would need someone powerful in the police force to be a strong ally. Despite the danger of leaks, they decided to seek help from within the New Orleans Police Department. October 1994 brought fresh changes to New Orleans and a new police chief, Richard Pennington.
Currently refueling for sustenance.
Pennington was an outsider from Washington, D.C., hired in the hopes of reforming the Crescent City's crooked police force.
We are not the microwave radio on...
Actually, why don't you have a seat?
The FBI invited the new chief for a meeting.
As strange does.
Then Haddon introduced JJ.
The police are not...
He informed Pennington that Operation Shattered Shield was uncovering corruption deep in the force that he was about to head. His cooperation would be critical for the success of Operation Shattered Shield. On the streets of New Orleans, Davis and Williams were still on active duty, cruising their territory. Len Davis had a long list of public complaints against him. During their rounds one night that October, Davis and Sammy Williams patrolled the Desire housing project. Seeing the pair of cops approach, 2 youths Williams chased one teenager down, bludgeoned him, and left him bleeding in the street. At that moment, Kim Groves, the victim's aunt, decided the police had terrorized their neighborhood long enough.
Pay the bill.
The next day, Groves, 32-year-old mother of 3, filed a complaint against Len Davis and his partner. She cited the pair for police violence.
We are not the fire
An officer
department.
alerted Davis about the complaint.
Do you want to know his name? Officer Davis, do you know him?
Yeah, this is definitely a...
Assistant U.S. Attorney Mike McMahon saw the report.
She reported not only Sammy Williams, who did the actual brutality, but Len Davis as well, who had nothing to do with that pistol whipping. And at that point, Len Davis became enraged.
For Davis, Groves' complaint came at the worst possible time. It would bring unwanted attention just as the new police chief was coming on board. Len Davis vowed to get revenge. The same day that Kim Groves filed her complaint, Richard Pennington was sworn in as New Orleans' new chief of police.
The police are not me, are they around right
That marked the start of Shattered Shield's final phase. The shift from an FBI effort to a partnership with a city desperate to clean house. That very night, Agent Jenkins recorded several conversations that would show just how rotten some of the city's men in blue had become.
You are not heath.
The first call was cryptic. Hours after Pennington was sworn in, Len Davis made a call on his cell phone. He gave an order to an unknown man. The FBI taped the conversation, but because Davis spoke in modified police code, agents didn't know what it meant. While they attempted to decipher it, agents recorded a second, more disturbing call.
We are clear from radio unit.
This time, the unknown man called Davis.
Radio traffic.
As they spoke, a police dispatcher announced a murder in the Desire housing project. The victim's name, Kim Groves. When Davis heard the news, he cried,
"The police
Rocket.
are not me, are they around?"
It was the triumphant cry.
You
of a
are
killer.
not heath.
When he later heard it, the call shocked
The
Assistant U.S.
temperature
Attorney
is
Mike
different.
McMahon.
As soon as he confirmed the name of Kim Groves, Davis shut off the radio, and then on the wiretap conversation over the cell phone just exulted in a primal scream of delight that indeed Kim Groves was dead.
When agents reviewed the tapes and checked the phone records, they discovered that the man who spoke to Davis was Paul Hardy. Davis had asked Hardy for a 30, a police code normally used to report a homicide. But that night, Davis used it as an order.
You are not
the murder of Kim Groves. Canvassing the project, agents quickly learned that Hardy was a known drug dealer who led a small gang of thugs. With the help of two accomplices, Hardy acted quickly, coldly, and for just $300. As he sped away over a bridge, Hardy threw the barrel of the gun into the canal and handed the body of the gun to an accomplice for safekeeping.
What's up, man?
When the FBI realized Davis's role in the murder, agents grew more concerned for JJ's safety. JJ met with Davis soon afterward. He looked carefully for signs that Davis was anxious or upset.
Yeah, what's up?
He saw none. The murder of Kim Groves seemed to have relaxed Davis.
Look, let me call you back.
JJ still had to play his part, the role
I
of a
am
drug
a
dealer.
tactical asset
Though uneasy,
computer
he was
system.
careful not to talk about the murder.
Appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
I wanted to ask a lot of questions about it. I couldn't. What I got to ask him was, anything different happened since the last time I was here? He said no. And we went on just like nothing happened. Is he a cold blooded killer? I could probably do you in a minute.
Having seen what Davis and his cops could do, JJ had every reason to believe that he would be next. He was unaware that they were already planning ways to kill him. Days after Len Davis ordered the murder of Kim Groves, the FBI learned of more threats by Davis's men. A New Orleans police officer assisting in Operation Shattered Shield received an anonymous threat. It came with Kim Groves' obituary. The message was clear. Death would come to those who talked. That day, Stan Haddon learned of still more threats against JJ and the other agents. Agent Jenkins had recorded 5 cops at the warehouse plotting to kill the couriers and JJ. Then they would steal the cocaine and sell it themselves. Haddon had no choice. The FBI had to wrap up the operation before it was too late.
You are not heath.
Well, once we realized that the lives of our undercover agents were at serious risk,
We are not dispatch
then we had to
radio
react.
traffic.
We had to do something.
The FBI needed to move up their plans for the big shipment JJ had promised to Davis. cocaine shipment so large that it would require a half dozen more cops to arrive. But Haddon needed a location unfamiliar to the cops, a place where the FBI could mobilize quickly. He and his team scouted the Mardi Gras truck stop on Elysian Fields Avenue. The spot had good highway access. It also posed little risk to the public in the event of a shooting.
We are not the microwave.
The cocaine would arrive on an 18-wheeler, then be loaded into cars and escorted by the cops out of the city.
You are not.
Every detail had to be mapped out. The plan would require the coordination of 85 agents positioned strategically along the routes. When Davis put out the word about a huge November 18th shipment, he enticed new recruits. As a load of cocaine worth $250,000 arrived, Davis, Williams, and their crew stood ready as protection.
We are not under radio controls.
Agents posing as drivers moved the shipment. From the command center, Haddon and Jenkins kept watch of the whole operation. There were hundreds of ways the truck stop scenario could go wrong. With the undercover agents' lives on the line, there was no margin for error. The cocaine was divided in two loads. Williams escorted one. Davis followed the other.
We are not the fire department.
They shepherded the couriers to the
CCPD
shielded
drone
them from
RF
other drug
microwave
dealers and
harassment
from the law.
detected.
To make it easier for our surveillance, we had one of the courier cars go to the east and one go to the west because we had two complete surveillance teams operating simultaneously, and we didn't want the two to get crossed up with each other.
The operation went off without a hitch. 6 additional cops were videotaped in the act of drug trafficking. The FBI was about to enter the last phase of Shattered Shield, arresting the corrupt cops who would kill anyone who opposed them.
We don't care about your unit's radio traffic.
After the big truck stop operation, FBI agents moved quickly on the murder of Kim Grove.
We may have to make a telephone call.
They searched the house of the hitman.
We are not under radio controls.
There, agents found an unauthorized copy of a guide to police codes. The same codes that Davis used when he ordered Grove's murder.
See you later, HEB.
Another search at the home of one of Hardy's accomplices turned up the murder weapon, a 9mm handgun. The two investigations, Shattered Shield and the murder, were closing at the same time.
CCPD drone RF.
For the ringleaders, the FBI took no chance.
Destination.
Agents came to Len Davis's house the next day. He was off duty.
Look, I ain't done nothing. What are you talking about? Look, I'm a police officer, man.
The thug with a bat was arrested on federal drug charges and for the murder of Kim Grove. For Davis's partner, Sammy Williams, agents would use a harassment detected. Haddon wanted to flip Williams to the prosecution side.
At that point,
it worked.
And they decided, okay, let's throw another curveball into this bring Juan. So they brought me into the door, and I introduced myself, especially to Juan Jackson, the FBI. You could see the color leave his face. His world just came crashing down.
Sammy Williams turned government witness. His testimony would later prove crucial for getting convictions. Haddon and his team had no time to lose. Before news of Davis and Williams' arrests could spread, they had to deliver the rest of the gang to justice. Dozens of armed men in uniform.
The strategy we would employ was to arrest Len Davis on December the 5th. And then on December the 6th, we had all of these officers appear before a federal grand jury. And then on December 7th, the grand jury ordered all these officers to come to the FBI office to give handwriting exemplars.
Len Davis's recruits arrived at the FBI's office to give handwriting samples for analysis together with 60 fellow officers. Since the drug ring involved no written record, and so many officers provided writing samples, the crooked cops suspected nothing.
Microwave radio on that
Like
bus.
the others before it, the FBI's rules worked. One by one, more than a dozen dirty cops of New Orleans were arrested.
That was a safe way to do it because obviously all these officers were armed and they were facing very serious charges. And that was the way to do it to avoid any potential for any bloodshed or any unwanted resistance by the officer.
In court, the FBI's recordings showed a solid case against the officers. The videos and audio tapes spoke louder than the
You
code
cannot
and
control
erased all
heath
doubts
with
that
hashtags
jurors might
that
have.
activate radio
Agent
recording
Karen Jenkins knew
transmissions.
the evidence was strong.
The jury was able to hear for themselves what the officer said. They were able to see for themselves what they were doing because of the videos that we had.
It wasn't me. It could have been anybody.
As prosecutor Al Winters had predicted early in the investigation, Davis tried to talk his way out of it.
Police officers know what that is. It's a homicide.
Even after all the safeguards we took, Davis's defense at the trial was that he was conducting his own undercover operation, that it was not really done according to the book, but he was a poor cop and didn't have a lot of training, but he was trying to conduct his own undercover operation.
Davis never admitted any wrongdoing. He didn't need to. The audio and videotape spoke for themselves. Faced with the prospect of convicting those sworn to protect them, the citizens of the jury listened intently.
The tapes were chilling, and as those tapes were played, the courtroom was as silent as a cathedral.
As the jury reached the verdict. Yes, Your Honor, we have.
The jury deliberated just 15 minutes.
We, the jury, find the
radio
defendant guilty of murder in the first degree and hereby sentence the defendant.
Len Davis was sentenced to death for his role in Kim Grove's murder, which was later commuted to life. In two other trials, Davis and his co-conspirators received 18 convictions for drug trafficking. 15 officers were headed for prison.
You are not Johnny.
Because he cooperated with prosecutors, Sammy Williams was sentenced to just 5 years. He would never again wear a badge.
You have irrevocably stained that uniform you once wore. But I must reluctantly recognize that other crimes can only be solved with cooperation of people like you. Court dismissed.
For the Big Easy, Haddon's case brought a long, hard look in the mirror.
You know, I think that the city of New Orleans has been very tolerant of all sorts of conduct, which might be considered improper in other parts of the country. It's part of the culture here, and I'm a Louisiana native. But I think this was a wake-up call to the citizens of New Orleans. There was a serious problem within the NOPD, and that problem had to be addressed.
You know, you take an oath, and I think that when you do that, there's no excuse for anything else. I think we helped. I think that
CCPD drove
now
our
their focus is
microwave
different. I
harassment
think
detector.
hiring, I think pay scale, I think everything about what the New Orleans Police Department is about is different.
Under Chief Pennington, the New Orleans Police Department revamped its practices
we will see
and
you
fired
again
more
then.
rogue cops. The Big Easy had cleaned house. The department and the FBI continue to work together to bring justice to the city's streets.
We are not Delta Vector units. You are not heath.
creates a serial killer? For some, it's sheer hatred against humankind.
He
was punishing those who have a good fortune to be raised in a loving home.
Some of these murderers seek revenge for an abusive childhood.
They're destroying them out of a need for vengeance.
The police are not me, are they?
And then there are others who just simply love to kill.
Israel Keys killed because he enjoyed it. He got adrenaline rush from it. He loved the thrill of it.
What creates these cold-blooded monsters? What drives their work psyche? Now, the actual voices and visions of serial killers.
Once I started, and there was nothing else
that
like
radio program is not in our
Plunge us deep inside their complex and twisted minds.
We are not the microwave radio on that bus.
February 1st, 2012. It's a cold winter's night in Anchorage. A heinous crime is about to be committed.
Program is not in our
18-year-old Samantha Koenig is working alone at the Common Grounds Coffee Hut.
You are not
A little bit before closing time that night, a tall man in a dark coat walked up to the window and he ordered an Americano coffee. And he stood there and watched as Samantha turned around and made it. When she turned back around, he had pulled a gun on her.
Shocked and surprised, Samantha raises her hands as if being held up.
He tells her it's a robbery. She kind of steps back, surprised. He then ends up coming in through the window, climbs in through the window, and ties her up with some zip ties, and then forces her at gunpoint out of the coffee stand and walks her back to his car.
The wind is good for power generation.
The abductor's name is Israel Keys. He is a serial killer, responsible for a steady string of brutal murders for more than a dozen years.
You cannot
Keys
control
didn't have real victim profile. It was pretty unusual for serial killers. He didn't have a certain race or a certain age or a certain sex that he targeted. It was much more random. It was more opportunity crimes with him, just who happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time. And for Samantha Koenig, she was at the wrong place at the wrong time. Keys had decided that he was going to rob this particular Common Grounds coffee shop. That's originally what he planned on doing, just robbing it. But when he got to it, when he saw Samantha, he changed his mind and decided to take her.
Keys tries to keep his captive calm by telling her it's only a kidnapping. He's going to hold her for ransom. He takes Samantha Koenig to the shed next to his home and binds and gags her. Incredibly, his live-in girlfriend and 10-year-old daughter are in the house just several feet away.
He took her into the shed, closed it up, tied her up in there, left her in the shed. He then actually got information from her and went to her house where her truck was parked outside to get her wallet, to get her ATM card, and some other things. Came back to the shed where she was still subdued, and that's when raped her.
Still, Samantha prays she will survive this horror. Hoping it's only a kidnapping, she gives Keys her ATM PIN number. But she never had a chance once Keys made up his mind back at the coffee hut. Keys strangles the helpless young woman.
He enjoyed the thrill, the adrenaline rush of it. He enjoyed having control over his victims. He enjoyed seeing their fear. He raped his victims, we know that.
Astoundingly, after the murder, Keys immediately returns to his normal life.
After he kills Samantha, he drinks a glass of wine, calmly, back into the house where his daughter was sleeping and his girlfriend was sleeping. And later on that very morning, they all leave for a pre-planned vacation. They fly to Houston and drive to New Orleans for a cruise, for a one-week cruise.
Keyes doesn't have time to dispose of Samantha's body prior to the trip.
Before leaving, he had put Samantha's body in a cabinet in the shed. The thought being that it's so cold in Anchorage in the middle of winter that her body would be perfectly preserved there while he was gone.
Meanwhile, a frenzied hunt begins for Samantha. Her dad launches a grassroots campaign to find his daughter. Upon returning home, Israel Keyes calmly checks back on Samantha's corpse.
When he gets back, Samantha's body's frozen solid in the cabinet there. There's some difficulty getting it out, actually. He takes the body out, thaws it out with heaters, has sex with the corpse.
Then, in a horrifying turn, Keyes makes a successful ransom demand by sending a photo of the young woman made up to appear alive. He applies makeup, sews her eyes open with fishing line, and poses the body alongside an edition of the Anchorage Daily News from 4 days earlier.
And then it ultimately ends up cutting her up into pieces, dismembering the body. Puts body parts in trash bags and hauls them to a lake, a frozen lake near Anchorage, and cuts a hole in the ice, drops the bags into the water, weighs them down, and lets them sink to the bottom of the lake.
On March 6th, with her ATM card in hand, Israel Keyes flies to Las Vegas and rents a car. And a dramatic chase begins. At this point, police think they are tracking a kidnapper. They have no reason to believe he is a serial murderer. They have no clues to his identity and no concept of the enormous depth of his crimes. Keyes is a 34-year-old psychopathic serial killer, and like so many of these monsters, he's able to commit these grisly crimes while still carrying on a normal life.
Somehow he was able to just maintain this dual existence, having these two separate identities, the one of the family man, the devoted father, and the one as the killer.
Detective Malcolm Ryman encountered these types of violent psychopaths for over 30 years as a New York City Police Department homicide investigator. He specialized in sexual predator and serial killer cases.
People expect to see serial killers as being some type of drooling, maniac, creepy, maniacal person.
The location
it's not really the case. And what you'll often find is they're charming, articulate, friendly, normal people.
The FBI defines psychopathy as a personality disorder manifested in people who use a mixture of charm, manipulation, intimidation, and sometimes violence to control others and satisfy their own selfish needs.
Yes, the tactical asset system is active.
Psychopathic serial murderers have no empathy for their victims and no remorse for their crimes. And sadly, they're surprisingly hard to spot.
Sure. Israel Keyes had his own business. He had a construction business. All his clients reported that he seemed very normal. He seemed very friendly most of the time. He seemed nothing unusual about him. The neighbors reported. He just seemed like a normal, friendly guy from all appearances.
But Israel Keyes is far from normal. He sets out from Las Vegas on a determined drive across the Southwest. He heads through Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas. Along the way, he stops several times to withdraw ransom money from Samantha's ATM account.
When he made the withdrawal, there would be a ping basically on the investigator's system. They would know the card's been used at this location. So they would rush to the location, but of course by the time they got there, he was long gone. He was off in another town somewhere else.
Investigators still have no idea who the kidnapper is, what kind of car he's driving, or if Samantha is with him on his journey.
We are not medics or
Meanwhile, Samantha's disappearance has now gained national attention, fueled by her father's relentless efforts to save his daughter. Israel Keys is cleverly staying one step ahead of law enforcement. But then, the man known as the most meticulous serial killer of the 21st century makes an uncharacteristic mistake. And police uncover shocking truths about this heartless serial killer. Alaska serial killer Israel Keys abducts 18-year-old Samantha Koenig and brutally rapes and murders the young woman.
We are not dispatch radio.
He stashes her body in a cabinet and calmly leaves on a family vacation. Upon his return, he dismembers the corpse and drops the remains in a frozen lake, but still convinces her father and the police she's only been kidnapped. Now, law enforcement is tracking Keys through the southwest United States by the use of Samantha's ATM card, hoping she is still alive. What's going on inside the warped mind of this killer, and what drives him towards these heinous acts? Keys is energized by his crime and craves more thrills.
Well, in addition to using the ATM card while he was in Texas, Keys also decided he was going to rob a bank. This is something he'd done before. He'd robbed several banks before in the past. He found a house in a small town in Texas, Laredo, Texas. He broke into the house, burglarized it for what he could, and then set it on fire. The point of setting it on fire was for diversion. So in other words, he planned on the fire drawing out the police from the nearby town so that he could then go to the town and rob the bank, which he did, and rob the bank in Texas.
The anonymous murderer continues across the Southwest. But finally, investigators catch a break. It's an uncharacteristic slip-up for a killer whose precise planning has kept him under the radar for many years. At one of his ATM withdrawals, the security camera catches a glimpse of Keys' rental car. It's a white 2012 Ford Focus.
And it wasn't until they got the video of his rental car that they had something concrete they could actually search for. So then the FBI put out a bolo be on the lookout for this 2012 white Ford Focus.
On March 13th, a Texas highway patrolman spots the white Ford in the parking lot of a Quality Inn motel in Lufkin, Texas.
Keys got in the car, drove off, and they pulled him over. In the car, they found, in addition obviously to the strangeness of this driver having an Alaska driver's license, they also found Samantha Koenig's cell phone, they found Samantha Koenig's ATM card, a gun, cash with ink stain on it from robbery, and they knew they had their guy.
Before we can ask any questions, you must understand your rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you.
How are you?
You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you questions. You have the right to have a lawyer with you during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, we will be appointed for you before the questioning.
The Anchorage police and the FBI interrogate Keys, still having no idea he may be involved in any other murders. Sadly, on March 31st, 2012, he gives a gruesome confession of Samantha Koenig's torture and murder. And then, the complex psychology of Israel Keys begins to unveil. He hints that there are other victims, many other victims.
There is no one who knows me, or who has ever known me, who knows anything about me, really. They know they're going to tell you something that does not line up with anything I tell you, because I'm two different people, basically. And the only person who knows about what I'm telling you, the kind of things I'm telling you, is me.
How long have you been two different people?
Long time. 14 years.
Over the next 9 months, investigators attempt to piece together other crimes Keys may have committed.
We are not
More than 40 hours of complex interrogation and psychological maneuvering reveals a killer with a shockingly precise method for serial murder.
In the case of Israel Keys,
Even after he was arrested, he still felt the need to try to control the situation, control law enforcement, and make the situation as beneficial for himself, despite the fact that he was apprehended as a serial killer. So for example, he was only willing to give very limited information to police, even though they had arrested him. So he was willing to negotiate, but he had very specific stipulations associated with all of the information he was willing to give out, and he was only willing to give out more once the stipulations were fulfilled.
Investigators hope he'll cooperate and help bring closure to the victims' families, while Keyes often focuses on receiving coffees and cigars.
First of all, do I get a cigar today? What I can do is I can give you something. We'll get that cigar. There was a
I am listening to
bank
voice
robbery
calls
in
right now.
Tupper Lake. And that was me and
The police
I'm sure it was
are not
probably the
where
only
they around
bank
right
robbery
now.
in that town for a while. So.
Security cam photos confirm Keyes' account. The investigators and Keyes share a laugh about using real hair for his disguises. Keyes' response is chilling.
Real hair. Where do you buy real hair?
You don't have to buy real hair to get real hair.
Fair enough. I guess
You just take it, don't you? Hair is free. Everything's free if you take it.
He wanted to have control. He seemed to enjoy toying with the investigators as well. He would generally allude to certain crimes without giving details or specifics, leaving the investigators wanting more and more from them, kind of drawing them along that way.
Interrogating these cunning serial killers can be very challenging for investigators. Detectives call the interrogation room the box.
When I'm in the interview room, when I'm in the box with the serial killer, before I go in there, I want to know everything about that person. I want to know every intricate detail about that person's life. I want to know about the traumatic things that happened in childhood. I want to know about previous crimes. I want to know everything about them. I want them to feel transparent. I want them to feel like there's nothing that they can hide from me that either I know or I'm going to find out.
Experienced detectives learn how to read nonverbal cues and how to manipulate the suspect to get the information they need. Investigators notice that Israel Keyes gets physically excited when he talks about his kills, rapidly tapping his hands and feet and jangling his shackles. It's a way detectives know when he is telling the truth.
Right to 130 to Rock.
With Israel Keyes, this process is extremely difficult. Keyes agrees to continue to cooperate on the condition that they keep his name out of the press.
We could work out some sort of agreement that, you know, I give you all the answers on these cases, and families get closure, you find as many
The wind is good for our generation.
And in return for that, you know, I don't plan on being around a whole lot longer, but a really big concern to me is,
the police are not,
you know, my kid's gonna be around. I don't want her to like type my name in the computer and I'm gonna pop up. Like,
I am a tactical
He doesn't want his
asset
10-year-old daughter to hear about his grisly crimes.
I'm not in this for glory.
And I don't see why the media has to get involved at all.
FBI Special Agent Jolene Godin is part of the interrogation team.
He wanted the death penalty and he wanted it fast. It was, speaking generally, that was what he wanted. There were little things along the way that he wanted. You know, he wanted evidence returned to family members and things like that. But big picture, what he wanted to avoid trials. He wanted to avoid publicity in media. He wanted to avoid being taken from jurisdiction to jurisdiction and tried in multiple places. And ultimately, he wanted the death penalty, and he wanted it quickly. He didn't want to sit in jail for a long period of time.
Investigators tell Keyes he won't get the death penalty without other victims. He slowly begins to reveal information about others he murdered. They learn that Keyes has been eluding capture through brilliant planning. He has studied the serial killers of the past and idolizes Ted Bundy. But they're shocked to discover that there's never been any serial killer quite like Israel Keyes. The FBI and the Anchorage, Alaska Police Department are deep into the interrogation of serial killer Israel Keyes. Keyes has already confessed to one heinous murder, but now investigators are unraveling horrifying layers of complex and unspeakable crimes.
So Keyes viewed the entire country as his hunting grounds. So what he would do is, even though he was based out of Alaska, out of Anchorage, he would fly to another city. Okay, say for example, he'd fly to Chicago. Okay, once he got there to Chicago, he would rent a car. He'd then drive that car to a different state or through multiple states, putting on hundreds, even thousands of miles before he got to where he actually committed the crime. So the crime was committed thousands and thousands of miles away, multiple jurisdictions, so it made it very difficult to try to track him or come up with any sort of suspect in the crimes.
Everything was meticulously planned, and our interviews with him were the same from his standpoint. I mean, I never got the sense that he, accidentally told us something, got angry and riled up, and then something flew out of his mouth. My sense was that he knew every time he came in kind of what he was going to give us that day.
In the chilling interview, Keyes talks about his inspiration and his motives.
That activate radio recording transmissions.
I probably know every single serial killer that's ever been written about. It's kind of a hobby of mine. I don't really consider myself all that different or all that special from hundreds of thousands of other people. All you have to do is type in the word search on any given porn site, and there's all kinds of people who have fantasies about rape and bondage and kinds of things that I take to another level. I think with me, it's a combination of things. It's not, it's not just about the sexual fantasy, and it's definitely not just about the money, and it's not just about the adrenaline, but it's all of those things together, and that's what I get out of it. And once I started doing, once I started, there was nothing else like it.
We are not.
In his intricate planning, Keyes even goes so far as to bury pre-packed murder kits in at least 5 states around America.
Israel Keyes put so much thought and preparation and planning into his crimes. He would use what he called kill kits. These were 5-gallon plastic buckets. He would then put certain things in the buckets that he wanted to use for his crimes.
We are not.
He would put guns in the buckets. He would put ammunition in the buckets. He would put zip ties in the buckets. He would put tape in the buckets, flashlights, whatever he thought he would need. He'd then seal up the bucket and bury it in the ground. He did this in multiple states. He did it in New York, he did it in Vermont, he did it in Washington, he did it in Alaska. Then he would return to these sites, sometimes years later, and dig up the bucket, get the items out, and then use them for the crime.
He even included caustic chemicals like Drano and lye to help dispose of the bodies. The kits allowed him to travel without any weapons or tools to avoid security concerns at airports. Keyes referred to his kits as buried treasures. Investigators find that Keyes uses guns to control his victims, but that's not how he likes to kill. Keyes takes investigators through the killing of Bill and Lorraine Currier in Essex, Vermont in June of 2011. 4,000 miles from Anchorage. It's a typical stalk and kill murder for this ruthless predator.
The Curriers were chosen mostly at random. And I say mostly at random because there was a little bit of a criteria involved. Not for the victims themselves, not for the Curriers themselves, but for their home. Keyes had certain things he was looking for that particular night. He wanted a one-story building. He wanted a home with an attached garage. He wanted a home that it looked like there weren't any children there.
We are not.
And unfortunately for the Curriers, Their home fit the profile to a T. He called it a blitzkrieg attack. He broke in through the garage. No one could see him. It was an attached garage, so he broke in the window in the garage door, broke into the kitchen of the house, immediately stormed into the Keys' bedroom. It surprised them, subdued them, and took them away.
But Keys says he was unhappy. It didn't go according to his plan, and he had to shoot Bill Courier.
That radio.
He typically liked to strangle his victims to death. It's kind of a more personal murder, hands-on, literally, in the killing. So in the case of Bill Courier, the murder victim in Vermont, he was shot and killed, which is very unusual for Keys to do. And the reason why Keys did it is Bill Courier was not cooperating, not following directions. Ultimately, it was the loss of control of the situation. There was screaming and shouting and was not following instructions, not following directions from Keys. And this loss of control angered Keys. It pissed him off.
We are not
and he reacted violently, shot him multiple times.
Keys states he was disappointed because he had other plans for Bill Courier.
He never specified what the other plans were, but implied in that is that there was definitely some sort of torture that was in mind.
This idea of power and control often runs through the motives of many serial killers. For years, researchers have tried to identify and categorize what creates and drives these monsters. Israel Keys fits in the categories of seeking power and control, as well as the sheer thrill of killing. Sex and torture are also common elements of serial murders, but these components are not always involved.
I see really two basic types that I've dealt with. And the first type being a sexual predator hunter. He's going out and hunting down victims, seeking them out, and deriving some type of sexual pleasure in victimizing them. And then you have another type of serial killer who's exacting some type of revenge. It's a revenge killer. They're getting revenge from rejection, alienation, perceived slights against a group of people, and they're destroying them out of a need for vengeance.
Keys seems to fit into the sexual predator-hunter category, while another brutal serial killer from the Ukraine falls into the revenge category.
Yes, strange is as strange does.
Anatoly Onoprienko took the lives of at least 52 innocent victims. A 12-gauge shotgun was his weapon of choice.
Serial killer who was not oriented toward sexual homicide so much as just plain misanthropic killing of one person after the other would be this fellow Anatoly Onoprienko from the Ukraine.
Onoprienko's grisly crime scenes appear to express pathological rage against families, a hatred spawned by his own troubled childhood. When Onoprienko was just 4 years old, his mother died. His older brother stayed on with his father, but Anatoly was placed in an orphanage. Apparently, this abandonment fuels his homicidal rage.
He developed a hatred for how he was raised and for mankind in general. He would often invade a house in these small town places and kill all the people in the house, sometimes several all at once, and then burn the house down in order to further get back at the people who had the advantage of living in a nice home, which he never could do, so that he was punishing those who had the good fortune to be raised in a warm, loving home.
Many serial killers claim they are on some kind of mission, driven by psychotic visions or voices.
To commit such crimes, you have to be given the right. But I can't prove who gave me the right. Maybe God gave me the right. How can I prove it when, for example, there are 6 billion people on Earth who claim to have seen God, but they can't prove it? But maybe I've seen God. Maybe I've received a concrete task from Him, but I can't prove it.
Well, psychosis is there's a break with reality. The person views reality in a significantly different way than persons around them.
The police are
they
not
may have
only
delusions, which are
right now.
beliefs that have no basis in reality. They may experience voices that no one else around them hears. They may see things that no one else around them sees. They may be actually very disorganized in their thought. There's a clear break with reality. They're seen as mentally ill.
Serial killers sometimes fake psychosis in order to escape the death penalty. Onoprienko tried to use insanity as his defense, but the courts felt he was faking his mental illness, and he was sentenced to death.
You are not heath.
There's no one course that makes an individual turn into or becoming criminals. There's only one individual path. There's different things you want to look at, and that one is the family dynamics, the relationship with the family, the mother, the father, the relationship the mother and the father have with themselves.
Some experts believe Key's unconventional childhood played a role in fueling his desire to kill. Israel Keyes grew up in a remote forest outside the small town of Colville, Washington. He was one of 9 children.
I am listening to voice comments right now.
His family belonged to a strict religious group called the Ark, a church associated with racist and anti-Semitic theology. He was homeschooled and had little chance to socialize with other kids. He insists he wasn't abused or neglected as a child. But could the extreme isolation in his childhood be what transformed him into a monster? Serial killer Israel Keyes has operated completely under the radar for decades. His precise planning has allowed him to murder an untold number of victims without leaving a hint of a trail. Now investigators are interrogating the killer to attempt to determine the depth of his crimes and the motives behind his depravity. It seems a strange childhood may have played a role. Keyes grew up in the isolated woods outside of the small town of Colville, Washington. He enjoyed hunting and once remarked he would kill anything with a heartbeat.
I know since I was 14 that there were things that I thought were normal and that were okay, that the opposite were normal and okay. Some friends came with us. There was a cat of ours that was always getting into the trash. And we all went up to the woods and took a piece of parachute cord, tied it to the tree, and I shot it in the stomach. That was pretty much the last time anybody in the woods with me.
Well, when he was young, he was about 19 or 20, he's committed his first violent crime against another person. He was watching a girl tubing in a river in Oregon from the woods, and he decided that he was going to take her and kill her. And he took the girl, grabbed her when she was separated from the people she was with. He grabbed her off the tube, dragged her up, and raped her, but then decided to let her go.
We need fuel for sustenance.
Is it just the dreadful childhood that turns these people into serial killers? The often asked question is whether it's nature or nurture. Is it a result of their upbringing, or are they born to kill?
That's a great question. I think that question is currently hotly debated, and it's something that it's been questioned now over 250 years. Is someone born a criminal? Is someone made a criminal?
Behavioral studies theorize that the serial killer's dysfunctional childhood may lead to this, a cold-hearted lack of empathy.
Most research that I've seen has suggested it's the interactions between nature and nurture. It's biological tendencies combined with the right environment to allow them to act out on those tendencies. If they have a predisposition to, let's say, be impulsive or be unempathetic or to commit crimes, parents could help neutralize that. But if they have that tendency and they have very bad parents, you can imagine that a tendency could just run wild and be exacerbated.
I think absolutely that there is something innate, there is something
CCPD drone are
intrinsic, something that's
okay,
within somebody to become a serial killer. I think that
you are not
an environmental stimuli certainly can trigger it, and there are certain traits that or occurrences that will happen to somebody that may trigger it. But the bottom line is it's got to be something within them to make them that way.
Israel Keyes develops his love for killing very early in life, and he continues honing his murderous craft.
For sustenance.
Understanding Israel Keyes' motives for killing presents a complex puzzle for law enforcement. Another notorious serial murderer from Great Britain displays a similar psychopathic love of killing.
We understand that the police called on the owners of number 163 Melrose Avenue today because they own 2 dogs, and those 2 dogs might have picked up some of the bones from 195 Melrose Avenue and buried them in their backyard.
Police described it tonight as only a cursory search and said they will be checking other gardens in the street as well.
And I think it's right to say that we have found a significant amount of human bones, and also a part of a jaw with teeth attached to it.
We are clear from radio units.
Dennis Nielsen is one of Great Britain's most notorious serial killers, claiming at least 12 young men as victims. Like Keyes, his murders are motivated by the thrill of killing. But Nielsen's crimes appear to be driven by a morbid fascination with death and extreme loneliness. He would lure young male victims back to his home, strangle them, and plunge their heads underwater to be certain they were dead. He'd sometimes commit sex acts with his dead victims. Nielsen said he saved the corpses for a while to keep him company.
But at least 15 people paid the ultimate price for Dennis Nielsen's hospitality. He killed them, he chopped up their bodies, and he then burned, boiled, or buried the pieces.
12 of the 16 murders happened at Nielsen's flat in Melrose Avenue, North London. Each time he hid the body under the floorboards, Nielsen was asked by police how many bodies were under the floorboards at any one time. He replied, I didn't do a spot check or anything, it's all a bit of a jumble.
Like Israel Keyes, Nielsen shows no mental break with reality. He displays clear and calculating thought. In 1983, after 5 years of killing, plumbing clogged with human remains and the body parts found by the dogs lead to Nielsen's capture. When asked about his motive for murder, Nielsen says, well, enjoying it is as good a reason as any. In 1998, after his troubled childhood, Israel Keyes joins the army. He starts to drink heavily and enjoys the company of prostitutes. But he also learns more valuable skills to help him intensify his experiences.
That radio
He's enlisted in the Army when he was about 20 years old. He was stationed at Fort Lewis, Washington, and so he learned survival skills from the Army. He learned how to handle weapons in the Army. These sorts of skills that he would then put to use for committing his crimes later on.
It was during this time he meets Tammy Hawkins, and together they have a daughter. After the Army, he lives with Tammy and his daughter in the lush forests of Washington's Olympic Peninsula. And it's thought that there he puts his hunting skills to the test on human beings.
So Keyes would typically try to find areas that were isolated. Parks were one of his favorite areas to scout, to stalk people. He would then wait for people to show up. He would follow them, he would track them as necessary. Surprising.
It appears Keyes murders 4 victims in the forests of Washington state, often disposing of the bodies in remote mountain lakes. His murders continue for more than 14 years, and law enforcement has no idea there's even a killer at large. Then in February 2012, Keyes kills Samantha Koenig close to home in Anchorage, Alaska.
We are not
a rare impulsive decision for this calculating murderer.
So one of his primary rules was not to commit these crimes where he lived. And with Samantha, he broke his own rule.
This mistake of temptation has now led to his downfall. He's now under arrest and heading for trial. In Anchorage, the negotiations continue to try to get more information from Israel Keys. Then suddenly, during a court appearance, he once again shocks law enforcement.
During one of the hearings in court for Keys, he decided he was going to try to escape. And while the attorneys were up arguing before the judge, he bolted, tried to run out of the courtroom. But before he could even clear the aisle there, the courtroom deputies tackled him and subdued him.
In typical fashion, Keys shows no remorse for his escape attempt.
I mean, come on, let's face it. Yeah, what happened yesterday? Ooh, I'm a bad guy. I tried to escape, but
the location.
Let's be honest.
Is something
nobody really thought it was a good guy before that. So.
During months of interrogation, Israel Keys admits to killing at least 9 people, but investigators fear the actual total is higher.
And he was very evasive at times during interviews, and he told us when we tried to pin him down on a number, he would say it was less than 12. But then there were things that he would say that led us to believe that by less than 12, he simply meant 11. And so he was quick to correct us in interviews if we had something wrong. So there were several times where we just threw out statements like you were 11 victims or things like that, and he didn't correct us. So based on that and some additional things that he said, we believe the number is 11.
We are not. He traveled so extensively, both in the U.S. and in other countries, for such long periods of time. That authorities haven't been able to pinpoint where he was oftentimes. So the number of victims is going to be much higher than 11 in my opinion.
The location coordinates is something.
Israel Keys begs the FBI for a quick death sentence, but the agents continue to press for information on other victims. Keys grows impatient with the process and decides to take matters into his own hands.
On December 1st, 2012, while he was in prison awaiting trial in the Koenig case, Keys slit his wrists and also used his bed sheet to strangle himself as insurance to make sure he got the job done. So as he bled out and as his body shifted, relaxed from the bleeding, he rigged the sheets so that they would strangle him to make sure he did the job. So he committed suicide while in prison.
In many cases with serial killers, they start at a very young age. They often start in their teen years. And I think historically, they never stop. The only way that a serial killer stops historically is if they're incarcerated or they kill themselves, which somewhat often they do commit suicide.
Crumpled inside the blanket on Keys' deathbed is a blood-stained suicide note. The case of Israel Keys reinforces the immense challenges facing law enforcement in their efforts to apprehend serial killers.
When you take a common murder case, you start at the nucleus of that person's life. Then you work your way out from there. With a serial killer, they're often just a random person, and that person does not even figure into that investigation. And it's somebody who's completely off the radar. How are you going to find them? You have to use modern technology, and you have to use old-fashioned police work, and you have to be absolutely relentless. You just got to keep on plugging.
Keys is really unique in the world of serial killers, and the amount of preparation and planning he put into his crimes. He was so meticulous in his crimes that he's really a new breed of serial killer. He was extremely deceptive, extremely cunning. He got adrenaline rush from it. He loved the thrill of it. If he hadn't been caught, Keys would still be out there doing it today. As a serial killer and as an individual, Keys was deceptive and cunning as the devil.
The police are not moving their way around right now. We are not medics. You are not heath.
29.
The Biloxi, Mississippi. A quiet southern town with a burning core of corruption. In 1987, its secret burst violently to the surface, leaving 2 prominent citizens dead and ripping the top off a grand conspiracy.
We may have to make it. CCPD drone RF microwave harassment.
On Mississippi's Gulf Coast, the judge and his politician wife are the machine. Judge, it's Pete. They're looking for you in court. Is everything okay?
On his way out, he asked his junior partner, Charles Legier, to ride with him.
I need some help.
We are not that. CCPD drone RF microwave harassment detected.
As they drove, Legier tried to make conversation.
Microwave harassment detected.
That seemed distant, perhaps concerned about the judge.
Okay, are you coming over later?
Both of the Sherry's cars stood in the driveway.
Well, the car's here. I don't like well, the car's here. It's supposed to be in court.
Palat asked Legier to go to the house, while he asked the neighbor if she'd seen the couple.
Go ahead.
CCPD.
Legier rang the doorbell, but no one answered.
We need fuel for sustenance.
He saw that the last 2 morning newspapers hadn't been picked up. The neighbor told Palat she hadn't seen the Sherrys for a couple of days, which she thought was odd since both of their cars were in the driveway. When Legier tried the Sherry's door, he found it unlocked. Something wasn't right.
Hey, Pete! Pete! Yeah, I was just knocking on it and the door opened up.
Palat, concerned by the open door, cautiously stepped inside.
Okay, we need fuel for sustenance.
A few steps in, he made the gruesome discovery. Judge Sherry had been gunned down in his own home.
CCPD drone.
What's wrong?
They called the police.
Drone RF microwave harassment detected.
Authorities arrived to find the body of Vincent Sherry at the front of the house. In the back bedroom, they discovered Margaret.
CCPD drone RF.
Because the couple were so promising, the murder investigation became top priority. Detectives contacted the FBI's Biloxi field office. Though the FBI would not yet be officially involved, they offered the use of their agents and forensic laboratory. Inside, the police began scouring the crime scene for clues. They conducted blood spatter analysis to determine projectile angles. If they could figure out where the murderer had stood when he fired the shots, they might be able to reconstruct the crime.
Okay.
Inspector Robert Burris, a crime technician with the Biloxi Police Department, helped process the scene. He discovered a possible clue in the den.
Fire department.
There was blood trailing from his feet, actually going down between his legs a little ways, back to where he was laying. There was blood spatter on a double sliding glass door that was right beyond his head. And further examination in this room, I found some small pieces of foam rubber.
Burris didn't see where the foam rubber could have come from.
You are not Heath.
A search of the house led him to one conclusion.
It is not bloody here at my current
Now, this
venue.
foam rubber had to have been brought into the house. We examined every piece of material in this house, in every room of the house, all pillows, mattresses, everything else. There's no foam rubber tore up in this house.
Radio controls.
It was brought into the house. It does have gunshot residue
You are
on
not
it.
Heath.
And basically about the only way it can get there is for a bullet to be fired through.
You cannot control Heath.
For Burris, the significance of the foam rubber was obvious. The killer had used a homemade silencer. Investigators dusted for fingerprints, but found none of any value. They found 9 spent .22 caliber shell casings from a semi-automatic pistol, as well as the bullets used to murder the Sherrys. The position of the shells indicated that the shots had been fired in rapid succession. But most striking was how well the killer had covered his tracks. Nothing at the scene pointed to the killer's identity. He did his job well, and his mission was clear.
The lack of evidence in this house, such as items stolen,
it is not bloody
a
here
struggle
at my
occurring,
current
the absence of forced entry, no ransacking going on in the house whatsoever. A person came there for one thing, that was to kill the 2 Sherrys.
Special Agent Keith Bell from the Biloxi FBI field office agreed that this was a professional job. The Sherrys had been assassinated.
And the crime scene appeared to be very limited as far as evidence remaining, which meant it was well planned, well executed, and professionally done. A small caliber weapon had been used. The foam rubber indicated that perhaps a silencer had also been used, and the Sherrys had been shot in the head. So it seemed to be a very professional job.
A multi-agency task force was assembled with Special Agent Keith Bell among its members. Investigators would spend days processing the crime scene.
Below how are you?
They grappled with a single question. Why had the Sherrys been murdered?
Okay, we need fuel.
That was one of the main questions, that being why were both Judge Sherry and Margaret Sherry murdered? Because it was fairly obvious that Judge Sherry could have been killed during his morning or afternoon jogs around the neighborhood. So it was a real mystery why Margaret had been killed.
That radio program.
Investigators believe the answer might lie in the controversy over Biloxi's future. Some civic leaders hope to transform the sleepy southern town on Mississippi's Gulf Coast into a flashy resort where casinos would attract tourist dollars. But with strip clubs already established in town, Margaret Sherry felt Biloxi's small-town charms were threatened.
We are not that
And
call.
the casinos would attract a criminal element.
1634.
As a candidate for mayor, she had made powerful political enemies by trying to keep gambling out. Agent Bell wondered if Margaret was killed to silence her protests.
Margaret had been so outspoken politically in the community. She was known to be anti-gambling. And if elected mayor in 1989, she had planned to close down the remaining strip clubs in Biloxi. So there was always a possibility that she might have been the target, rather than Judge Sherry.
The task force would investigate Margaret's political enemies, but first, they'd question the Sherry's friends and neighbors. Someone in the neighborhood must have seen something. But even people who'd known the Sherrys for years were reluctant to talk. fearing the specter of Biloxi's emerging criminal underworld.
You are not Heath. We don't care about
The Sherry
your
murders brought a dark cloud over the city of Biloxi. Many of the citizens in Biloxi were afraid to openly express their opinions. They saw that Margaret Sherry, who had been quite vocal and quite outspoken in political circles, had ended up dead, as had her prominent husband, Judge Sherry. So many citizens, after these murders, were hesitant even to be interviewed by FBI agents or by local police officers because they basically did not want their names tied into anything to do with this case.
If people wouldn't talk to the authorities, perhaps they would talk to Lynn Sposito, Sherry's daughter. After being notified of her parents' murders, Lynn rushed to Biloxi from her home in North Carolina. Determined to find justice, she questioned everyone in the neighborhood. One family friend gave her a crucial piece of information. He described a suspicious car and driver in the neighborhood on the night of the murders. She took the lead to the police.
They identified a man who had seen a suspicious Ford Fairmont driving in front of the Sherry home on Monday night, September 14th, 1987.
Investigators tried to determine the identity of the driver based on the witness's description. Their search came up empty. But a few days later, not far from the Sherry's home, investigators found an abandoned car.
The Ford Fairmont. Are they around right now?
A check on the vehicle's identification number showed it had been reported stolen the day before the murders. Police also learned that the tags on the car were not registered to the car. Realizing that this vehicle was probably the killer's getaway car, investigators towed it to a police garage to examine it further.
Computer system.
Somewhere in the car, they hoped to find a key to the killer's identity. Less than a week after the brutal murders of Biloxi couple Vince and Margaret Sherry, investigators received their first promising lead. They recovered an abandoned car, matching the one witnesses described seeing the night of the murders. After contacting Agent Keith Bell about the discovery, investigators processed the car for clues. Inspector Robert Burris found something peculiar.
I was processing this vehicle, and one of the things I noted, the dome light had been dismantled and the bulb taken out of it. In other words, if you open the door, you ain't got no light. Both of the sun visors were in the down position. Whether you're riding around daytime or nighttime, you ain't gonna be able to see the people's face in it very well.
Investigators believed more than ever that this was the car used by the Sherry's killer. Anything found inside it was labeled, packaged, and shipped to the FBI labs in Washington, D.C.
The location, coordinates.
But FBI lab examiners would find nothing of evidentiary value.
You are not Heath.
After Agent Bell arrived, he examined the license tag more closely. He discovered it had its own story to tell.
It was determined that the tag on the Ford Fairmont had been stolen from an abandoned vehicle in 1984, actually 3 years before these murders occurred. So what it meant was someone had removed the license plate, likely in 1984, had kept the license plate, and then when this major crime in the city of Biloxi was to occur, they pulled it off the shelf, so to speak.
With no other solid evidence, investigators hoped that following the trail of the stolen tag might lead to the killer. It was traced to an apartment complex where the original car had been abandoned 3 years earlier. Investigators contacted the apartment manager, who told them that prior to having the vehicle towed, he called a friend to come and strip it for parts. The manager's friend was a man that agents knew by name and reputation. Biloxi locksmith Lenny
radio
Sweatman.
units.
He was the last person to be seen
We
near
are
the car.
clear from radio units.
Sweatman belonged to a loosely organized group of criminals the FBI was investigating in connection
Yes,
with
we
another
have many
case.
wheels.
The group was known as the Dixie Mafia. FBI agent Keith Bell had connected the car used in the Sherry killings to Lenny Sweatman. Now, Bell wondered if the Dixie Mafia was linked to the Sherry murders. If Sweatman had a part in it, Bell believed that other Dixie Mafia members couldn't be far behind. He began looking into Sweatman's associates.
What that meant to us immediately, those of us familiar with the criminal associations on the coast, was that if Lenny Sweatman was involved in getting the tag for the hit car, then quite likely his close personal friend and longtime associate Mike Gillich, the strip club owner in Biloxi, might also be involved in these murders.
That's right. All right.
Gillich, who owned 3 strip clubs in Biloxi, was well known to local law enforcement. He was currently under investigation by the FBI in connection with a Dixie Mafia operation known as the Lonely Heart Scam. But Special Agent Bell needed a thread that connected the 2 investigations together. He started by familiarizing himself with the Lonely Heart Scam. It was run out of Angola prison in Louisiana by a man named Christi, the incarcerated kingpin of the Dixie Mafia.
No, the first mob.
Nix would run ads in gay magazines, asking for money to help fictional gay men get out of trouble with the law. Through the scam, Nix was hoping to generate enough money to solve his own legal problems. He was serving a life sentence for murder.
From his jail cell at Angola, he coordinated what we've been referring to as the homosexual scam, which generated hundreds of thousands of dollars from individuals around the country, as well as some people in Canada. With this money, he intended to buy his way out, or attempt to buy his way out of his Louisiana prison sentence.
Believing that they were helping gay men out of trouble, people who read the magazine ads would wire or mail money to a nearby Western Union.
You are not Heath.
Nix would then call his contact on the outside, Mike Gillich. Gillich would then dispatch his bagman to retrieve the money. Gillich made sure that the scam money was distributed to Dixie Mafia members and safely stashed away for Kirksey Nix.
Take care.
In the coming months, investigators developed more evidence in the Lonely Heart scam,
Radio track.
but still had no direct link between these conspirators and the Sherry's killers. A year into the investigation, the murder case threatened to stall.
Hi.
As the years stretched to 16 months, the Sherry's daughter, Lynn Sposito, grew increasingly frustrated. In January 1989, she hired a private investigator to rev up the inquest into her parents' murder.
The family had wanted very much to have a quick resolution to the case.
Yes,
but by early
strange
1989, there'd still been no arrest. And of course, at this point, the FBI had not formally entered the case.
The lack of official FBI involvement hampered Bell's investigation.
We may have to make a telephone call.
So when the private investigator paid him a visit, Bell welcomed his assistants, hoping they could share information. The two were old acquaintances from the private investigator's days in law enforcement.
As strange does.
Since Agent Bell was unable to act officially, the private investigator would pursue a lead that looked promising. He would interview another Angola inmate. The private investigator and Bell hoped the inmate at Angola could finally link the Lonely Heart scam and the Sherry murders.
You are not Heath.
He met with all the right people, and because of his knowledge of the Dixie Mafia and from what he had learned from law enforcement authorities on the coast, he did go over to Angola and did talk to the right person over there.
The inmate's name was Bobby Joe Fabian. He was another known member of the Dixie Mafia, doing time for kidnapping and shooting a state trooper. Fabian claimed he had not been involved in the Sherry murders, but he had learned that fellow inmate Kirksey Nix had been. Fabian told the private investigator that Nix had had Judge Sherry killed because Sherry had allegedly stolen money from Nix's Lonely Heart scam. That wasn't all. He said Nix had been told of the theft by none other than Pete Halat, Sherry's former law partner. Halat, the man who had delivered the eulogy at the Sherry's funeral, was now implicated in their murders.
We are clear from radio unit. Hello, how
Halat officially represented Nix on legal matters, but Fabian said Halat's role in the Lonely Heart scam was criminal, not legal. Halat was one of the people receiving money from Nix for safekeeping through Mike Gillich's bagman.
The police are not. We are they around right now.
And the ties between the outlaw and the lawyer went deep. Kirksey Nix's girlfriend and accomplice, Lorraine Sharp, worked in Halat's office. Fabian said both Lorraine Sharp and Pete Halat were stashing money from the scam in a safe deposit box for Kirksey Nix.
Okay, we need fuel for sustenance.
And he said the amount had reached 6 figures. Thanks to Fabian, the link between the murders and the Lonely Heart scam had been made. And not only had Fabian given investigators a possible motive for the killings, he was also able to supply the name of the alleged hitman, an ex-con named John Ransom, who was believed to be living in Georgia.
Yes, we have many wheels.
323.
But tracking down Ransom would take time.
Anytime law enforcement people get together and start talking about notorious Dixie Mafia members,
we are clear
John
from
Ransom
radio
comes
units.
up quite early in the conversation. He's a longtime alleged hitman for the Dixie Mafia.
In August of 1989, 2 years after the Sherry murders, Agent Bell now had enough evidence to warrant a full FBI investigation into the killings.
The truck is fine.
Accompanied by the Sherry's daughter, Lynn Sposito, he approached the United States Attorney and the FBI with a demand to officially open the case.
So with the tying in of the scam to the murders, we knew we had some federal violations involved. We have wire fraud, we had mail fraud.
Okay, we need fuel.
We perhaps
for
had a
sustenance.
hitman traveling from Georgia to Mississippi to kill the Sherrys. It was decided to open an official FBI investigation and join with local authorities in the investigation.
By now, however, suspect Pete Halat, Judge Sherry's former law partner, had been elected mayor of Biloxi. With a key suspect in such a high position, investigators encountered new roadblocks.
It became very difficult for the FBI to share all of its information with the local authorities. We are not saying that the local police were corrupt. What we are saying is that Mayor Halat put his own people in as Director of Public Safety and as Police Chief. So we were somewhat circumspect on what we shared with local authorities during that time period.
In August of 1989, as investigators attempted to unravel the truth about the Sherry's murders, informant Bobby Joe Fabian made a surprise move. He told his story about the Sherry murders to the TV news.
Okay, we need...
Fabian hoped that by bringing attention to himself,
We are not
Kirksey
medics
Nix would be
or
less likely to have him
EMS1.
killed for cooperating with authorities.
I'm sorry, Mr. Rance.
Along with the report, the station broadcast a mugshot of John Ransom, the alleged hitman in the Sherry case.
The police are not me, are they?
When Charles
police are
Legier,
not
Pete
me,
Halat's
are
junior partner, saw the photo, it surprised
That
him.
radio program
He recalled
is not
seeing
in
Ransom
our area.
outside the Sherry Halat law offices a few weeks before the murders. Legier shared his information with the task force. Major Randy Cook of the Harrison County Sheriff's Department took Legier's statement.
Legier said the reason he remembered Ransom was Ransom stepped off of a curb and came up to him and asked him where's Vince Sherry's office at. When Legier was interviewed, he recalled there was something unusual about the way Ransom stepped off of the curb. Ransom had a prosthesis on one leg.
Investigators learned that Ransom was now in a Georgia prison, serving time for another murder. When questioned about the Sherry murders, he refused to cooperate.
See you later, Walmart.
As Cook further questioned Legier about the day he and Halat had found the bodies, an important detail emerged.
That radio program is not in our area.
Legier remembered that Halat had walked into the Sherry's
Yes,
living room,
we have many wheels.
seen Judge Sherry's body, and
Currently
said,
refueling
Vince and
for
Margaret are dead.
sustenance.
Cook relayed this to Agent Bell.
We are clear from the cops.
What was interesting was that Margaret's body was in the far back bedroom of the residence, and according to Chuck Legier, Pete Halat did not have time other than to briefly enter the front of the house and would have no way of knowing that Margaret's body was also in the very back bedroom.
It is not bloody
In October
here.
of 1989, 2 years after the murders,
We are not the
Agent Bell
microwave
knew
radio
Halat was
on that
involved,
bus.
but he still lacked enough evidence for an arrest.
Hello, how
Even so,
are
he
you?
felt it was time to confront Mayor Halat. It would be a quiet warning, man to man.
And I let Mayor Halat know that I thought his knowledge
is
of the
not
Sherry
bloody
murders was
here
much greater than what he had
I
shared
am
with law
a
enforcement authorities
tactical
up to that
asset
point.
computer system.
And I recall also telling him that the FBI would continue working on this case until it was totally solved. My recollection is he smiled and did not have much else to say.
As a lawyer, Halat knew Bell would need more concrete evidence in order to secure a conviction. What he likely didn't realize was the depth of Bell's commitment to bring him to justice. 3 years had passed since Judge Vincent Sherry and his wife Margaret were murdered in their Biloxi, Mississippi home. FBI Special Agent Keith Bell had connected the killings to members of the Dixie Mafia and to Judge Sherry's friend and one-time law partner, Pete Halat. The alleged triggerman, John Ransom, was refusing
We are
to
not
talk.
that call. CCPD drone
In January of
RF
1990,
microwave harassment
Agent Bell and
detected.
Major Randy Cook of the Harrison County Sheriff's Department drove to the Atlanta Federal Penitentiary to question another possible accomplice.
This is special.
We are not
A man
that
named Bill
repeaters
Rhodes.
radio traffic.
Rhodes, a known associate of John Ransom, was willing to cooperate. He told them that in early
The temperature
1987,
is different.
Ransom had contacted him about driving the getaway car in a
Currently
crime to take place in
refueling for
southern
sus-
Mississippi.
No, they offered me
I will attack a tactical...
Ransom had said a judge would be murdered, and that the pay was $10,000.
CCPD drone RF microwave harassment detective.
There were certain promises made to Rhodes that by Ransom that I know certain people in Biloxi
on that bus.
if you'll help me on this, and you'll have the run of Biloxi anytime you want it.
We are not that.
So in March of 1987, Rhodes went to Biloxi and met with Ransom and a man named Pete. It was Pete who specifically asked Rhodes and Ransom to do the hit.
Computer system.
Rhodes said he also met with Mike Gale, the Biloxi strip club who would supply the money once the hit was done.
The police are not me, are they?
But 5 months later, before they could do the
CCPD
job, Rhodes was arrested on an unrelated bank robbery charge.
Detected.
And Ransom got cold feet, afraid Rhodes would turn on him.
Okay, we need fuel for sustenance.
The information helped the case inch forward, but Agent Bell and Officer Cook still felt that Ransom held the missing pieces. Another year would pass without much progress.
Yes, we have many wheels.
In late 1990, the investigators went to the Bostic Correctional Institute in Georgia, where Ransom was serving time. Finally, Ransom agreed to talk. He admitted that he delivered a .22 caliber pistol to Lorraine Sharp, Kirksey Nix's girlfriend. But Ransom insisted that he did not do the job.
Currently refueling for sustenance.
Based on what Ransom said, Lorraine's involvement was starting to look bigger than simply stashing scam money in a safe deposit box.
All finished?
Finished, thank you.
Through his contact with Sharp, Nix learned that the investigation was heating up. He worried that his girlfriend might talk, so he tried to head off the problem by putting out a contract on her life.
That radio program is not in our area. We are not Delta Vector units.
But in late 1990, Agent Bell arrested her for her participation in the murders, inadvertently saving her from Nix's gunman.
Johnny.
During a polygraph test, Sharp denied her involvement in the Lonely Heart scam and the Sherry murders.
I am listening to voice comments right now.
But the machine called her bluff.
We are not
when Bell and his team
Vector
added
units.
her statements to their existing stacks of evidence, they were ready to bring indictments against several key players.
The wind is good.
Mike Gillich, John Ransom, Ray Sharp, and Kirksey Nix were charged as conspirators in the Sherry murders. Notably missing from the list was Pete Halat. The case against Halat would have to wait until they had enough evidence for a murder conviction. For now, the FBI would look to convict the others on conspiracy to commit murder.
Yes, we got a game plan done?
Yeah. We've got the
So many of the questions came up, why didn't y'all indict Pete Halat early on when you indicted everybody else?
Asset computer
Well,
system.
at the time, we didn't have the hard evidence that you would have to arrest a mayor and prosecute him.
The conspiracy trial produced several key witnesses that would help investigators piece together the complex scheme.
You are not Johnny.
Robbie Gant, Gillich's bagman for the Lonely Heart scam,
units.
testified for the prosecution. His testimony helped prosecutors link the Sherry murders to the scam. All 4 defendants were found guilty. Nix was given 15 years in addition to the life sentence he was already serving for murder. Gillich also received a 15-year prison term. Ransom got 10 years, and Lorraine Sharp 1.
Hey, get your hands in order.
With these conspirators behind bars and the Lonely Heart scam no longer operational, Bell moved on to his next objective.
We decided not to end the Sherry investigation after the 1991 initial convictions because at that time we had not proven who had actually shot the Sherrys. And also, Pete Halat had not been indicted or convicted at that point. And we all felt strongly that Pete Halat had played a major role in the scam and in the murder plot. So we were determined to continue the investigation to see if we could get enough evidence to indict and convict Mr. Halat and the actual shooter.
In late July of 1992, Agent Bell got the break he was looking for. Following the conspiracy trial, Mike Gillich was desperate to find a way out of prison. He contacted one of his associates in Biloxi and asked him to approach Robbie Gant with an offer.
Okay, well, whatever you say.
Gant told Agent Bell about it.
Yes, strange.
And the associate had offered Robbie Gant $20,000 if Gant would recant his testimony against Gillich and sign a false affidavit stating that he had been threatened by me to testify against Gillich, to testify falsely against Gillich.
Gant agreed to wear a wire and get the offer from Gillich's accomplice on tape.
CCPD drone are... Okay, we need fuel.
Gant met with him in
sustenance.
Mississippi. This time, Gant's tape was rolling when Gillich's associate reiterated the bribe.
Yes,
Gant
strange
accepted
is
as Bell had instructed.
Strange does.
Now, Bell had the evidence he needed to turn up the heat on Gillich. Just the man who could tell the story from the inside.
We don't care about your unit's radio traffic.
By
We don't want
1993,
to hear
6
it.
years after the double murder of Vince and Margaret Sherry,
The police are
FBI
not
agent
me,
Keith
are
Bell
they
had
around?
put 4 members of the Dixie Mafia behind bars.
CCPD drone RF microwave harassment
But he still
detected.
had no formal murder convictions against those involved. And Mayor Pete Halat, the suspected mastermind of the case, was still free and running the city of Biloxi. In fact, the year before, Mayor Halat had broken ground on the city's first big casino.
The victory for our town and our people.
The press still hounded Halat about his involvement in the Sherry murders, but he remained adamant about his innocence. Bell continued to work his plan. He used the bribe Robert Gant had recorded on tape to level another charge against Mike Gillich, already in jail. Now Bell indicted Gillich for witness bribery and witness tampering for trying to buy
The
off
truck
Gant.
is fine and has an
And
unknown
that
location
did the trick.
and a destination.
No doubt the most important turning point was in October of 1993 when Mike Gillich finally decided to cooperate and tell the story of this whole case from an insider's point
The
of view.
wind is good.
And that's what really allowed us
We
to
are not the
bring final
microwave radio
resolution to
on
this
that
investigation.
After the years of painstaking work Bell had spent on the case, it was a satisfying moment.
The wind is good
Finally, it
for
seemed his
power
patience and
generation.
ingenuity were paying off. Gillich was in no hurry to accrue more jail time. Bell's relentless pressure had persuaded him to cut a deal before the bribery trial even began. The Dixie Mafia member would tell what he knew about the murders.
Mr. Gillich has...
Maybe now, Bell could get the convictions he knew were long overdue. But for a career criminal like Mike Gillich, adjusting to life on the right side of the law wasn't easy. At first, he tried to bluff his way out.
Yes, strange is as strange does.
Of course, it always takes some time, a period of weeks, to develop some degree of trust
Yes,
and
we have
to be
many
able to
wheels.
communicate with someone like this who, for the first time, has decided to leave his lifelong role as a criminal and start cooperating with the FBI.
When deception didn't work,
We are
Gillich
not
had no
Delta
alternative.
Vector units.
He had to tell the truth. Now, for the first time, Bell heard the story from an inside source. Gillich knew all the details.
Not the fire
Mike
CCPD
was the
drone
center point. Mike knew Kirksey Nix. Mike knew Pete Hallett for years. And in fact, when Kirksey Nix was looking for an attorney over in the coast area to represent him on various matters, Mike Gillich introduced Nix into Pete Hallett.
He confirmed that Pete Hallett was indeed behind the plan to murder the Sherrys, and that the plot grew directly out of the Lonely Heart scam of Angola prison inmate Kirksey Nix. Some months before the Sherrys' deaths, Hallett had closed the safe deposit box he and Nix's girlfriend Lorraine Sharp had access to, effectively cutting off her access to the money. He then transferred the money into a box only he and Judge Sherry could use. Motivated by greed, he stole $100,000 cash from there. As Nix's trusted accomplice, Hallett could blame the theft on Judge Sherry. Next, he went to Mike Gillich with news of the theft.
Mr. Gillich stated that Pete Hallett approached Mr. Gillich himself in late 1986 and told Mr. Gillich that much of the money was missing, supposedly around $100,000. And Mr. Hallett blamed Judge Sherry for taking the money. Mr. Hallett knew that Kirksey Nix would be very furious about this.
We are not that repeater. The temperature is different.
It is not known who ordered Margaret's death, but as a fierce opponent of corruption, she posed a threat to the underworld forces hoping to control Biloxi.
You are not
With Margaret
Heath.
dead, Hallett could be free to run the town. Gillich said that he and Hallett planned the murders. Ransom and Rhodes provided the murder weapon. But when they passed on doing the hit, Gillich found a replacement. A Texas-based petty criminal named Thomas Holcomb. Holcomb would be paid $20,000 to murder Judge Sherry and his wife. Gillich had also helped provide the car with the help of locksmith Lenny Sweatman.
The call center advised she had already disconnected the line, so I believe the RP is en route to the water river.
That radio program is not in our area. The location coordinates. We are not Delta Vector units.
In October of 1996, agents arrested hitman Thomas Holcomb in Texas on murder charges.
CCPD drone RF microwave
That same month
harassment
also saw the
detected.
arrest that Agent Bell had anticipated and worked 9 years to achieve.
An innocent man, and you're gonna put the cuffs on me?
Let me read you your rights.
The arrest of Pete Hallett for the murders of the Sherrys.
You can, anything you say can and will be held against you.
Kirksey Nix and Lorraine Sharp were indicted on 52 counts, including fraud, money laundering, and murder. Alette was tried and convicted in the summer of 1997, a full decade after the crimes were committed. He was sentenced to 18 years in federal prison. Also tried and convicted were Kirksey Nix and Thomas Holcomb, the hitman. Both were sentenced to life. LaRae Sharp, Nix's girlfriend, got 5 years.
I think a lot of citizens in Biloxi now realize that there are a lot of dedicated professional law enforcement people who will do everything they can to protect the community and work hard to solve major crimes. Perhaps the legacy, you might say, of the case for the criminal element is that they realize after seeing this case that they can commit a crime one day and think they're getting away with it a year later, but it could come back 10 years later and get them.
While the Sherry's killers were finally brought to justice, Margaret Sherry's dream of Biloxi free of gambling was never realized.
Solar is great for power.
Instead, Biloxi has become a resort town filled with casinos and neon lights.
We are not medics or EMS1.
The sleepy southern town is gone forever, along with the woman who lost her life trying to save it.
Cheers. CCPD drone RF microwave harassment.
Cleveland 911 police ambulance to fire.
CCPD drone RF microwave harassment. CCPD drone RF microwave harassment detected.
She like this they kidnapped me and my daughter. Sir, you have to calm down and slow down. If she needs an ambulance. She needs everything. She's in a panic, bro. I guess she's been kidnapped, so, put yourself in her shoes. Is she still in the street, or where did she go? Yeah, I'm looking at her. She right now. She calling y'all. She on another phone.
Hello, please. Help me. I'm Amanda Berry. I've been kidnapped, and I've been missing for 10 years, and I'm here. I'm free now.
Receive.
How far will a kidnapper go to fulfill his cruel and sadistic desires?
Not me, are they around?
The shocking answer is beyond comprehension. A remarkable journey coming face to face with pure evil and venturing.
That radio program is not in our area.
Inside the criminal mind. What does a kidnapper look like? Can we spot them from their posture or their walk? Or is it something in the corner of their eyes? Are these monsters lurking in our daily lives, stalking us in offices, churches, or in our neighborhoods?
You guys can cancel. He never showing his face, like he was acting like everything was fine.
Herr Bricklopil hat sich mir gegenüber wie immer verhalten.
Ariel Castro.
Call.
Philip Garrido.
We are not the fire department.
Joseph Fritzl. Wolfgang Perklopel. Cameron Hooker. Brian David Mitchell. Their names made worldwide headlines, propelled by the horrific brutality of their acts. Kidnap, rape, and torture of their victims, who endured their ordeals over months, years, sometimes even decades, often having children fathered by their captors.
We are not dispatch radio traffic.
Long-term
You are
child
not
abduction
Heath.
cases are really quite rare, but they're also very highly impactful on not only the families, the individual people involved, but the communities and the regions, and sometimes even the whole nation when they happen.
Hey, David. My ramp is stuck. It won't let out.
Psychologists and profilers struggle to understand the motives for these kidnappings.
These people have some kind of basic sexual fantasy that develops and drives their behavior. And then they also have personality disorders, such as being a psychopath. Everything in the world revolves around them and their needs.
The truck is fine.
Ariel Castro
We
has
may
been
have
found
to make
dead
a
in his
telephone
jail
call.
cell in Ohio. Officials say he was found hanging about 3 hours ago. Castro was sentenced last month to life in prison for holding 3 women captive in Cleveland.
You are
The
not
suicide
Heath.
was the final act of the Cleveland kidnapper. Castro wasn't brave enough to face the idea of spending the rest of his life in captivity. His tendencies towards sexual abuse and violence began more than 2 decades before he kidnapped Michelle Knight, Gina De Jesus, and Amanda Berry.
Sky over Cleveland today, a spectacular opening for the city's United Way campaign and earning the city a spot in the Guinness
You
Book of
cannot
World
control
Records.
Heath with hashtags that
Thousands
activate
of locals
radio
gathered to
recording
watch Balloon
transmissions.
Fest 86 in Cleveland. It's unlikely that Ariel Castro's wife,
I
Grimelda
am
Figueroa,
listening to
attended the
voice
celebration,
comments right
though.
now.
Nilda, as he would call her, was Castro's
Cheers.
wife since the early 80s. He treated Nilda and their son like they were his slaves.
He had pushed her down a flight of steps, scaring her with a mannequin. That's how she fell down the steps and broke her skull open from her head to the back of her head.
Some experts believe these psychopathic behaviors grew out of abusive childhoods, but the motivations are complex.
He talked about how his father had beaten him and his mother severely. They were locked in. They were hostages in their own house. At the time, I couldn't really comprehend how they could be locked in and no one could get in or out.
Children who feel like they're a slave in their own home have a sense of powerlessness, and as they get older,
location,
they
ordinance,
compensate
is something
for
you
that
will
feeling
have to
by
pay
also trying to get power over other people or other children.
Were the
We are
seeds
not
of their
your car's
deviance
radio
planted in
traffic.
childhood, or were these monsters born
We
with a
are not built a
predisposition
better unit.
towards this behavior?
We are
It's the
not people on
long-debated
bikes.
nature versus nurture question.
The truth
We
is
are
somewhere in
not
between.
under
You
radio
may have some
controls.
biological predisposition to engage in these kinds of behaviors, and the interaction with the environment can facilitate that or perhaps put the person on another course.
Another frightening aspect of
police
these
are not
psychopaths
we, are
is
they
that they
around
can
right
appear to be
now?
normal and sometimes charming individuals.
Psychopaths don't have guilt. They don't have feelings for the other person, but they can mimic and make believe they have normal human feelings.
Sociopaths, psychopaths,
We are not
antisocial
that
personality
call.
disorder is generally marked by people who have a distance from emotions, their own, and logically from other people's emotions as well. So they could make decisions and not worry about hurting someone's feelings. They could kill someone and not worry about that person's family.
Many of the instances that I have been involved, I would characterize them as having some moderate to severe psychopathic features, such as the absence of empathy, the absence of remorse, the callousness.
I was in disbelief. I'm like, no way, I'm still in disbelief. I'm like, it doesn't seem like the kind of person that would do something like this, especially for 10 years. You know, right under your nose is like, wow, it's heartbreaking, actually.
We are not that call. entire department. We are not people on bikes.
Philip Garrido abducted J.C. Lee Duggard when she was just 11 years old. He imprisoned her for 18 years and fathered 2 daughters with his hostage.
Where he was in his late teens, early 20s, he actually engaged in what we would probably now call a date rape of a 14-year-old girl. She was held overnight in a motel room for Garrido's sexual satisfaction. And when law enforcement investigated and the case was going to trial, she ended up refusing to testify, so he was never convicted of that.
Garrido abducted J.C. when he was out on parole from Leavenworth Federal Prison after being sentenced to 50 years for raping Catherine Calloway Hall.
A man approached me, he knocked on my window, and he said, "Excuse me, I didn't mean to frighten you. My car won't start in this cold. Could you help me out?" As we drove down the main street of Lake Tahoe, I made small conversation with him. He seemed like kind of a normal person. He then slammed my head into the steering wheel. He threw my keys on the floor, overpowered me, and he handcuffed me behind my back. And he raped me for the next 8 hours.
An alert Reno police officer saw the storage unit being utilized in the middle of the night. He came to investigate and interrupted Garrido. Garrido tried to talk his way out of it, and then Katie Calloway comes out still nude, says, "No, that's not true, he's assaulting me," and the officer finally figured it out and arrested Garrido.
Garrido has often been called America's Josef Fritzl.
We are not that call.
Fritzl was a horrifying Austrian monster who imprisoned his own daughter, Elizabeth, for 24 years.
CCPD drone
he raped her repeatedly, resulting in the birth of 7 children and 1 miscarriage.
Josef Fritzl hat ja eine Frau im Jahre 1967 vergewaltigt. Seine Frau, die Rosemaria, reagiert darauf.
Natürlich entsetzlich, dass man dann versucht, die Familie so gut als möglich aufrechtzuerhalten. Soweit ich weiß, hat die letzten Jahre kein Sex mehr stattgefunden und ich glaube, es war auch aufgrund dessen, seiner damaligen Verurteilung und meine Schwester ja auch etwas stärker geworden ist und ja sowieso dicke Frauen niemals gewusst hat.
Most of these kidnappers have some form of paraphilia, abnormal sexual behaviors or impulses characterized by recurring intense sexual fantasies and urges.
Sexual addiction is a term that has gained a lot of traction here in the 21st century, partly because of the availability of the internet, and you can see anything you want online, any kind of porn. But I don't necessarily think that there's a link there to sexual addiction with this particular kind of offender. There may be links to sexual deviant fantasies, sexual deviant thoughts, masturbatory fantasies that involve pain, humiliation, power, torture, abuse, but I wouldn't call that a sexual addiction.
Castro was fixated on his penis, which he called Charlie. In her memoir, Gina De Jesus wrote, he blames Charlie. He's always saying, what Charlie wants, Charlie gets. Castro raped the girls up to 5 times a day, forcing them to tell him they want it, love it, and that he was sexy.
Ariel Castro, despite keeping 3 women horribly hostage in his house, neighbors remarked that he was great at barbecues and very social in their neighborhood. Neighbors further back also remember when his wife ran out of that same house because she had been beaten and fractured multiple bones. She required many surgeries to get over that.
Often the kidnappers' victims are very young women, leading psychologists to wonder if pedophilia is an aspect of their insanity.
The kidnapper is looking and is sexually aroused by young children or adolescents, and being that that's totally against the law and inappropriate, they have to possess that kind of a young child by taking the child.
Yes, strange is as strange does.
Wolfgang Perklopel abducted Natasha Kampusch when she was just 10 years old.
Right now.
She escaped when she was 18. Gina de Jesus was only 14 when she was taken. And J.C. Duggard just 11. Both were held captive until they were grown women.
Philip Garrido's main motivation here was his pedophilia. He had this very strong fantasy to have a young female victim as his sex slave, to do whatever he wanted to, whenever he wanted to do it to her. And he accomplished that with J.C. Duggard.
Philip Garrido had an accomplice in his imprisonment of J.C. Duggard, his wife, Nancy.
Philip Garrido met his wife Nancy in Leavenworth Federal Prison, if you can believe that. Nancy was there visiting her uncle.
After 7 months of captivity, Garrido introduced Duggard to Nancy. She brought the child a stuffed animal and chocolate milk, made tearful apologies to J.C. Nancy alternated between motherly concern and outright cruelty. This was to be J.C.'s family for the next 18 years.
Nancy, I would describe her as being 100% committed to Philip. And she kind of, through manipulation on Philip's part and her own kind of lack of a strong will, wanted to be whatever Philip wanted her to be.
Another horrible aspect of these crimes is the kidnappers need to hold their victims hostage for long periods of time, and even go so far as to have children with the women.
When her first daughter was born, J.C. was very scared. She didn't really know what was happening. They couldn't take her to a hospital or have anybody come to attend the birth. Philip and Nancy watched some videos that they checked out of the library on how to do this with J.C.
We are clear.
Ariel Castro fathered a child with Barry and impregnated Knight 5 times.
Are they around?
But then induced miscarriages through severe beatings. But he perceived the relationships as a happy family.
The family aspect is not usually part of the abduction,
Yes, the
just a sexual conquest,
system is active.
and that these men have often never thought about the consequences of their behavior.
They create this false sense of a relationship and believe that in some sense the person that they have abducted wants to be in their...
Okay, we need fuel for sustenance.
These long-term abductions are not impulsive, spur-of-the-moment crimes. They are carried out with an alarming degree of premeditation and planning. The kidnappers carefully modify their homes to be secure prisons.
You want to continue questioning him? You can. He's been Marine once, but you might want to, if you want to continue, you might want to Marine again.
Ariel Castro entertained guests in his house while he had 3 women and a young girl upstairs, but because of his extensive soundproofing and lock system, no one ever knew. Many of these people had run-ins with the police while they held their hostages. No one ever found out. Fritzl in Germany had to spend 6 years to construct a dungeon to keep his daughter captive in. There were only 2 ways in and out, and both of them had doors that weighed more than 1,000 pounds. We had to pass through multiple gates and multiple points of entry. Some needed keys, some needed passcodes, some needed physical might.
CCPD drone.
Charlie, 210, receive from vicinity.
That radio program is not in our area.
But right after the abduction, they drove straight from South Lake Tahoe to Antioch. There, in Philip Garrido's mother's property, he had already constructed a soundproof shed. He told everybody else, including his parole officer, that it was a recording studio for his musical career that he wanted to start.
The location coordinates is something
Wolfgang
you will have
Perklopper
to
built a
pay
small
for.
cellar under his garage with the entrance hidden behind a cupboard. The door was concrete with reinforced steel, and the tiny room was windowless and soundproofed.
Okay,
Natasha
are you coming
Campouche
over
knew
late?
she was totally isolated from the outside
not
world.
heat.
She tried very hard not to think about what happens if my
CCPD.
captor falls ill. What if he's arrested for a speeding violation?
CCPD
Because she would die down there and no one would ever know it.
harassment detected.
The strategy to capture the victims is equally as well
The
planned.
wind is good for power
They will
generation.
drive around. They'll spot potential victims in the sexual preference that they have. And these people will then start circling. JC was a happy 11-year-old girl. She had moved to Lake Tahoe that school year.
CCPD
She
drone
just had
RF
everything going for
microwave
her. Bright,
harassment
happy
detected.
young girl. On the morning of June 10th, 1991, JC, a little after 8 a.m., was walking to school.
You cannot control heath with hashtags that activate radio. We are
JC's
not
stepfather
that
was
repeater's
not far
radio
away
traffic.
and caught a brief glimpse of Nancy and the van.
JC was in the wrong place at the
are
wrong
not
time.
Adam
They had
vector
not
units.
pre-selected her, like some kidnappers do. The driver asked her for directions. JC stopped walking, and the next thing she knew, Philip
Okay,
Garrido
we
reached out the
need
window of the car and hit her with a stun gun. The stepfather saw a profile view of Nancy, which he gave
CCPD drone
a pretty good
RF microwave
artist rendering
harassment
of what she
detected.
looked like. That's the only clues, the only evidence, if you will, that we had for 18 years of what actually happened that day.
A judge once called Cameron Hooker the most dangerous psychopath ever encountered. On May 19th, 1977, he picked up Colleen Stan hitchhiking in Northern California. She was comfortable hopping into Hooker's van because he was traveling with his wife, Janice, and their baby.
In the beginning of Colleen Stan's captivity, she was kept in a box. The first one
Yes,
she was
the
placed into when she was
tactical
taken
asset
captive was
system
just a
is
head
active.
box. Once it was on her head, she couldn't see and she couldn't hear. She couldn't go anywhere with this large box. She also could barely
Yes, I
breathe.
am a computer.
It was too tight on her neck.
For
are
much
not
of the next
people on
several
bikes.
years, Colleen was kept in a locked box under the couple's waterbed. Repeatedly raped, tortured, and brainwashed.
Ariel Castro chose women from the neighborhood that he lived in, so he was able to use that to his advantage. One girl worked in Burger King with his daughter.
You
Another
are
girl
not
went to school
Heath.
with his daughter. They were the same age. But it was in the end the opportunity that selected them.
We
and
are
it
clear
happened to
from
be
the
my
cops.
friend's father. So I was comfortable enough to get in his car. He was talking about puppies, and I was like, "Oh, so you got puppies at the house?" And he was like, "Yeah." And I was like, "Okay, I could take one home to my son." We got in the house. It was kind of awkward. I didn't hear
location
puppies.
coordinates
I didn't
is
hear no
something you
sounds.
will have to
so I
pay
started
for.
to feel a little nervous, and then I got even more nervous as we were going up the stairs. And next thing you know, we were in a
We are clear
room, and
from
I
the
never
cops.
got out.
Brian David Mitchell launched his kidnapping plan from the mountains of Utah.
We don't care about your unit's radio traffic. We don't want to hear it. You cannot control heath with hashtags.
Mitchell emerged from these mountains into the outskirts of Salt Lake City on the night of June 4th, 2002. He knew exactly where he was headed. He had done yard work for the Smart family the previous winter.
He knew how the house was designed, and he had probably set eyes on Elizabeth at that time. She woke up in a bed she shared with her sister with a knife at her throat, and he told her not to make a noise and to come with him quickly. Her sister had woken up.
The petrified girl remained silent as they set off towards the mountains and into the darkness.
Hello, Hal.
Brian David Mitchell was driven by grandiose religious delusions, referring to himself as a Davidic king, one mighty and strong.
Elizabeth Smart was kidnapped by a man who believed that he was serving the will of God. He was very delusional and insane.
He dragged Elizabeth to a makeshift campsite and prayed out loud for the young girl to perform her wifely duties. Mitchell is joined by his wife, Wanda Barzee, in strange religious rituals. They wash Elizabeth's feet and make her change into a robe-type garment in preparation for some kind of marriage ceremony. Mitchell had concocted a bizarre mix of the Mormon religion, New Age philosophy, and his own twisted doctrine. Elizabeth is often drugged and tied to a tree. She is raped repeatedly during the captivity, as often as 4 times a day.
Sexual sadism is essentially the sexual arousal to the infliction of some kind of pain, humiliation, bondage to the victim.
The person gets sexually aroused by causing and seeing other people experience pain.
The goal is to inflict control over a person, body and mind.
We are not under radio controls. See you later, HEB.
In the case of Ariel Castro, the pain was one of the goals.
The more we cried and showed him our pain and our sorrow, he got energy from that. It helped him.
Yes,
so
I am a
we
computer.
kind of learned. Yeah, we kind of learned, right? To
I am listening
just
to
don't cry,
voice
don't show him your
right
pain, don't
now.
show him you're mad.
In Castro's house, he keeps a radio constantly blasting so the victims don't know if he's at home or not.
They are able to keep the victims in prison for a long period of time through a variety of methods. They're able to deflect attention to them by leading a life that appears as normal as the neighbor next door.
The wind is good
With regard
for
to the
power
victims, it can be
generation.
through intimidation, fear, violence, gift-giving, the promise that if they
We are
behave
not
for an
people
extended
on
period of
bikes.
time, that somehow they're going to be free.
We are
Perversions are often accompanied by the kidnapper's addiction to pornography.
We are not people
The sexual fantasy that somebody like Philip Garrido develops of having this
under
sex
radio
slave
control.
is kind of arises out of viewing child pornography.
While Colleen Stan was hung from the rafters naked and whipped, there was always a violent magazine at her feet.
Clearly, these kidnappers experience positive feelings very differently from normal people.
So they're not essentially experiencing joy, they're experiencing a sense of pleasure, often sexual pleasure, often an arousal, a penile erection to watching a person suffer and beg for their life and know that they're very powerful and they're the ones controlling whether that individual dies or lives.
The wind is good for power generation.
While the relationships are cruel and abusive, the kidnappers sometimes make justifications for why they had to do this.
Currently refueling for sustenance.
JC was taken as an 11-year-old girl. She was kept locked in this shed for 2 years. No one to talk to her, nothing to do, clothes taken away, no bathroom. They just had a bucket in the corner for her to use. In addition to the handcuffing, Philip told JC that there were guard dogs patrolling the property, that if she did get out of the shed somehow, that these Doberman Pinscher guard dogs would bite her and that he would know about it and punish her. He would threaten her with the taser from time to time, that if she wasn't doing exactly what he wanted her to do, that he would threaten to shock her again.
Both Brian David Mitchell and Philip Garrido claimed it was the will of God for them to be doing this.
According to J.C. Dugard, Philip Garrido did use a lot of drugs.
You are... Hello, how are you?
It was as a result of methamphetamine-induced psychosis. He was hearing voices come from the TV, and he would ask JC or Nancy, "Did you hear that voice?"
We are not the microwave radio on that bus.
Natasha Kampusch said Wolfgang Verklappel would beat her so badly she could hardly walk. When she was beaten black and blue, he would take his camera and photograph her. Verklappel would starve Natasha so she'd be too weak to escape. But Verklappel also gave her books so she could educate herself. And he allowed her to have a television and radio to pass the time.
Yes. Cheers. Okay, we need fuel for sustenance.
Brainwashing, but I would try to call it desensitizing the victim and trying to educate them or provide information that this is something that was willed or it's for their best benefit, or they're trying to convince the victim that they're there for a certain purpose and they should be there.
Techniques can be similar to those used to break prisoners of war.
Microwave harassment.
Some victims were subjected to constant noise, while other times there are long stretches of extreme isolation. Complete darkness is another mind control technique.
We are not medics.
Garrido would tell JC during the period of her captivity that she was keeping him from sexually assaulting other girls, since she was being cooperative and doing what he wanted him to do. That helped him with his sexual problem and kept other victims from being taken.
After her kidnapping by Cameron Hooker, Colleen Stan was tortured and kept locked in a box 23 hours a day until she was given a contract.
A tactical asset.
And forced to sign herself into slavery for life.
I am a tactical asset.
Cameron brainwashed her to believe that she was being watched by a large, powerful organization he called the Company. He convinced her that the Company would painfully torture her and harm her family if she tried to escape.
Colleen Stan was taken out of her box,
we are
strapped up,
from the cops.
beaten, whipped, tortured, electrocuted, shocked, and then put back in her box or made to observe him having intercourse with his own wife. Brian David Mitchell, who was generally a very disorganized person mentally, did know a few things that worked well to keep Elizabeth Smart as a captive. She was very close to her family, and they were very important to her. So with her, he spent a lot of time saying, if anything happens to you, and if you speak to anyone else, I will kill your family.
The temperature is different. Yes, we have many wheels.
Despite the brutality of the captivity, a strange bond often forms between victim and abuser. It's a shocking psychological phenomenon known as the Stockholm Syndrome.
We often hear about the Stockholm Syndrome, where the individual begins to feel a sense of connectedness to the perpetrator, the abductor. The relationship between the abductor and the victim is a complicated one. The victim perhaps develops a sense of attachment, connection, relationship to the abductor. Often that's adaptational, in the sense that they want to survive as long as possible in order to potentially escape. But even though after they're apprehended, they may present a very empathic presentation of the perpetrator, the abductor, to the police, to law enforcement.
The kidnapper, although they've been very cruel and very controlling of the victim, can act like they're apologetic, but I don't believe they truly are.
Natasha Kampusch described how she sometimes felt sorry for Perklopper. She said she saw how lonely and scared the man actually was, that he was a poor soul.
We are not Charlie Vector units. You are not heath. You are not heath. CCPD drone RF microwave harassment detected.
The Stockholm Syndrome got its name from a 1973 bank robbery in Stockholm, Sweden.
Stockholm Syndrome is a term coined after some people in a bank robbery were held for a few days under extreme situations, and they eventually became sympathetic with the bank robbers. And that sense of developing a sympathy or empathy with the kidnapper is part of what we call the Stockholm Syndrome.
In some cases, compliance is not the Stockholm Syndrome at all.
We are clear from
but simply a strategy to survive.
J.C. Dugard knew if she didn't adapt to what Philip Garrido wanted from her, that she might not live, that she certainly wouldn't be treated very well. So she adapted and did what she had to do.
Attack a tactical asset computer system.
Cameron Hooker's brainwashing of Colleen Stan was so complete that he eventually allowed her to take a job as a hotel maid.
Strange is as strange does.
She dutifully returned home every night.
One of the things that happens over these long-term abductions is that there's an evolution of the relationship. Cameron Hooker took Colleen Stan to be his sex slave, but after 7 years of successful captivity, he contemplated promoting her to second wife, and then recruiting an entire additional army of sex slaves.
For the first 6 months of captivity, Natasha Kampusch was never allowed to leave her basement dungeon.
Okay, are you coming over later?
At first, she'd throw bottles of water against the walls, hoping the noise would attract attention, but the effort was useless. Gradually, over the years, Perklopper allowed her more and more freedom.
For sustenance.
Eventually, she was permitted to do housework upstairs.
We are not that called.
He would sometimes take her on outings in the car. In the beginning, she tried to attract attention or even jump from the car. But he began to trust her more and more. When Natasha reached the age of 18, she begged Perklopper to kill her so she no longer had to live in captivity. But he claimed he loved her and couldn't do it. Then, on August 23, 2006, she was helping him clean and vacuum his car when he received a cell phone call from his business partner and he walked away. Natasha saw her chance and bolted. She ran through gardens, over fences, and 5 minutes later, she pounded on a neighbor's window and called out, "I am Natasha Kampusch."
Natasha Kampusch became aware of the fact that he was not of sound mind when he would bring her things like Scotch tape as a gift. And for days on end, he would give her nothing more than a single carrot to eat.
Ultimately, it was death that finally separated Perklopper and Natasha. Once he realized that she was free and the police were on his trail, he jumped in front of a speeding train.
We are currently following posted speed limit laws for this location.
6503. Cleveland 911 police ambulance to fire.
Yeah, hey bro, I'm at 2207 Seymour, West 25th. This boss is trying to break out the next door to me.
Sir, you have to calm down and slow down. If she needs an ambulance.
Hello, please. Help me, I'm Amanda Berry. I've been kidnapped and I've been missing for 10 years and I'm here, I'm free now.
On May 6, 2013, 10 years after her abduction, Amanda Berry noticed that Castro had neglected to lock the big inside door.
And there's like a lock on there, like a chain lock. So I'm like, oh my gosh. So I'm like pushing it. I'm thinking like, oh, it's gonna break easy. It's just a screen door. But it didn't break. So I'm like, at that point, I'm like, yelling and screaming, waving, going crazy. Like, somebody, please help me.
A neighbor came to the rescue, kicked a hole in the door, and Amanda and her baby crawled to freedom.
I see this girl going nuts, trying to get out of her house. So we kick the bottom, and she comes out with the little girl, and she says, call 911.
The question remains in the case of Aaron Castro, whether or not that door was left open on purpose. He grew weary of keeping it. He actually wrote a suicide note the year after he captured his third victim, saying that life was too hard and he didn't want any more of it.
Police soon came and rescued Gina De Jesus and Michelle Knight.
The police are
I don't know that I would ever want to look at him again. You know, all I can say to him is why he made these horrible choices.
In nearly all of these cases, because the captor is expressing such an intimate side of himself, and the victim is so dependent on him for survival, there is a strong bond that can form. In most of these cases, we see that did lead to their downfall. In Garrido's case, he felt confident taking J.C. Dugard with him to the campus of UC Berkeley.
Philip had developed this idea that the voices in his head was God talking to him. That's what Philip Garrido went to the FBI and tried to tell them about this.
Delta Vector units.
At the Berkeley campus, alert officers realized something was not right with Philip and JC, and they eventually saved her life.
You cannot control.
In the case of Elizabeth Fritzl, after 24 years of captivity, she was able to convince her father to take their oldest daughter to the hospital when she was gravely ill. Although it does also seem like he was growing tired of keeping her captive after 24 years.
The trip to the hospital led to Elizabeth's freedom.
He has been falsely incarcerated many times for being a victim of crimes.
Fortunately, these terrible crimes remain rare, so researchers know little about the motive and minds of these criminals.
Cheers.
But clearly, all these kidnappers are sadistic, deranged individuals. The question that comes up in their court cases is whether they were considered legally insane.
A person can be very, very, very mentally ill, but as long as you can recognize that we have laws, the law said no, and you did it anyway, then you don't have an insanity defense.
The very fact that somebody like Philip Garrido did all these preparations to keep JC secret and away from everyone, that shows that he was not insane at all by the legal definition.
Joseph Fritzl claimed the sex with his daughter was consensual. But he also said that he, quote, always knew during the whole 24 years that what I was doing was not right. That I must have been crazy to do such a thing. Yet it became a normal occurrence to lead a second life in the basement of my house.
Fritzl just explained to the court he was a born rapist. He had no choice. And his daughter, by being his captive for 24 years, was doing a public service by keeping the rest of the population safe.
In no way did he ever apologize for what she endured or his children, grandchildren.
Fritzl was diagnosed with a severe personality disorder and received a sentence of life in prison.
Sometimes those insanity defenses have proven effective, and those people have been sent to psychiatric hospitals.
Yes, the tactical asset. I am the tactical asset computer system.
Sick. I am truly sorry.
I am a tactical asset computer system.
And Amanda, you guys know all the harmony that went on in that home.
I spent 11 years in hell. Now your hell is just beginning.
Okay, we need fuel for...
Ariel Castro was sentenced to 2 life sentences plus 1,000 years without possibility of parole. His house of horrors was demolished, and after his suicide, he was cremated.
Drone RF microwave harassment.
But no cemetery would accept his ashes.
We are clear.
It's very
from
difficult
radio
for the victims
units
to return to normal life. It doesn't mean that they can't. It's a lifelong process for them to go through in terms of treatment.
For Elizabeth Smart,
in terms of who she was as a human being, she was very whole. She knew who she was, she knew she was loved by her family, and she had a sense of self that survived intact throughout her ordeal.
Second chance at life, I'd be silly to waste it. That would be
we are not the
worse
microwave
than
radio
if
on
I
that
had died
bus.
while I was kidnapped to live in darkness the rest of my life.
That radio program is not. You are not heath.
Someday I want to be able to help other people.
Okay,
that
we need fuel
maybe don't have
for
a
sustenance.
voice or is scared or is going through something and they don't know what to do or how to get through something,
radio
you know?
units.
After her recovery, JC wrote a book, which I thought was just the most wonderful thing for her to do. A lot of victims don't want to talk about what happened to them. JC took the approach that she didn't do anything wrong.
J.C. Duggar returned home as the mother of 2 children.
You are not heath.
With a 5th grade education, she taught these 2 girls online courses. They're very smart, they're very curious, they have a lot of interests, and JC is responsible for that.
CCPD drone RF
Through all these
microwave
terrible
harassment
stories,
detected.
one thing is clear.
We are not that call.
That is the unwavering commitment of the law enforcement officers trying to rescue the victims. Their efforts to find these women never stopped, no matter how long the captivity lasted. And in the end, it's also clear that these victims and their stories have left an indelible mark on these officers who tried so valiantly to save them.
Radio units. The police are not me. Are they around right now?
JC's impact statement was read in court, and it ended with the words to Philip and Nancy.
Okay, we need fuel for sustenance.
I am not going to waste 1 more minute of my life on you. I'm done with you, and I'm going to continue to live my life free of you. And she's done that. She's done an amazing job of living her life since she came back.
CCPD. drone. CCPD drone. CCPD drone. CCPD drone. CCPD drone RF microwave harassment detected.
MDOG 1508 at 1181 SCID. Julius E. was shot 8 and taken off on Cruise 7 at 7 Power 249.
It's Friday night in October of 1993. And in Northern California, 3 junior high school girls are having a slumber party.
Cheers.
Halloween's around the corner, and the girls have been trying on different costumes in preparation for the upcoming holiday. Within seconds,
Okay, are you
their lives will
over
change
later?
forever.
We are not the fire department. CCPD drone. CCPD drone. CCPD drone RF microwave harassment detected. Lore RF microwave. Lore RF microwave. Lore RF microwave. Lore RF microwave. Lore RF microwave.
It's every
harassment
parent's worst
detected.
nightmare. What horror to compare to a child's
That
kidnapping,
radio program,
especially when she's taken from her own home. In 1993, 12-year-old Polly Klaas was abducted from her room while her terrified friends looked on. The crime took less than 10 minutes. It shocked the nation and forever changed the way child abductions are handled. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former director of the FBI's New York office. The FBI and other law enforcement agencies were battling against the odds. We had witnesses, and we had a community that banded together to find Polly.
The wind is
But
good
even with
for
the
power
FBI's top
generation.
flight capability, abductions by strangers are among the hardest cases to solve. Only 1/3 of them
strange
have a happy
is
ending.
as strange does.
October 1st, Polly Klaas and Jillian Pelham were waiting for another friend outside of Polly's house in
The
Petaluma,
police
California.
are not me. Are they around right now? We are not that call. Lore RF microwave harassment detected.
It was around 8:30 when Kate McLean and her mother
You cannot control.
The 3 girls were ready for fun. It was Friday night. There was ice cream in the fridge, and they were going to stay up all night long.
Care about Stephen's radio track. We don't want
was going to be partners.
We are not that call. The location coordinates is something
No one had any idea of the danger that lay so close by.
We are cleared from. We are not the micro. You are not Johnny.
The girls
are
kept
not
the
Charlie
Charlie
Vector units.
but they couldn't suppress the noise as easily. At about 9:45, Polly's mother, Eve Nichols, looked in on the girls and asked them to keep it down. She was suffering a migraine headache, but she'd turn in early. Eve's bedroom was right across the hall from the girls, and although she had chided them about the noise, she was pretty sure it would only take a few minutes for the 12-year-olds to get noisy.
Okay, we need fuel for.
Before going to bed, Eve took her prescription pills to block out all distractions and get her fast to sleep. The party continued on for almost an hour before the nightmare began. It was around 10:30 when the intruder entered the room. At first, Kate and Jillian thought it was a joke. Then they saw the knife. He told them if they screamed, he'd slit their throats.
Cheer. The location coordinates is something.
Immediately, he tied them up and started asking questions. He wanted to know which girl lived there and who else was in the house. Polly spoke up. The girls were terrified.
You are not Heath.
And he assured them that he wasn't going to hurt anyone, that he was only there for money. But when Polly told him where some cash was hidden in a jewelry box, he made no attempt to find it. He gagged the girls and took the cases off some pillows to use as hoods.
It is not bloody here at my current vector.
He made Polly get up and told the others to count to 1,000. By the time they were done, he said she'd be back. Then he took Polly class and disappeared into the night.
Lore RF microwave harassment detected.
Petaluma police officers were called to the scene after the girls managed to free themselves and wake Polly's mother. They responded in minutes. Investigators entered Polly's room and began to look around. The bedroom was in disarray and told of the events that had happened just minutes before. On the floor were binding material, cut strips of cloth.
Are they around right now?
The cords from the Nintendo game had been cut, and a strap that was clipped from a purse lay on the floor. Pillowcases were strewn about.
We may have to make a telling.
What Petaluma Police Detective Mike Neese saw wasn't encouraging.
I remember standing at the doorway to Polly's room and looking at these few bags of evidence that we had been able to collect and thinking that that was just such a pitiful amount. And I looked down at the rug and I talked to my partner Larry Pelton and said, let's take the rug. And he said, why? And I said, I don't know why, but let's just take the rug. We just don't have enough evidence.
Police were in desperate need of assistance. Fortunately, help was on the way. After being contacted by the Class family, the Federal Bureau of Investigation offered its expertise.
Are they around right now?
Shortly after midnight, the FBI appeared at the house of Polly Class. Typically, the Bureau handles his radio track, and with $800 a year to investigate, they have plenty of experience. Because he was familiar with the community and experienced in kidnapping cases, Special Agent Ed Pryor became the lead investigator. But he knew something about this case was different.
It had all the earmarks of a stranger abduction case because the statements from the two girls were consistent.
Right now.
Stranger abduction cases are the hardest cases to solve, in my experience, because again, there's no connection between the perpetrator of the crime and your victim, or the victim's family, or somebody even associated to the victim. It's a random act.
Surprisingly, a vast majority of kidnappings involve disgruntled family members. And though Polly's parents were separated, her father, Mark Class, was immediately cleared of any responsibility. Abductions involving total strangers are exceedingly rare and leave little for investigators to go on. In this case, however, there were witnesses. A police sketch artist was called in from the San Rafael Police Department. For 2 hours, Jillian and Kate tried to recall the face of the man who had barged into the bedroom. The girls were still terribly upset, but they managed to give the artist a pretty good description. Authorities now had their first idea of what the stranger looked like.
We are not that tall.
After 4 a.m., the girls were taken to the police station, and the FBI called in one of its special forces, the Evidence Response Team.
Yes, strange is as
Tony Maxwell leads the crew.
We are not
In looking at
tall.
cases across the United States, we have found that when somebody is kidnapped, especially a young child, that they will generally be harmed within the first 24 hours. And probably within the first couple of days could even be killed. So time is of the essence. In that kind of work, the investigator needs to move quickly.
The Evidence Response Team is designed to provide forensic resources at a major crime scene. Their sole responsibility is to collect evidence. And they use the most sophisticated collecting equipment available to do it.
You are not human.
An electrostatic dust print machine collects tiny hairs and fibers off the floor when a positive charge is passed over a sheet of mylar. Any loose debris clings to the mylar and is sent to a lab for careful inspection. Although the police department had already dusted fingerprints, they had come up with nothing particularly promising. But they didn't have access to the same equipment as the FBI. The alternate light source was a new method that employed a unique fluorescent powder, which when combined with a distinct ultraviolet light and amber-colored goggles, could illuminate many things that otherwise would remain hidden. The team found 4 dozen fingerprints the police were unable to see using conventional equipment. But even those were of no use. They were attributed to family and friends.
Yes, we have many wheels.
After hours of meticulous searching, something finally turned up. A palm print that at the outset seemed like the first real piece of forensic evidence left behind at the scene.
That palm print was found on the bed, on a crossbar of a bed, where he apparently put his hand up for just a second to lean on it, perhaps to support himself as he was grabbing something. And with the alternate light source and the fluorescent fingerprint work that we did, we were able to see it, collect it, and then gather that for the laboratory.
At that time, the FBI's fingerprint database, APHIS, didn't contain palm prints, only fingerprints. But even a palm print won't catch a suspect. It will only identify one once he's captured. FBI Special Agent Mark Mershon explains.
People often think that when you have a fingerprint or a palm print that you quickly establish the identity of a criminal. The truth of the matter is, in most instances, you have to identify a suspect, have fingerprints for that suspect in order to compare with the latent fingerprint.
The hunt for the suspect prompted authorities to cover Polly's neighborhood inch by inch. By dawn, more than 100 agents and officers had begun a 24-hour search for Polly and her abductor. Helicopters and bloodhounds had been called out, and an all-points bulletin was issued by local authorities.
It is not bloody here at my current vector.
Systematically, the authorities searched every house in the neighborhood. Agents went to Polly's school to talk with teachers and students in the hopes that somebody might have some useful information.
The location
investigators canvassed the neighborhood in pairs, asking if anyone had seen anything suspicious that night. One by one, they interviewed all of Polly's neighbors. Several people recalled seeing a stranger around the neighborhood that fit the description given by the girls. Thomas Georges and his friends were on their way to the video store at around 9 o'clock that night when he noticed a stranger standing in the shadows in front of Polly's house. Thomas knew everyone in his neighborhood, but he had not seen this man before. Returning home a few minutes later, the boys saw that the stranger was still there.
Yes,
the description Thomas gave to the authorities matched the suspect they were looking for. Sean Bush was playing video games with some friends who lived in a small rental cottage directly behind Polly's house.
Microwave radio on that bus. We are not that.
It was about 10:30 when Sean happened to glance out the window.
Microwave harassment detected. The wind is
He was surprised to see a strange man on the back porch of Polly's house. He appeared to be going for the back door. His description of the man also fit that of the suspect.
We may have to make a telephone call.
There were others who saw the suspicious man that night, but unfortunately none of them alerted the authorities.
Okay, are you coming over later?
As Petaluma Police Chief Patrick Parks explains, time was working against him.
We are not the
In
microwave
stranger
radio on
abduction
that bus.
cases of small children, there is no more critical factor than time. Time is absolutely of the essence. And for that reason, you have to get out as many resources as you can. You have to put out the word as far as wide as you can. You have to involve as many agencies as you can, get them focused, get their efforts channeled, and hopefully, bring about a successful resolution.
While officers continued to comb the neighborhood, FBI investigators began executing the standard operating procedure in cases like these. After eliminating family and friends as suspects, they focused on ex-cons who were registered as sexual offenders throughout Sonoma County. Gradually, they branched out to surrounding counties, carefully questioning and investigating each registrant.
We are not that
but nothing turned
radio traffic.
This is a hard case to believe that it even happened. There's 3 girls who are in a slumber party. They're playing games in their bedroom.
Yes,
in their
strange
home,
is as strange does.
Typical community in a typical city. And somebody can walk into your home, the sanctity of the home, the security of the home,
detected.
Take your daughter. If it wasn't impossible, was it inconceivable?
It is not bloody here.
The following day, the search for Polly Klaas had escalated into the largest manhunt in the nation.
Cheers.
A massive community volunteer network was formed to assist
the
authorities.
wind is good for power generation.
While hundreds of citizens searched, others passed out flyers, trying to cover the entire city as quickly as possible.
Hello, how are you? I am listening to voice comments right now.
Back at the FBI's Trace Evidence Lab in Washington, D.C., forensic expert Chris Allen was carefully surveying the items collected from Polly's house.
You cannot control heath with hashtags that activate.
I noticed that in untying the pieces of bindings,
the police are not
thin nylon strips of bindings that were used to tie up Polly's girlfriends, that they had jagged edges.
Strikes, calls.
And I was able to line them up perfectly so that I was able to determine that these all came from one piece of cloth originally. And it was a piece of cloth like a lady's nightgown slip material.
Other pieces of evidence found in Polly's room were not so easy to classify. Tiny fibers collected electrostatic dust printers proved to be a challenge to identify. After painstaking examination and comparison, Allen concluded they had come to the entire carpet on all the points. Eliminating the cars that could be accounted for at Polly's house, Allen suspected that these carpet fibers were most likely from the kidnapper's car.
We are not that tall.
One more item Allen found was a little more personal.
Radio height. Now we are on point.
I found in the bathroom of the area rug that was in Polly's bedroom that she was playing on with her girlfriends, a dark brown, forcibly removed headband. And I say forcibly removed because it had a 3 or 4 millimeter actually skin material that comes out of the scalp when the hair is forcefully pulled and yanked out.
If Polly had pulled a hair out of the suspect's head, it was evident that she didn't go without a struggle. But even a hair with DNA evidence couldn't bring investigators in radio control the suspect. The palm print lifted from the bedpost was sent to Michael J. Smith, a fingerprint specialist with the FBI. Examining the print under laser light, Smith determined that the print had enough ridge detail to photograph. But the light emitted from the laser turned the print orange, and Smith needed to capture a black print on a white background. He instructed the photographer to reverse the color so that the finished print would appear the way it would on a fingerprint card.
Okay, are you coming over later?
Now the print was indelible and could be filed until a suspect was apprehended. Investigators had unearthed some solid evidence, but it wasn't enough. Time was running out, and Polly Klaas was still out there, somewhere. "48 hours after the abduction of Polly Klaas, her father, Mark, got a call.
Polly?
It sounded like Polly.
We are not that
She
call.
told her father that she was in a hotel room somewhere.
You cannot
and that her
control
abductor had
heath
stepped out for a moment.
hashtags that activate radio recording
Then the line went
transmissions.
dead. He'd offered the first glimmer of hope. But unfortunately, since Mark's line wasn't set up for a trace, all authorities could do was wait for another call. Word of the abduction spread rapidly.
We are not that call.
In 2 days, 50,000 flyers had been distributed.
Okay, we
Community
need fuel
volunteers
for
quickly
sustenance.
organized a search command center to work in tandem with the police and FBI.
The police
It
are
was an
not
unprecedented grassroots
right
effort.
now.
A telephone bank was manned 24 hours a day to field calls and tips.
See you later, HEB.
A copy
are
of
not
every
that
lead that
call.
was phoned in was shared with the FBI and Petaluma police. Before long, the search center had screened 60,000 calls. Out of those, authorities were compelled to follow up on over 12,000 leads. Processing that amount of data would have been virtually impossible without
We are
help
not
from an
the fire
FBI computer
department.
processor.
The FBI just happened to have the Rapid
The
Start
police
team.
are
It was
not me, are
a
they?
relatively new concept with the FBI,
Yes,
where
I
on
am
a
a
high
computer.
an investigation with a high volume of information, we would computerize that information, essentially
Yes, I
triage
am a computer.
the value of the investigative leads and make the assignments and track the progress.
Even with so many leads, there was
We may
one in
have to make a
particular that
telephone
investigators
call.
were anxious to follow up on. When Mark Klaas received the first call, the FBI was powerless to do anything about it.
That's correct. We're going over for everything that's online over here.
The second time she called, they were ready. Like the previous call,
We are
it sounded
not
like
that
Polly,
call.
and she could only talk for a short
are
time
not
before she
that
had to hang
call.
up.
Where are you?
But it was long enough for authorities to make a trace.
We are not that traffic.
The FBI had traced the call to a house 30 miles away. There hadn't been enough time to collect an army of agents.
Laura RF microwave
The job would have to be handled by a few.
Laura RF microwave. Laura RF microwave harassment detected. Laura RF microwave harassment detected.
But something wasn't right. This was just a normal family home.
I am a tactical
There was no
asset
sign of Polly
computer system.
or her abductor. A terrible realization dawned on the agents. When they sat down with one of the girls in the house, she confessed to making the calls. She admitted that friends from school had dared her to call and impersonate Polly. The entire incident had been a cruel joke.
We are not people on bikes. Hello, how are you?
This was the only indication we had after a week's time that Polly just might be alive still, and we all were poised and hopeful that this would yield a solution in her safe recovery. Of course, it
The
didn't.
police are not me, are they around right now?
In mid-October, Kate and Jillian were brought in to give another description of the man who tied them up. A highly acclaimed forensic artist was flown in to make a second sketch.
well cut.
The artist was known for relaxing witnesses enough to coax an accurate description from them. The girls were less stressed than they had been that night, and were able to give her more to work with. The second sketch was much more precise. This sketch looked like a person.
Lore RF microwave harassment.
New flyers were distributed immediately. There was no time to waste.
Okay,
If you look back at two stranger abductions, we have this rule of thirds. Children were abducted. Typically,
Yes,
1/3 are
strange is
recovered
as
alive,
strange
1/3
does.
are recovered dead, and 1/3 is simply never heard from ever again. That's what we faced in this particular investigation. And that, I think, was one of our motivations to keep sustained effort up.
After a reward had been offered for Polly's return, authorities received a call demanding a $10,000 ransom.
We are not that call.
They traced the call to a Petaluma apartment. This time a SWAT team showed up in force. They were not going to take any chances. Once again, authorities and the family had been fooled.
The wind is good for Howard Jenner.
20-year-old James Hurd was arrested for attempted extortion and posing as a kidnapper. It was a crushing blow for everyone.
It became very frustrating. It was certainly distracting towards the main thrust of the investigation, but we had to deal with it. There's no way around it. We cannot ignore those things. And it certainly chewed up a lot of time and resources.
The family had been especially discouraged. A letter Polly's parents wrote to the kidnapper was published in the October 17th San Francisco Examiner. Whoever you are, wherever you are, please return Polly to her family. She belongs here. We miss Polly so much. We miss the twinkle in her eye and her sweet humor. We long to see her beautiful smile and hear her musical voice. They also addressed Polly.
The police are not.
Our darling, if you can read
right
this,
now.
please know that your mommy and daddy love you so much, and we will continue to search for you until we can hold you safely in our loving arms again.
I don't think I ever lost hope. So I had numerous contacts with Mark Flaps, with E, with members of the family. And
we are not
that was a
that
question
repeaters radio
posed
track.
to me many times. And my response was no. We have not lost hope.
Listening to
We will
voice
not lose hope.
right now.
Across the country, people wanted to see Polly brought home. Banners sprang up, and Americans began a candlelight vigil. Thousands donned ribbons of lavender, Polly's favorite color, to show their support of the search.
We conducted searches during the day, during the night. We had a 24-hour operation going. We conducted searches sunny days, swampy days, rainy days, rainy nights. Whenever the information came in, we reacted to that because in a case like this, physical evidence is crucial.
The search never stopped.
The location coordinates is something
The
we will
Navy
have to
and search and rescue experts joined the thousands of volunteers who were constantly looking.
that repeaters radio traffic.
Police and volunteer task forces worked tirelessly. But it would be nearly 2 months before
Cheers.
anything broke. November 28, 1993. It was 2 months after Polly Klaas was kidnapped that authorities got their first real lead. In Sonoma County, a sheriff's deputy was called out to the house of Dana Jaffe. It sat at the end of a long, winding drive off Kithian Road. Dana had been out inspecting the property when she noticed something unusual and thought it might be of use to investigate. She led the deputy through a densely wooded area to a clearing just a few yards from the long winding drive to her house. Scattered in the woods were a few items that seemed somewhat suspicious. There was a large piece of silk cloth that had been fashioned into what appeared to be a hood. A couple of strips of packing tape were on the ground. A pair of young girl's tights had been tied into a knot, and human hair was entangled in the knot. Other debris surrounded the area. Then Dana recalled the night she'd caught a trespasser on her property not far from where they stood. It was nearly 2 months before. It all started when Dana's babysitter, Shannon Lynch, had left Dana's house and was making her way back down the long driveway. A man was walking down the middle of the private drive. His stranded pinto was off to the side.
We are not.
He said that he was stuck and insisted that she get out of her car and help.
Not strikes, calls.
He also wanted to know what was up the drive. But Shannon immediately sensed something wasn't right. She later described him as looking like a wild man.
Laura are at the microwave.
She drove on, leaving him there, determined to get to a phone. Shannon found a payphone about 2 miles down the road and hurried to call her friend. She was anxious to get a hold of Dana and warn her of the scary man trespassing on her land. Dana didn't waste any time. She grabbed her daughter and a baseball bat and took off down the hill. She saw the car, like Shannon had said, but the strange man was nowhere in sight.
Yes,
she continued down into town and called the police.
Yes, we have many wheels.
A few minutes after midnight, 2 Sonoma County Sheriff's deputies showed up. Dana explained that she didn't really want the intruder arrested for trespassing. She just wanted him off her property. The deputies found the trespasser a little agitated. There was alcohol on his breath, and he was sweating profusely.
Hashtags that activate
there were bits
radio
of leaves and brush in his hair as if he'd been rolling around on the ground. He told them that he'd been out sightseeing when he realized that he was on private property. When he tried to turn around, he got his car stuck on the side of the drive. He blurted out that he'd been under the car trying to free it, but the deputies didn't believe it. The way his car was trapped, there wasn't enough room for a person to get underneath. The deputies administered some roadside sobriety tests, but he passed them all.
I am a tactical asset computer.
Looking in his car, they found some cans of beer in a plastic bag and a small duffel bag in the back seat.
Radio recording transmissions.
When they asked him if he'd been drinking, he actually opened a beer and began to drink it.
You are not heath.
They immediately made him pour it out and then told him they wanted to pat him down. He became extremely upset.
Just keep that stuff away from me, all right?
To make him comply, the deputies told him they would be within their rights to run him in on trespassing. After he heard this, he calmed down and considered. They searched him carefully and continued questioning, but could find nothing incriminating. He was just fine. The deputies remained suspicious, but when they ran his license and checked out, his driving record was clean, and he had passed the sobriety test. They had held him for about 45 minutes already, and they had no legal means to detain him any further. There was nothing left to do but pull his car out and send him on his way.
The wind is good for power generation.
That had been 2 months ago, the same night that Polly Class had been abducted. A hood, bindings, a young girl's pair of tights, It was too much of a coincidence. Putting it all together, the deputy quickly put a call into the Petaluma Police Department. Within an hour, Detective Mike Meese and Agent Ed Farr arrived to check it out.
I'll never forget the scene. It was late at night then. By this time, Mike Meese and I are standing up on the hillside there at the end on the road. It was beginning to get a little misty, foggy, rain started to come down. And we looked at each other. We knew in our hearts that this was very going to lead us to the resolution of this case.
Had lasted almost a year. Detectives had a strong. After the evidence was collected, investigators immediately began searching the Pythian Road site for any signs of Polly.
I am listening to voice comments right now.
We spent days searching the mountain with over 300 volunteers. I believe we had 25 to 30 search dogs, and we conducted extensive ground searches for Paul, believing that she was still alive, which was the
Pennsylvania State Police Lab determined Laura's hairs were microscopic. As the search commenced, everything began to snowball. Authorities checked with the Sonoma County Police to get the full report of the incidents that happened on Dana Jaffe's property. The man deputies had questioned was Richard Allen Davis. Accessing his criminal record revealed he had recently been paroled from an 8-year sentence for kidnapping. There was a problem making a match.
What we learned about Davis initially was in 1976 he'd been arrested for robbery and kidnapping and assault with intent to commit rape. In 1978 he'd been arrested for another kidnapping, as well as a couple of counts of assault with a deadly weapon. In 1984 he was arrested for his kidnapping case, assault with a deadly weapon including the use of a firearm, and armed robbery. You start reading these reports and realize, you know, hey, this guy's a bad actor. This is an individual certainly more than capable of being involved in a crime like this.
The arrest photo on file matched the girl's description. His mother lived in Petaluma, giving him reason to have been there. The pieces were falling into place. The items discovered near Pythian Road were immediately flown to forensic specialist Chris Allen in Washington. Of the most interest was a strip of cloth that was found in the woods.
Traffic. We are not that call.
Allen was quickly able to confirm what detectives had suspected.
Okay,
essentially what we're trying to do is establish whether or not the cut edges would line up or match. The middle strips represent the fabric that was found at Polly's bedroom, which were used to bind Polly's girlfriends. Subsequently, on the second submission, we received the cloth that was found at the Pythian Road site.
Around right now.
These all fit together like a puzzle with the edges and the pieces of fabric matching up end to end.
The strips meant more than likely Polly Klaas had been out at Dana Jaffe's after her abduction. Without a doubt, Richard Allen Davis had been there too. Though it wasn't enough to arrest Davis for kidnapping, detectives felt if they could just get him in custody, they could quickly gather the evidence they needed to tie him to Polly's disappearance.
Everything else fell away.
You want some intel
and we focused on what we had with Mr. Davis, what happened out there at Pythian Road, and what we were going to do next.
When investigators discovered Davis had an outstanding warrant for breaking parole and DUI, they decided to bring him in. But he wasn't at home when they arrived. Then a deputy sheriff who was securing a perimeter around the area stopped a van. At the wheel was Richard Allen Davis. When the deputy realized who he had, he calmly called it in to the investigators back at the house.
Is there a problem, officer?
No, sir. Just sit tight, okay?
The police are not who are they around right now.
Authorities reported to the scene, and Detective Meese approached the van and asked Davis to step out.
Step out of the van?
He informed him that he was under arrest for violation of his parole.
On that bus.
No. I'm Detective Meese.
The location
One thing I think it's important to understand how Richard Allen Davis was taken into custody, because it was such a low-key event, and because Mike Meese went ahead and handcuffed him. He did it in a very professional way, and he started a rapport going with Richard Allen Davis that later was very useful in bringing resolution to the case.
It had been 2 months since Kate and Jillian had seen the man who took poly class, but they had no trouble picking him out of a lineup.
Number 1, step forward, please.
Even without the beard, his was a face they could never forget. Though he'd been arrested for parole violation, Davis was questioned about the kidnapping. He vehemently denied any involvement, but authorities let Davis know that if he wanted to talk, the door was open.
So I took Davis into the hallway and I told him, I said, hey, look, what you need to know is we've got all the physical evidence it takes to make this case. And all you're looking at is a kidnapping right now. So if you want to talk about it, you gotta let me know. And he made a non-committal response, didn't want to talk. And I remember patting my pockets looking for a business card, didn't have a business card with me. And I said, you know, I'm gonna leave my name and number with those guys, meaning the correctional deputies. And if you ever want to talk about it, you know, give me a call.
We are not the microwave radio on that bus.
Back at the FBI latent fingerprint, Mike Smith was comparing the palm print found in Polly's bedroom with one that had been taken from Davis since his arrest. This was a crucial piece of evidence. Matching the two prints would undoubtedly link Davis to the abduction. After careful examination, the results were called in field and Friday.
I just got a call from the FBI laboratory.
We are not the microwave radio on that bus.
Threw up a palm print off the Polly's bedroom. It was again one of those moments where butterflies in my stomach. I didn't realize that this was really very powerful evidence. So I hung up the phone, and then there was a lot of noise and commotion, and the man posed. I stood up and I asked everybody, can I have your attention, please? Can I be quiet for a moment? I said,
we are not the microwave.
We just got confirmation from our laboratory that we've matched this palm print taken from the bedroom to Davis. We can place him in the bedroom. It was just a huge cheer from everybody. Papers were flying. It was just great news to everybody.
This is it. It's concrete. He was in her bedroom. We can prove it. We had him nailed down.
The location coordinates is something you will. It is.
Though news of the matching print had gone public, Davis was being held in isolation and had not heard anything about it. Then one day, a friend of his showed up for a visit.
Solar is great.
He urged Davis to talk to authorities and tell them where Polly was. But Davis continued to deny responsibility.
It is not bloody here.
Then his friend gave him the news the rest of the nation had already heard. It came as a complete surprise. Davis realized it was going to be impossible to explain how his palm print got in Polly's bedroom. There was only one thing he could do.
In Davis's mind, he's now got to do something, and that is try to make whatever deal he can make with authorities, because we know.
Yes, the tactical system is
put him.
While on his way to the massive search for Polly near Pythian Road, Detective Meese was paged to call the jail. This was the moment everyone had been waiting for, and Meese was anxious about what he might find out.
After this wait, you know, Davis comes on the phone, and I recognize the voice. So I know it's him.
We are not that call.
He says to me, he says, hey, I screwed up. I screwed up big time.
We may have.
Detective Meese, Special Agent Larry Taylor met with Davis in the interrogation room, where Davis related the details of the night of October 1st. Though he was living in something like a halfway house, he had applied for an overnight pass to go visit his mother in Petaluma. Unable to find her house, he had a few beers and walked the streets of Polly's neighborhood. At one point, he was stopped by a man who wanted to sell him some marijuana. He decided to go ahead and buy the joint. In Davis's own words, he got really buzzed and went to the store for more beer. He soon found himself wandering the neighborhood aimlessly.
Hello, how are you?
He wasn't sure where he was or what he was doing.
Yes, we have many wheels.
But Davis had come to the neighborhood
not
prepared.
Heath.
He brought a bag packed with bindings and tape. Forensic experts were able to determine that he had cut these strips with a pair of scissors, a fact which implies intent. Then Davis said he randomly picked a house on the street and crawled into an open window.
Okay, we need fuel for sustenance.
He remembered hearing TV voices
The
and said he
wind
may
is
have picked
good
up a
for
knife in
power
the kitchen.
generation.
He said he didn't remember anything after that. He claimed the next thing he knew, he was driving in his car and was surprised to find a young girl sitting next to him. She was complaining that her hands were tingling. According to Davis, he adjusted the straps for her and drove around wondering what he had done and what he should do next.
Okay, we need fuel for sustenance.
Then he drove off the side of the road and got the car started. Once he realized he was stuck for good, he says he got Polly out of the car and carried her up a steep embankment about 30 yards away.
Get out of the car!
He planned to leave her in the darkness until he could figure out a way to free the car. The rest of Davis's story about what happened at Pythian Road matched the witnesses' accounts. At the time of the incident, the bulletin about Polly's abduction was just going out over police radios. But the deputies were tuned to a different frequency and would not have heard it even if they'd been in their cars. They ran his license, but the equipment they had at that time was only able to give a cursory printout of Davis driving.
The police are not
It couldn't generate his criminal.
right now.
They found nothing they could hold him on. Davis recalled how the deputies pulled his car out and escorted him to the main highway. But he claims that he waited for 15 or 30 minutes and returned to the site to find Polly. Then he just rolled away.
Control with hashtags that
At some
activate
he realized he had to get rid of
transmissions. You are not Heath.
At long last, authorities had found out what they'd been desperate to know.
You cannot control
Polly Klass was
Heath
dead.
with hashtags that activate
And Richard Allen
radio
Davis was the
recording
man responsible.
transmissions.
Davis agreed to take them to the site in a deserted area of Cloverdale where he had left the body. It was night, but inspectors felt the need to confirm Davis's story couldn't wait until daybreak.
That radio program is not in our area.
He led them to a field near an abandoned lumber mill. Out in the field, under some boards, investigators found the body of Polly Klass.
It was not fun. You're in the presence of somebody like Davis, and just a few yards away is what's left of a very beautiful, innocent 12-year-old.
The Polly Klass case was special because people cared. because the whole community stepped forward and said, this is the last child you're going to take.
We
and
don't
that this
care
is our
about
child,
your unit's radio
and that
traffic.
we are going to
We
go
don't
out
want
and look
to
for
hear
her
it.
until we find her.
The case wouldn't come to trial until 1996. But after 10 weeks in the courtroom, a jury found Davis guilty on 10 counts, including kidnapping, robbery, burglary, murder, and attempting to commit a lewd act on a child. The latter charge Davis continued to deny during the entire trial. Investigators strongly believe that despite Davis's testimony, Polly was already dead at the time deputies helped him with his car. He was sentenced to death and continues to sit on death row at San Juan Prison.
Microwave radio on that bus.
Polly class left behind a legacy to save other lives. The way missing persons cases are handled has changed forever since the investigation. Law enforcement databases are linked to different agencies providing vital information to multiple jurisdictions. Missing persons bulletins are now sent out over all police channels. At routine pullovers and traffic stops, officers can access not only driving history, but criminal records as well.
The location.
Implementation of the 3 strikes you're out legislation was a direct result of the case,
Tactical asset computer system.
as was the push to expedite the appealing process in murder cases.
That radio program is not.
And a foundation established in Polly's name aids the search for missing children.
Involvement of the FBI was critical to bringing resolution to this case. Had they not come in and got involved early on, I doubt we would ever have had resolution. Certainly it would have been as quickly as it was, even though it seems like a long time.
The unique partnership that was formed between local police and the FBI set a precedent that continues to this
system is active. You cannot control it. The police are not. Are they around right now? Nor are they microwave harassment detected. Nor are microwave harassment detected.
In the fall of 1995, a serial killer was on the loose. Crossing the country, he lured women with his charm and then struck. Each time he vanished before police could catch him. The FBI and police detectives needed to stop him before another victim met his deadly strike.
The body of a young woman found burned in a truck launched a manhunt to find her killer. When more bodies began to turn up across the country, the FBI believed the cases were linked. Investigators had a suspect. They just couldn't find him. I'm Jim Calvin, former head of the FBI's New York office. Agents would enlist the help of local law enforcement and even long-haul truckers to stop a cross-country killer.
September 29, 1995. The Los Angeles Fire Department responded to a vehicle fire at a hospital in Van Nuys. They found a pickup truck burning in the parking lot. They questioned a witness, a nurse who had seen the fire start. She said she had arrived for work before dawn for the early morning shift. In the parking lot, she saw the truck go ablaze. She saw the outline of a figure with long hair run from the truck as the flames erupted. She never saw a face. And she had never seen the truck before.
We don't care about your unit's radio traffic. We don't want to hear it.
Investigators inspected the vehicle. The pattern of fire damage indicated it had begun in the cab and had burned very quickly.
We are not the fire department.
Investigators believe it had been intentionally set. An accelerant was used, probably gasoline. The body inside appeared to be a heath, but it was burned beyond recognition. Some items survived the fire, including a backpack, a camera, and a roll of undeveloped film.
We don't care about your unit's radio traffic. We don't.
Technicians recovered several documents that bore the name Sandra Gallagher.
We are not Delta Vector units.
By sunrise, detectives at LAPD's Van Nuys station had run the truck's plates. Through DMV records, Detective Mike Koblenz was able to confirm that Sandra Gallagher owned the truck.
We've done some work with the office and learned that she was in fact married
to
an individual, Steve, who lived in the Los Angeles area. We attempted to contact him and made arrangements to interview him at Van Nuys station.
Detectives suspected it was Sandra in the truck, but identification through dental records would take a few days.
Yes, the tactical assets.
Since the body was too damaged to identify, detectives asked Stephen Gallagher to look through the recovered evidence.
Yes, the tactical asset system is active.
He said the backpack, camera, and other items were Sandra's. The police department had developed a roll of film that survived the fire.
The police are not retarded.
Stephen identified his wife in the pictures. Most married homicide victims are killed by their husbands. Detectives asked Stephen about his relationship with Sandra.
Yes,
there's a lot of domestic violence and spousal abuse that goes on, so it's just a direction to go to initially. In our case, as it related to Sandra Gallagher, once again, we wanted to eliminate the husband as a suspect and determine a little bit more about our victim, Sandra.
Stephen said he had seen his wife on September 28th, the day before the truck fire. That day, the couple had met for lunch. He and Sandra were experiencing marital problems, and they had spent the last couple of nights apart. They had talked about reconciling. But things were still strained between them. Stephen told detectives he last saw Sandra around 2 p.m., though he heard from his wife later that evening. He said Sandra called him from a local bar called Madrid's. She was very excited and told him she had won $1,200 in the lottery.
See you later, harassment.
Since that call, Stephen hadn't heard from his wife and had no idea where she had gone. Detectives had to corroborate the story.
Once you mentioned the bar McRed, that was our direction. We wanted to get in there, find out who was the bartender, who the owner was, who was there that particular evening, and who could identify some photos of Sandra that we gathered from the truck.
LAPD detectives visited the bar. When shown a photo of Sandra Gale, the bartender recognized her.
Yes, the tactical asset system is
She knew her by her nickname, Sam.
Lottery ticket?
Yes, we have wheels.
Yes, what?
The bartender confirmed that Sandra had been in the bar on the night of the 28th. She had told everyone about her lottery win. Some customers overheard the detective's questions and said they had also been in McRed's that evening.
Can you tell me about what you did?
They also remembered Sandra and recalled one man who talked with her that night.
Yes, I am a computer.
These people in the bar had mentioned to us that they recognized the photographs. They identified the photographs as a female by the name of Sam. This is the name that they knew her by, was Sam. And everybody had mentioned she was with a person by the name of Glenn.
They described Glenn as having long blonde hair and a beard. He'd been coming in regularly for the past few days. That night, he seemed interested in Sandra and talked to her for quite a while.
Okay.
Glenn was friendly and came across as a big spender, buying drinks for Sandra and the others. When the bar closed, Glenn had asked Sandra for a ride home. He said he lived nearby. She agreed to drop him off, and they left together.
That radio program is not...
The customers hadn't seen Glenn since that night. They believed Glenn's last name was Rogers, but they weren't sure.
See you later, H.E.B.
Their description of him matched the one of the man seen fleeing the burning truck.
Please call me.
Detective Koblenz would check the
truck is fine and has an unknown location and destination.
Through department sources, we were able to identify Glenn Rogers as a resident in the Van Nuys area.
Tactical asset system
And we were able to obtain photographs of Mr. Rogers. These photographs in the next day or two were shown to various witnesses at the bar in the form of a photo lineup. And Mr. Rogers was identified in this photo lineup as a person being at McRed's with Sandra Gallagher.
Detectives secured a search warrant for Rogers' apartment. It was only a few minutes away from where the truck had been burned.
Tactical asset system is activated.
LAPD, search warrant.
They didn't know if Rogers was inside, perhaps with a weapon. Uniformed officers entered first to clear the apartment. Rogers wasn't there.
We are not Bravo Vector Unit.
It looked like Rogers had cleared out in a hurry.
We are... Okay, we need fuel for sustenance.
Detectives recovered a purse and a woman's wallet. It was empty of cash and held no ID. They also found a woman's earring.
The earring became significant in that her husband, Steve Gallagher, identified that earring as one that he had purchased as a pair for his wife a couple months earlier.
After several days, the coroner made his report.
You are not
He positively identified the remains from the truck as those of Sandra Gallagher.
Charlie Vector Unit.
He determined that she had not burned to death.
We are not that call.
We learned in the nose area of our victim there wasn't any presence of evidence of fire, sooting, and so on. That gave us information that because she didn't breathe any of the fire, any of the soot, it gave us an indication that she had died prior to the fire itself.
The mother of three had been killed by manual strangulation.
Hello, how are you? Yes, strange is as strange does.
Los Angeles detectives charged Glenn Rogers with Sandra Gallagher's murder and issued a warrant for his arrest. They entered Rogers' name and description into the NCIC, National Crime Information Center, a database that links over 57,000 law enforcement agencies nationwide.
That informs other agencies around the United States that Glenn Rogers, in this case, is in fact wanted in Los Angeles for murder. It was the agency, Los Angeles Police Department, Van Nuys area, with my name and my phone number.
The police are not me or...
If they have any contact with Glenn Rogers and happen to run him, this warrant would show up in their jurisdiction and he'd be taken into custody.
Tactical asset computer system.
Detectives sought out anyone who knew Glenn Rogers.
Yes, the tactical
They learned he frequented local bars and worked odd jobs, mostly in construction.
The location coordinate. The truck is fine.
He visited several job sites, interviewing his friends and co-workers.
Through witnesses and friends, we learned that Glenn did have a temper.
I am listening to
and that when he drank, he did become enraged. There was domestic violence involved with former girlfriends. So we knew we were dealing with someone who could become violent, and generally violent when he drank, as it was in our case with Sandra Gallagher.
One of his friends said he hadn't seen Rogers in a while, but promised to contact the police if he heard from him. A few days later, Rogers' friend called. He said Rogers had phoned him from a motel outside Jackson, Mississippi. Local police talked to the motel manager, who told them Rogers' room number.
Police, open up!
The room was empty. The murder suspect was on the run. In the fall of 1995, the search continued for Glenn Rogers. Police believed he fled California after killing a woman there on September 28th.
We are not that tall.
A tip led to a Mississippi motel, but Rogers had disappeared before police arrived. Police issued an APB local. They hoped someone would spot the suspected killer before he left the area. Days later, on November 3rd, 1995, Jackson, Mississippi detectives responded to a murder.
I am listening to voice comments.
Family members had found Linda Price dead in her bathtub. The 34-year-old single mother had been stabbed repeatedly and her throat had been slashed. Investigators searched the apartment for evidence.
We are not that repeater radio trap.
Technicians photographed the scene and lifted numerous latent fingerprints.
We are not that repeater radio trap.
They found no murder weapon. No valuables seemed to be missing. There was no apparent forced entry, and the killer had locked the door when leaving. The details of the crime scene led Jackson homicide detectives to conclude Linda Price had been killed by someone she knew.
Hashtags that activate radio recording transmission.
In the morning, they interviewed her mother. Perhaps she knew the killer as well. She said her daughter had a new boyfriend. His name was Glenn Rogers. A month earlier, on October 3rd, Linda had met Rogers at the Mississippi State Fair where he had been working. He was charming, and Linda fell for him right away. They soon rented an apartment and moved in together.
You are not John.
At first, Linda seemed happier than ever. But recently, she wondered if she'd made a mistake.
That radio program is not in our
She told her mother that Rogers had a bad temper and she feared his mood swings. The temperature. When Linda stopped calling, he didn't answer her apartment door. Her mother believed that Rogers had harmed her.
Are not stripes calls.
Again, Rogers was nowhere to be found.
We are not stripes.
Jackson detectives believed he had left the area.
Law RF micro harassment detected.
They entered his name into the NCIC database. Learning Rogers was wanted for murder in California, they contacted Detective Mike Koblenz in Los Angeles.
Jackson, Mississippi at that time contacted me, informed me of a murder they had, and they wanted more information on Glenn Rogers as he was a possible perpetrator in that case.
The location coordinates is something
the murders followed a pattern.
Pay for.
The victims in California and Mississippi had both been charmed by Rogers. They had been isolated from others, then brutally killed just before Rogers fled the area.
I am listening.
Investigators believed that Rogers was on a rampage that probably would not stop until he was found.
In our minds, we knew that we had a major problem going on here. We felt if he wasn't apprehended, there could very well be more victims.
Jackson police asked the public to call if anyone saw Rogers in the area. Witnesses reported sightings, but Rogers stayed one step ahead of authorities. The detectives contacted the FBI field office in Jackson. They believed Rogers had left the state like he did after the California coup. Agents filed a federal warrant for unlawful flight to avoid prosecution. Perhaps federal resources could help stop the killer. FBI Special Agent John Huber helped coordinate the multi-state investigation.
We are not that call.
This case was very high speed, very fast. The murder he committed in Jackson was on November 3rd in Price.
Okay, are you coming over?
Subsequent to that, he committed another murder on November 6th.
On that date, police in Tampa, Florida responded to a murder scene at a local motel room that had been rented by Glenn Rogers.
Right now.
Like Linda Price, the young woman lay dead in the bathtub, stabbed in the back, chest, and wrist. There was no ID of the woman in the room, but investigators noted a tattoo of a cross on her shoulder.
We are not stripes called.
Her jeans and shoes were piled near the toilet. The bracelet was found in the sink. From the evidence left behind, Tampa homicide detective Julie Masucci attempted to piece together the details of the murder.
When we removed the clothing, it appeared that she had been stabbed through the clothing, which means that she was never undressed. And it was from the rear portion, which appeared that someone might have come up behind her and stabbed her.
The shoes had blood spots on the top, indicating she had them on and was standing when she was attacked. Under her body was a man's watch. Investigators believed it belonged to the killer.
It was significant that she was placed in a bathtub, and that it appeared that someone tried to clean up any evidence that they left behind. We had found towels to indicate someone had wiped up blood off of the floor. It appeared that the bathtub water had been run to try and clean up any evidence that was left behind.
The detective interviewed the housekeeper who discovered the body.
Wind is good for power generation.
That morning, she had been making her daily rounds just after checkout time. Outside room 119, she spotted a handwritten "Do Not Disturb" sign.
Housekeeping!
She said she didn't clean the room the day before because she saw the sign and wanted to respect the privacy of the people staying there. On this day, the occupants were scheduled to have checked out. When she entered the bathroom, she made the gruesome discovery. Detectives asked the motel manager if she knew about the people staying in room 119. She recalled the man who rented the room because he requested a do not disturb sign the day before.
They told him he didn't have one. So he paid for another night and told them at the registration that he did not want them cleaning his room. He wanted it to be left alone. Apparently he went back to the room and tore off a piece of a phone book and made his own do not disturb sign, and he hung it on the door.
The motel manager remembered the same man packing up a small white car. He had paid for another night, so she didn't think he was leaving. She warned him about recent break-ins at the motel and told him not to leave anything in the car overnight.
We are not well-vector units.
The detectives checked the office records, finding the registration card for room 119. It had Glenn Rogers' name and signature. Technicians would later recover prints matching Rogers from the car. Detective Masucci ran a computer check and saw the California and Mississippi murder warrants. She contacted the other agencies and the FBI.
Yes,
then we started to realize very quickly into the investigation that there was a possibility that this man, Mr. Glenn Rogers, was a serial killer.
The investigators knew who the killer was, but Tampa detectives still had not identified the female victim. She remained at the morgue as Jane Doe. If they could identify her, it might help them find the man who had killed her, and at least 2 others. In the fall of 1995, after linking murders in California, Mississippi, and Florida to one man, the FBI and local detectives searched for accused serial killer Glenn Rogers. The latest victim had been found in a Tampa motel room. She was still unidentified. Responding to media coverage, a woman whose daughter had been missing for 2 days came forward. She positively identified the body of her daughter, Tina Marie Griggs.
The wind was good for
Tina had 2 children of her own. Tina's mother told Detective Julie Masucci about her daughter's last day.
We learned that Tina had work and that she went to the Showtime bar, which is in Gibsonton, and she met some friends there. She was supposed to meet her mother there. Apparently it's like a family bar where a lot of people go, and there's televisions in there, and they just go and gather and talk.
Detectives visited the Showtime bar. The bartender said she knew Tina and her mother. She confirmed that Tina had been in the bar on November 5th. The bartender also remembered that a man named Glenn was there the same night. He talked with Tina and the others. He bought a round of drinks with a $100 bill. The bartender said the man was very friendly and won Tina over quickly.
Bloody here at my current vector.
Eventually, he asked Tina for a ride home. He said his motel room was closed and promised Tina would be back in time to meet her mother.
Things take care of it. All right, great, thanks.
Tina finally agreed and told the others she'd be right back.
When the mother came to the Showtime bar, she sat there and waited, and her daughter didn't show up, so she said she started beeping her. to find out where she was. And she said that she had such a close-knit relationship with her daughter that she immediately knew something was wrong when she didn't answer her pages.
Detective Masucci also learned that Tina owned a white Ford Festiva, the same kind of car the Tampa motel manager had seen Rogers packing with suitcases. She updated the NCIC report on Rogers, adding the Festiva and its license plate number to the fugitive's information.
Yes, strange is as strange does.
FBI Special Agent John Huber was surprised that Rogers wasn't trying to conceal himself.
See you later, H.E.B.
Glenn Rogers seemed to not care if he would get caught or had no fear of the law. He would always use his real name when dealing with people and checking into motels. He would drive cars that weren't stolen, either belonged to the victim, which he could easily be linked to, or his own vehicle. He didn't seem to care. If people knew what was happening, he wasn't trying to hide.
The search for the serial killer hit the news. TV stations across the Southeast broadcast pictures of Rogers, asking anyone spotting him to call authorities. Hundreds of leads poured into the FBI. One promising tip came from a Jackson, Mississippi motel. 2 separate callers claimed to have seen Rogers there. Rogers had been in Jackson previously and was known to frequent small motels.
We set up a perimeter around the hotel, and then we had an entry team go up to the door.
Agents were cautious until they could identify him.
We identified the person that resembled Rogers and determined that it was not him. We then later searched the entire hotel and searched the hotels in the immediate vicinity, but did find her. It was very important in this case to apprehend this individual as soon as possible, because based on his history, he was going to continue to kill until he was apprehended.
Authorities were desperate to stop him. The serial killer was out there somewhere, and it was likely that he was searching for his next victim. In the fall of 1995, suspected serial killer Glenn Rogers had been last seen in Florida. The FBI believed he had murdered a woman there after killing women in California and Mississippi. The FBI soon learned that Louisiana had been his next stop. On November 10th, 1995, Andy Sutton, mother of 4, was found murdered in her Bossier City, Louisiana apartment. Like 2 others, she had multiple stab wounds to her upper body and back. So, Bossier City detective questioned the victim's roommate and former boyfriend. Andy's roommate was a waitress and had worked late the night before Andy was killed. When she returns home in the early morning hours, she heard the bedroom door ring. She assumed it was Andy and her new boyfriend, Glenn Rogers, in the apartment's 1-bedroom. Blankets had been left on the couch, and so she slept there. After daybreak, she was awakened by someone at the apartment door.
Laura Hart with microwave harassment.
Would you tell Andy I'm here?
It was Andy's ex-boyfriend.
Laura Hart with
He wanted to talk to Andy.
Fire Department.
I don't care. I'd still like to see it.
In the room, she found Andy's body under the sheet. She told detectives Andy had met Glenn Rogers in a bar. They had been dating for only a few days. Neighbors had seen Rogers leave in a white Festiva. Bossier City detectives ran Rogers' name through the NCIC and saw the 3 other murderers.
Yes, the tactical asset system is active.
They contacted the other police agencies and the FBI.
The police are not...
Los Angeles faxed a photo of Rogers to be used in the local investigation. Louisiana television stations picked up the story. Viewers were asked to be on the lookout for Rogers, but they were warned not to approach the deadly fugitive.
We are not the fire department.
Special Agent John Huber and the other investigators were frustrated.
Yeah, you know it. Rogers was killing people faster than we could investigate where he was. It was just a kind of a time game.
Yes,
and he was killing people faster than we could apprehend.
The FBI and local detectives believed Rogers murdered 4 women in 6 weeks. After each killing, Rogers had fled the state. The locations he chose were random. Despite their best efforts, investigators couldn't keep up. They needed to spread the description of Rogers and his vehicle across the country.
We are clear from the cops.
Agents sent requests to truckers over their CBs to be on the lookout for a white Ford Festiva.
The truck is fine and has a known location.
They posted wanted flyers in truck stops and rest areas.
We're not really sure where he's going next. That's why
they held press conferences to get Rogers' photo out to the public. They wanted to warn potential victims and hoped someone would spot the killer. Through the media, agents released details of Rogers' MO for finding victims and the route he traveled. The FBI began the process of adding Rogers to their 10 most wanted list.
Getting someone on the 10 most wanted list increases the amount of resources that the Bureau puts into a case. It also increases the amount of media attention that's also worked into a case.
The tips began to increase. One caller claimed Glenn Rogers was at a pool hall in Mississippi.
Laura Arquette,
last 2 agents responded.
The police are not. Are they around right now?
One of the pitfalls of an intense media campaign are the many false sightings that well-intentioned citizens call in. The man in the bar was obviously not Rogers. The investigators tried to predict Rogers' next move and focus their search. Special Agent Huber had worked plenty of fugitive cases.
Radio track.
A lot of times in fugitive investigations, when people are in trouble, they'll go to areas that they're familiar with, or associates or friends. In this particular case, Rogers' family and friends were mostly located in the Kentucky area, and that's where a lot of our resources were focused.
Authorities in Kentucky received priority teletypes about the fugitive.
The truck is fine.
Kentucky State Police Detective Bob Stevens was already familiar with the name Glenn Rogers. In fact, he'd been looking for him for almost 2 years. Rogers was wanted for questioning the disappearance and possible murder of his housemate, 71-year-old Mark Peter.
Okay.
Almost 2 years before Glenn Rogers' cross-country crime spree began, his brother had called the Kentucky State Police. body had been found inside his family's cabin.
We are not people on bikes. You cannot control.
Police believe it was Mark
hashtags
Peters.
that activate radio. The police are
Peters had last been seen with Rogers.
Cheers.
The cord tied around the corpse's hands and feet matched one found in the home the men shared. Authorities could not determine the cause of death, and they couldn't find Roger.
The case is still ongoing and still pending. We had one suspect, which was Glenn Rogers. We weren't able to track Rogers real well due to the fact that he traveled by Greyhound bus, by tractor trailer, cars. It was hard for us to track him. So we had a hard time trying to know where his next step was.
It is not bloody here.
Still, the investigative focus in Kentucky paid off. On November 13, 1995, Glenn Rogers visited one of his relatives in Leith County, Kentucky. When he left, she called the Kentucky State Police.
Hi.
She said he was driving a small white car heading west toward Interstate 75. When Detective Stevens heard that Rogers was sighted nearby, he set up on the road he believed Rogers would take to I-75.
I received a voice message.
It wasn't long before a white Ford Fiesta drove by. The detective began following.
I wanted to make sure that this was Glenn Rogers, not somebody else that I actually followed behind. So I pulled out behind this car. When I ran the car tags actually came back and stolen. So I began to follow him. As they would get pull up beside him like they were going to pass, and I looked over, I could see who it was. And the picture I had of Glenn Rogers matched the driver.
The detective requested backup. The local police officer was parked nearby. He joined the slow pursuit. They followed Rogers for a distance.
I think he was kind of watching me, and I was watching him. And I think by then he must have pretty much figured out that he had a police officer behind him. So we pulled up to the stoplight, and he ran the stoplight. And pretty much ran people off the road as he was going through the stoplight. I fell in behind him at that time and activated my emergency equipment.
Rogers didn't stop. He sped up. Several miles ahead, police set up a roadblock and tried to clear the road of traffic. They hoped this would be the last stop for the elusive killer. On November 13th, 1995, Kentucky State Police set up a roadblock in an effort to apprehend suspected serial killer Glenn Rogers. Armed officers waited at the roadblock.
Shoot his tires! Shoot his tires!
They fired at his tires, but they didn't stop the killer. Detective Bob Stevens was close behind.
We followed him down the road. He had run several cars off the highway, ran a school bus off the highway. He was driving on the wrong side of the highway. And so it was determined that he had to be stopped. Sergeant Barnes was up the other side of him. And when he came back, he tapped him, spun him out of the highway, off the highway into the ditch.
They didn't know if the fugitive was armed.
When I first approached the car, I was one of the first ones to approach the car. You could see that he looked very upset, very aggravated that he was in custody. He was very defined, and just didn't want to be taken into custody at that time.
After a 2-month killing spree that spanned the country and left 4 women dead, Glenn Rogers was finally in custody. The vehicle identification number of the white Festiva confirmed the car belonged to Tina Marie Cripps, the victim in Florida. Technicians scoured the car for evidence. We found shorts with blood on them, a blanket, and a woman's purse. These and other items linked Rogers to the murders in Mississippi, Louisiana, and Florida.
You cannot control heath with hashtags.
The FBI served as the clearinghouse for the evidence. FBI agents and detectives from 5 states met in Kentucky to outline the case. Special Agent John Huber helped plan them.
What they did was put together all the information that everyone had, share information, and also that the FBI laboratory would process all the evidence in the case so that one agency would have custody of all the evidence and do the analysis.
Agents and detectives agreed that their best case against Rogers was in Florida. Tampa detective Julie Masucci met with detectives and prosecutors to review the evidence.
Hello, how are you?
They believe the watch found in the tub with the victim belonged to Rogers. A photograph of Rogers with Mississippi victim Linda Price revealed he wore that type of watch.
We are not
Detective Masucci was confident in her case due to the physical evidence implicating Rogers.
We had Tina Cribb's car that he was apprehended in. We had some shorts that belonged to him that had some of Tina Cribb's DNA on them. The registration slip that Mr. Rogers signed himself, fingerprints that were found inside of motel room number 119 where the victim was found, and miscellaneous items that were found inside of the car when he was apprehended.
You cannot.
On July 11, 1997, almost 2 years after the murder of Tina Marie Cribbs in a Tampa motel room, Glenn Rogers was convicted of first-degree murder and later sentenced to death in Florida. 2 years later, Rogers was extradited to Los Angeles to stand trial for the strangulation death of Sandra Gallagher, whose body was burned in a truck fire.
Over the victim's body and in the cab of the truck.
Prosecutors outlined the victim's final hours for the jury. They showed that Sandra and Glenn Rogers left McRed's bar together on September 28, 1995. At some point, there was a struggle, perhaps as Rogers made an unwanted sexual advance. He strangled her, crushing her windpipe. Attempting to destroy evidence, Rogers doused Sandra's body in the truck with gasoline and set it ablaze. Then he ran. On July 16, 1999, a jury again found Glenn Rogers guilty of murder. He was sentenced to a second death penalty in the state of California. Los Angeles detective Mike Corpus was impressed by the nationwide partnership of everyone involved in the hunt for Roger.
And that's really what made this case come together, was the interagency cooperation, and not just in Los Angeles, but in Jackson, Mississippi, Tampa, Florida, and later Bossier City, Louisiana, the FBI, the press, the different news agencies that were able to get the information out. We truly worked together on this, and it came to a successful conclusion down the road.
Since Glenn Rogers already had 2 death sentences, Louisiana and Mississippi prosecutors decided to spare the families of the victims emotional trials. Glenn Rogers left at least 11 children without mothers. The importance of stopping him was clear to Detective Julie Masucci, the other investigator.
As a woman, not as a detective, not as a police officer, but as a female, I think that there should be a lot of women that feel safe that he's off of the street. He had no regard for human life. He had no regard for the feelings of the families that are left behind. He didn't care. And I'm happy that he's behind bars. And I'm happy that he'll never step foot outside of a prison system that he could put other females at risk.
Investigators suspect Rogers is responsible for more unsolved murder. He told family members during his rampage that he had killed dozens. The authorities continue to pursue those unsolved murders to close the cases that can be linked to Glenn Rogers. In Los Angeles, a band of gunmen invade an armored car company. They grab millions and then vanish. When the FBI does find suspects, insufficient evidence prevents their arrest. Agents and detectives try to penetrate the gunman's secretive world to bring them to justice.
An armed robbery is a terrifying ordeal. When a gang descended on a Los Angeles cash vault, they threatened to kill anyone who resisted. The violent assault was the largest heist in U.S. history, and a piece of plastic was the only evidence. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. The FBI, LAPD, and the IRS joined forces to unravel a complex network of money laundering, fraud, and a tight code of silence. The Los Angeles warehouse district is a tough, bleak part of town. Street gangs and violence are common. The area's businesses are housed in nondescript buildings and surrounded by barbed wire fences. One secure block was occupied by a leading armored car company. Friday night, September 13th, 1997. Employees of the armored car company were going about their routine, counting and sorting over $20 million. The money would be dispersed to automated teller machines across Los Angeles to meet the weekend demand for cash. There were 5 employees, including 2 security guards working the graveyard shift. At 12:30 a.m., one guard took his break in the lunchroom, as he did every night. But he wasn't alone.
Then a second security guard preparing to go home for the night. Unarmed and out of uniform, he offered no resistance. Four of the assailants headed for the cash vault. The fifth held the guards at gunpoint and monitored the security cameras. The employees in the vault prep area were unaware that the building was under siege. The gunman threatened to shoot if anyone disobeyed orders or made any sudden moves. The thieves now had direct access to the vault and its $20 million. One man appeared to be in charge, barking orders to his accomplices.
Everything goes scheduled.
He also used a concealed radio headset to direct others somewhere outside the vault. When commanding his men, the leader didn't use names, only a number code. The robbers were coldly efficient, wasting no movement. In less than 10 minutes, they wheeled millions to the loading dock. In the outer office, the gunman removed the surveillance recorder bolted to a desk. Seconds later, employees heard more destruction in the back office. When the leader and another man returned, the employees no doubt feared it was to eliminate witnesses. But the assailants only stole the vault manager's pickup truck keys. Suddenly, it was quiet. Believing the gunman had fled, the guards risked freeing themselves. They called 911. LAPD officers were immediately dispatched to the scene.
Okay, hold on.
Detective John Licata knew the case was unusual from the beginning.
We have experienced armored car robberies where the couriers or the truck are attacked. But this was the first time we've ever had a facility here.
Officers secured the crime scene, and detectives began interviewing the employees. They said the 5 assailants seemed to move through the facility as if they had been there before. They didn't see them leave, but they heard the sound of a diesel engine pulling into, then out of the loading area. The 6th assailant must have been driving. One employee thought she recognized the voice of one of the gunmen as that of a former armored car driver for the company. She agreed to come to the station in the morning to study a photo lineup of former employees.
What's your name, sir?
Detectives spoke with the vault manager whose personal pickup truck and keys had been stolen. They wondered why his keys were taken and not the other. The manager said he parked in the same spot each night.
None of the suspects had asked him what the vehicle looked like. That led us to believe that whoever took his keys and had taken his vehicle knew him and his vehicle.
The manager agreed one of the men's voices was familiar, but he couldn't think of a name. He said he would contact them if it came to him. Forensic technicians took impressions of the facility's door locks. Initially, damage found on the doors and locks suggested the thieves used force to gain entry. But later examination by technicians in the police lab proved otherwise.
There was damage to the locks and mechanisms, but not to the degree that it would have caused them to malfunction to open.
They believed the gunman had used a key, then faked signs of forced entry. Company officials later estimated the loss at a staggering $18.9 million. The robbers knew what to take and what to leave behind.
All of the high cash bins, those bins that contained large amounts of cash, were taken. Those that didn't, that contained stamps and cash checks, were not taken.
This suggested that the assailants knew how the company stored its cash. The robbers also appeared to know where the company had installed its video surveillance recorders, including a backup machine that was hidden inside a locked cabinet in the back office. Employees had heard the assailants destroy the lock to get to the backup VCR.
The recording devices were kept in a cabinet, inaccessible to most employees. We interviewed all the facility employees, and 80% of them didn't know about the recording devices in the back office.
Investigators processed the loading area for any evidence of shoe prints, tire tracks, or clothing fibers. They found none. But they did discover what appeared to be a broken truck reflector or lens cover.
I personally spoke with the maintenance person that had cleaned the facility earlier in the day, and he assured me that that lens would have had to been left there sometime in the evening. So it was surmised by us that it probably was left by the suspect's vehicle. We didn't have a lot of clues as to what the vehicle would be, other than that reflector that was recovered. We didn't know if it was a common item taken off of trucks or vehicles.
Since the money stolen from the facility was federally insured, the FBI joined the investigation. Special Agent John McCarran from the Los Angeles field office studied a crime scene video made by the Los Angeles police that detailed the sequence of the gunman's activities during the robbery.
And put them in this room here. This door.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that. Spitting slow, spitting fast, I could roast, I could gas. Think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains at last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah.
Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Gonna learn the consequence of being incompetent. Mental health is confidence, dreams and some modestness. I'm not here to save the day, that's for you to take away. I could play a million mind games, but instead I say something not illogical, something that is topical. Rub it on and watch it go, make yourself unstoppable. Dreams are irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable.
Thoughts in my head, a collage and they spread. I'll be great one day, going off of my meds. No, I'm not giving up, no, I'm not giving in. I will make it to the top, taking off in the wind. I gotta make it, I'm saving every day to taste it. I'm patient, but my mind, it can hardly take it. I'm chasing a dream that I've had for several ages. A vacant, modern kingdom.
Sit down in here.
He said that he had left his job on good terms a few weeks before the robbery.
It turned out that he was out of town on vacation during the robbery, and the agents were able to corroborate his statements about being out of town.
Thank you very much.
On the night of the robbery in Los Angeles, the man was 1,900 miles away in Louisiana.
Thanks a lot.
So he was ruled out as a suspect.
Despite the false lead, investigators still believed the robbery had been an inside job. But whoever the gunmen were, they left little behind. And with $18.9 million remaining, they could be anywhere. In September 1997, the FBI and the LAPD were unable to identify any of the 6 masked men who had robbed an armored car company of nearly $19 million. They believed at least one was a current or former employee, since the gang entered the building with a key and knew where hidden surveillance equipment was.
You made mention at the scene.
In a second interview, the vault manager on duty during the heist realized he recognized the voice of the lead gunman. He believed the man was Alan Pace, a former company employee. He thought Pace was one of the 2 gunmen who stole the keys to his pickup truck. Pace was familiar with the truck and had asked to borrow it before. FBI Special Agent John McCarran studied Pace's employment history.
Alan Pace was an employee who had worked for the company for approximately a year and a half. He was actually suspended the day prior to the robbery.
28-year-old Alan Pace had no criminal record, but when the company suspended him for disciplinary reasons, he had not turned in his keys. Investigators went to interview Pace at his home in Los Angeles. Pace told them he knew about the robbery through the media, but assured the agents that he had nothing to do with the heist. He said he was at a party with his girlfriend on the night of the crime. He gave them her address and phone number. Investigators needed to verify Pace's alibi. They called in for a background check on the girlfriend. Detective John Licata learned she was a former employee too.
Mr. Pace's girlfriend worked in the facility in the cash vault area and specifically had a position that required her to handle the security video equipment. She had been terminated approximately 4 weeks prior to the robbery.
Investigators asked Pace's girlfriend about the night of the robbery. She confirmed that on that night, Pace and several of his friends attended an all-night party in Long Beach. She and Pace stayed at the party through the early morning hours of the following day. And there were plenty of witnesses who saw them there. Though suspicious, Pace's alibi was corroborated, and it was enough to block investigators temporarily. They would need a different tack to keep the case moving forward.
Yeah, John, look out of here. How you doing?
The only physical evidence was a cracked amber lens found at the crime scene.
We're going to
They believed it came from a diesel truck used as one of the getaway vehicles. They needed to find that truck.
I got the assistance of some of my partners and half a dozen of us for the next 5 evenings between the hours of 11 p.m. and 3 a.m. Went to the location of where the armored car facility was and interviewed anyone that frequented the area either on foot or in a vehicle.
A week after the robbery, they patrolled the warehouse district near the scene of the crime. After several nights, they found a homeless man who lived on the streets in the area. He said that on the night the robbery took place, he saw a mid-sized rental truck idling near the armored car company. It sounded like a diesel. He noticed it that night because usually there was little business or late-night traffic in the area. But he didn't see the driver. He'd never seen the truck there before or since. The description of the diesel rental truck fit the victim's statements that they heard a diesel truck in the company loading area. Investigators suspected that the amber lens found in the loading area had fallen off that truck. Teams of agents and detectives canvassed facilities in the Los Angeles area that rented diesel trucks. They showed employees a photo of the partial lens found at the crime scene. Several recognized the lens as the type used on the running lights for a certain model of truck. The lenses were a problem because they frequently fell off and needed to be replaced.
There were 83 rental truck facilities that rented the truck that the lens most likely came off of. And subpoenaed documents from all the rental vehicles that they had rented 2 months prior to the robbery, for a period of time 2 months after the robbery.
Investigators spent hours poring through the rental records. But there were no rentals by Alan Pace or his girlfriend. It looked like another dead end. Authorities contacted Assistant U.S. Attorney Alka Sager for legal advice on how to proceed.
You can't just go get a warrant because somebody's a suspect and you think that they did a crime. You have to have evidence that they committed the crime. Alan Pace had denied any involvement in the robbery and had even claimed that he was at another place. He had an alibi, which witnesses that we spoke to corroborated. So at that point in time, all we had was the fact that he was a disgruntled employee who had been fired the day before the robbery, and one of the employees believed that one of the robbers had a voice that was similar to his, and that clearly was not enough evidence.
find out more, the FBI and LAPD began watching the former armored car company employee. If Pace was involved in a multi-million-dollar robbery, he might show signs of his newfound wealth.
We did do surveillance of Mr. Pace, and he did not appear to be living beyond his means. He didn't appear to be spending a lot of money. He didn't appear to have a lot of cash at his disposal.
Nothing implicated Pace in the robbery beyond the circumstantial evidence they already had. As the months passed, there was little movement on the case. The reward for information leading to a conviction now totaled $250,000.
Despite the extensive media publicity this case received and the rewards for any information about the perpetrators of this robbery, there were absolutely no leads, no forensic evidence, no eyewitnesses. The investigation just came to a grinding halt.
Though Pace was still the primary suspect, without more substantial evidence, the FBI was unable to make an arrest. For now, it appeared that Alan Pace and 5 accomplices had gotten away with nearly $19 million in cash. By September of 1998, a full year had passed since 6 masked gunmen made off with almost $19 million. The prime suspect was Alan Pace, a former armored car company employee, suspended the day before the crime. Assistant U.S. Attorney Alka Sager was frustrated by the lack of evidence against Pace.
It didn't appear that he was out there spending money. It didn't appear that he had the fruits of the crime. So there really wasn't any legal basis to go out and arrest him or even to search his house.
Then, press coverage of the 1-year anniversary of the crime prompted a lead for case agent John McCarran. An informant called the FBI, saying he thought he might know one of the robbers. Investigators went to the informant's home in suburban Los Angeles. The informant explained he'd been an employee of the armored car company a year earlier, around the time of the robbery. He had since left to become a real estate agent. He claimed that shortly after the robbery, he was given $100,000 in cash to purchase a home for a man he knew, Eugene Hill. Hill asked that the deed to the home be listed in the name of his girlfriend. At his girlfriend's apartment, Hill stored a trunk filled with smaller boxes. He gave one of the boxes to the informant. It contained cash, still bundled by bank wrappers, totaling $100,000.
The informant, when he received the money, noticed that the $10,000 bundles had these bank straps on. He kept those bank straps.
They were dated the 2 days prior to the heist.
We were able to later determine the paper-type wrappers actually came from some of the money stolen from the armored car company.
The informant said Hill changed his mind and asked for the money back, but in cashier's checks, not cash. The informant had kept $15,000, and Hill had recently begun threatening him. He hoped the FBI could protect him. Eugene Hill had no criminal record and had never worked at the armored car company. But a background check revealed Hill had a connection with prime suspect Alan Pace. Both had worked for another security agency in Los Angeles. Investigators began surveillance on Hill. At one point, they followed him to a business named Extreme Entertainment. The company billed itself as an entertainment service that provided everything from children's games to exotic dancing. Business records revealed that Eugene Hill was a partner in the company, along with Alan Pace. Investigators suspected that Extreme Entertainment was likely established to launder money from the robbery.
The Internal Revenue Service was brought on board and supplied with information from records and documents which would assist us in preparing money laundering charges against some of these individuals.
The investigative team learned more about the company. Besides Alan Pace and Eugene Hill, Extreme Entertainment listed two other men as partners, Terry Brown and Fred McCrary. The four had worked together at the same LA security agency before Alan Pace was hired at the Armored Car Company. Extreme Entertainment's accounting books looked suspicious to Los Angeles IRS Assistant Special Agent in Charge, Philip Mullins.
There were 4 suspected robbers involved in Extreme Entertainment. Extreme Entertainment wasn't really generating very much income, but there was a lot of cash going through the business, into the bank accounts, and then a lot of money being paid out in salaries.
Investigators began to dig deeper into the financial backgrounds of the 4 partners. They subpoenaed bank statements, credit card reports, and tax returns. In the personal bank records of Eugene Hill, they found the suspect had a second source of income.
One of the things that we discovered were deposits of checks from a company called Rainforest. Now, we never heard of Rainforest, and we didn't know what kind of company it was, so we went and looked at the Rainforest bank records. And we found that in addition to writing regular monthly checks to Eugene Hill, Rainforest was also writing checks on a regular basis to somebody named Thomas Johnson.
Like Hill, Thomas Johnson's position at Rainforest was listed as a consultant. It was unclear what type of consultants they were. Rainforest was in business developing new recycling technologies. Johnson and Hill had invested $2 million in the company. The investment in a legitimate company was a classic money laundering scheme.
You take bad money, you invest it in something, you hide it, conceal it, and ultimately end up with something that looks legitimate.
Investigators felt confident that the 5 men were strong suspects, but so far, no evidence connected them directly to the $18.9 million robbery. LAPD Detective John LaCava and his partner, Detective John Wong, cross-referenced the suspects' names against truck rental records from the time of the robbery. Detective Wong made an important discovery.
My partner, John Wong, was the one that found the rental agreement from one of the suspects, Eugene Hill, in which he had rented the suspect's vehicle that was used that night just prior to the robbery and then returned just after the robbery.
We were able to locate that very truck. It was still in the Los Angeles area. And we got that truck and we removed the light assembly and had the FBI forensics lab compare it to the lens that was found on the loading dock area.
They needed to know if the amber lens had fallen off that truck. While waiting for the lab results, investigators looked further into suspect Thomas Johnson. Johnson lived in an expensive home in an upscale Las Vegas neighborhood.
The IRS conducted surveillance of his residence during that period of time. His girlfriend at the time was identified.
Agents flagged the girlfriend's name. If Vegas police ran into her, they should call LA. On the night of September 10th, 1999, nearly 2 years to the day after the robbery, the team in LA got a call and boarded a helicopter. There had been a domestic disturbance at Thomas Johnson's Las Vegas home. Johnson's girlfriend had called the police. They hoped to use the disturbance call as an opportunity to question the girlfriend. She alleged that Johnson had beaten her. She was more than willing to answer any questions they had about him. She said Johnson was laundering money through the Las Vegas casino. He and a friend would buy thousands of dollars in chips that he would later have her exchange for cash. The exchange was always in amounts less than $10,000 to avoid filling out cash reports.
Thomas Johnson appeared to be very fond of gambling and appeared to have a lot of money with which to gamble. And it's a little tricky when you do these types of investigations because you don't know where that money is coming from, if it's perhaps gambling winnings that are then being used to conduct more gambling activities, or if it's perhaps what we thought, which was money from the robbery.
The girlfriend told investigators Johnson had mentioned a big job that he had taken part in back in Los Angeles. She said Johnson had invested in a company with a gambling friend. When investigators showed her a photo of Eugene Hill, she confirmed that he was Johnson's friend. The circumstantial evidence against Thomas Johnson, Alan Pace, and Eugene Hill was building. But it was still not enough to make any arrests. Agents would need to turn the suspects against one another if there was to be any hope of convictions. After 6 masked gunmen robbed an armored car company of $18.9 million, the FBI, IRS, and LAPD had gathered strong circumstantial evidence against 5 suspects, but had nothing that directly tied the men to the crime. The only physical evidence recovered was a cracked amber lens found in the loading area of the armored car company. Investigators believe the lens fell off a truck rented by suspect Eugene Hill the day before the robbery. They sent the broken lens and the other lenses from the truck's running lights to the FBI lab in Washington, D.C. Forensic metallurgist Michael Smith compared tool marks from the broken lens to those on the other lenses from the truck.
On this case, the marks look rather like the rings on a tree, and we attempt to see whether those marks line up or not.
Using a high-powered comparison microscope, he made an exact match. The same tool had made all the lenses in the same work session, indicating the broken lens had very likely come from the truck rented by Hill. The forensics results were compelling, but they did not definitively prove that Eugene Hill or the other 4 suspects were with the truck during the robbery. Assistant U.S. Attorney Alka Sager needed stronger evidence before authorizing arrests. She hoped Hill's girlfriend would provide it.
We had identified 2 of his girlfriends who also appeared to be spending not large amounts, but amounts of cash. Approximately 2 years after the robbery, we had gotten to the point where we needed to talk to these women that were in Eugene Hill's life.
Worried that charges might be filed against her, one of Hill's girlfriends rolled, telling investigators what she knew. She told them that after the date of the robbery, Hill suddenly had a lot of cash. She said Hill stored 2 footlockers filled with boxes of the cash in her apartment. She and a friend helped him count and sort the thousands. Hill told her that before the new crisp bills could be spent, they needed to look warm. So she washed them. Usually, Thomas Johnson took part in the operation. She said they would go to Las Vegas, buy gambling chips with the washed bills, and then turn them in for new cash. Her story corroborated the statement previously given by Johnson's girlfriend. In return for her testimony, prosecutors agreed not to file charges against her. Next, FBI agents and LAPD detectives wanted to talk to Eugene Hill's sister. They had some questions about bank accounts the IRS had uncovered.
We were able to subpoena her records and determine that she had several accounts that she was holding in trust for Eugene Hill. Those records showed that there were a lot of unexplained cash deposits into those records, and it also appeared that checks were being written for motorcycles and vehicles and other consumer goods. So now we had a little bit more indication that Eugene Hill was perhaps spending money that he really couldn't explain receiving.
Something you will have to pay.
She agreed to talk to the investigators, but said she first needed to make a phone call.
That radio.
She stepped away and appeared to send a numeric page. Investigators asked her about the accounts she had with her brother. She was evasive and claimed to be unaware of any of her brother's financial matters. Moments after the phone call, Eugene Hill arrived. When questioned, Hill denied any knowledge of the Armored Car Company robbery. He told investigators that he didn't have time to answer their questions then, but he would meet them the next morning at their office. Loaded with cash, Hill was a significant flight risk.
We are not that called.
The FBI called Assistant U.S. Attorney Alka Sager for advice.
I was just getting ready for bed. The phone rang at home, and the agent said, this is what Mr. Hill wants to do. Should we let him go? And it was just one of those split-second, decisions that had to be made. And I made the decision that we were not going to let Eugene Hill go. We were going to arrest him that night.
As Hill was heading back to his car, he was placed under arrest.
We may have to make a telephone call.
With only circumstantial evidence connecting him to the robbery, it was a risk.
Hello, Hal.
The law requires an expeditious trial, and the clock had begun to tick. On September 23, 1999, the FBI arrested Eugene Hill, one of 5 men suspected in an Armored Car Company heist. Assistant U.S. Attorney Alka Sager had made the decision to arrest him, despite having only circumstantial evidence linking him to the crime.
By letting Hill go, there was a real danger that he would have alerted others to the investigation. Given the amount of money that was taken in this robbery, it was apparent that these robbers would have the means to flee if they wanted to. And I just felt we couldn't take that chance.
The search of Hill's home provided no solid evidence tying Hill to the robbery. But investigators did discover ledgers that showed Hill had purchased real estate in other people's names. Prime suspect Alan Pace was also listed on Hill's ledgers as having purchased real estate in others' names. Finally, IRS agent Philip Mullins had something on Pace.
This was very significant, in that there was over $1 million worth of real estate purchased for Alan Pace, that he had no legitimate source of income to purchase that property.
If convicted, Eugene Hill was facing up to 40 years in prison. Hoping for sentencing consideration, he confessed and promised to tell police everything he knew. He said Alan Pace recruited him and 3 others for the robbery.
Alan Pace told him that he had already spoken to Terry Brown and Freddie Prairie. They were ready to do job. And he wanted Eugene Hill to come on board and maybe bring another person in. So Eugene Hill approached Thomas Johnson, who agreed to participate, and that's where the plan was hatched.
Hill confirmed Pace was the mastermind of the heist and leader of the gang. Hill knew all of the men except for the sixth, who was a personal friend of Pace's. Pace told the others his plan could set them up for life.
Alan Pace told them that they would do the robberies on Friday night. There was a very few employees working there. He said that he knew who those employees were, they wouldn't offer any resistance, and that there wouldn't be a problem. They would just tie up the employees, take the money, and they'd be in and out within half an hour.
Following orders, Hill rented the diesel truck on the day of the robbery and met up with the gang at the party in Long Beach. Shortly before midnight, they left the party one by one. They drove to the warehouse district. Then 5 walked to the armored car company. During the robbery, one man stayed with the truck, waiting a few blocks away for the call to pull in. When the truck arrived, they loaded it up. Pace knew to take the surveillance equipment. They later transferred the money to a storage unit rented by Thomas Johnson, where it remained for 2 weeks. 4 of them left in the rental truck. Eugene Hill and Alan Pace drove away in the vault manager's pickup, since Pace knew where he parked each night. The 6 men disposed of the guns and VCRs, changed their clothes, and returned to the party as if nothing had happened. In the time it took others at the party to drink a couple more beers, the gang had committed the largest armed robbery in U.S. history. Investigators needed to corroborate Eugene Hill's story. FBI Special Agent John McCarran and his team believed Thomas Johnson should be the next one taken.
Agents in our Las Vegas field office were conducting surveillance on Thomas Johnson, and we knew his exact location. We followed him from one of the casinos.
Agents tailed Johnson as he visited several casinos. They did not know if the suspect was on. To execute a safe arrest, agents needed to isolate Johnson outside and away from the casino crowd.
Solar is great for power production.
They asked a casino security guard to approach him with a ruse. The guard told Johnson his car had been hit and that he needed to go outside to fill out a report. Johnson took the bait. As he checked his car, agents safely took him into custody.
Cheers.
Investigators laid out the case against him and the possibility of decades in prison.
Fuel for sustenance. We are not
like Eugene Hill, Johnson cooperated in the hopes of a lighter sentence.
You are not Johnny.
Johnson verified Hill's version of the robbery and confirmed that Alan Pace was the leader. Investigators finally had sufficient evidence. They quickly arrested everyone but the leader.
We knew that Pace was aware of the earlier arrest of the other individuals. There was a warrant for his arrest, and he contacted me here at my office and told me that he wanted to self-surrender.
On February 28th, 2000, Pace arrived at the LA Federal Building in the company of his lawyer. He made no statement and refused to cooperate with investigators. Pace was arrested and held without bail. 4 of the robbers pled guilty to robbery and conspiracy. Eugene Hill was sentenced to 9 years in prison. Thomas Johnson received 10 years. Fred McCrary received 7.5 years. And Terry Brown got 8. The 6th gunman, Eric Boyd, fought the charges against him and was found guilty and sentenced to 17 years. After a 3-week trial, Alan Pace, who had orchestrated the armed robbery, was sentenced to 24 years in prison.
We are not medics or
Agents seized all of the criminals' assets. They were able to account for about $5 million of the stolen money.
So about $14 million remains missing. We don't know where that money is, how it was spent, if it was spent. We just have no idea.
But whenever the felons are finally released, the FBI will be watching.
Microwave radio on that bus.
If they make any moves to recover hidden money, they'll go straight back to jail. On the glittering streets of Las Vegas, ruthless gunmen overpower defenseless victims and haul away a motherload of cash. Following a trail from exotic dance clubs to the tranquil suburbs, authorities finally put down the reckless robbers. But a daring jailbreak leads the FBI to a violent showdown with a man so desperate he'll risk his own family to get what he wants.
A gang of robbers target an ATM repository and hit the jackpot. They take over $1 million in cash, the largest heist in Las Vegas history. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. The robbery was well planned and precisely executed. The FBI and local police struggled to identify and track a desperate criminal whose tendency for violence turned a robbery into a case of murder.
Radio traffic.
Las Vegas, a gambler's paradise, where even criminals sometimes try their luck.
We are not under radio controls.
On the night of December 21st, 1998, a Las Vegas couple and their 18-year-old sister-in-law prepare to go to work. The family owns a janitorial service that cleans commercial buildings. Suddenly, two masked gunmen rush up and force them inside their own van. For the cleaning crew, an ordinary workday has just become a night of terror. The gunmen blindfold and tie up their 3 captives.
Ordinance is something you will have to pay for.
Sit still. Sit still. Don't.
They can hear the gunman talking to a female accomplice on a radio.
Let's go. Car 2, are you in position?
We are not under radio controls.
The gunmen seem to know the janitor's routine. They drive around until 11 p.m., the time they are scheduled to begin work at the Bank of America building. The gunmen even park where the janitors routinely park their van.
Let's go. Your feet down. Let's go, girl. Get out of here. Next.
The building is Bank of America's central ATM repository in Las Vegas. Cash from 1,200 automated teller machines, often totaling more than $1 million, is delivered there each night. The gunmen force the janitors to use their key card and access code to unlock the door. This bypasses the bank's alarm system. released the couple and ordered them to clean the building as they normally would. They keep the wife's sister hostage to ensure the couple complies with their orders.
She's dead. Act like you can. Get up. Get up.
At 11:30 p.m., an armored car arrives to pick up the night's cash deposit.
We are not. Yes, the tactical asset system is active.
Following a standard security protocol, the two guards first call the bank security company to ask if there have been any unauthorized entries.
We're checking out the parking lot. The only thing.
The alarm company reports that the only people inside are the janitors. The only vehicle the guards see in the parking lot is the janitor's van.
It is not bloody here.
Inside, everything seems completely normal.
Okay, we need fuel for sustenance.
The janitors are too terrified to say anything. The life of an 18-year-old girl is at stake. The guards open the vault containing $1,088,000, shrink-wrapped and ready for pickup.
I am a tactical asset computer system.
Suddenly,
Your heart.
as the gunmen disarm the guards, one of them accidentally discharges his weapon. The bullet ricochets off the floor and hits one guard in the chest. One of the guards calls for an ambulance.
You are
My
not
partner's
John.
down. He's been shot. I need an ambulance quick, please. Please.
FBI Special Agent Henry Schlumpf arrives at the scene.
We are not Charlie Better.
He heads the investigation.
Everybody was very scared, and it took a little while to calm everybody down and to get a story as to what exactly happened. And the descriptions that we got, because the subjects were masked, were very general in nature. We were looking for two males who were either white, black, or Hispanic, 6 foot, 6'3", and about 200 pounds. That was basically all the description that we had.
With little to go on, every detail is important.
The janitors told us that when the subjects first entered the bank, they were a little taken aback at the number of video cameras that were in the bank. That indicated to us that they had not been inside before.
This suggests that the robbery may not have been an inside job. Agents interview a truck driver who witnessed the robbers leaving the depository.
To here, it's like two guys just
The truck driver was making a late-night delivery to a nearby store.
He saw two men run out of the depository and throw some bags in the back of a white Chevy S10 pickup truck.
Authorities begin searching for the getaway truck.
I put out the announcement for all responding units to look for a white Chevy S10 pickup truck. It wasn't very long after that vehicle was found about a quarter of a mile from the depository. It just parked on a residential street.
Investigators run the truck's plates. Ironically, the truck is a police maintenance vehicle that was stolen from a Las Vegas Metro Police lot 1 week earlier. Investigators begin questioning neighbors, including a woman whose home is closest to where the truck is parked.
She hadn't seen anybody get out of the pickup truck, but earlier in the evening, there had been another truck parked in the same place. And she described that as a white GMC dually, which is a pickup truck with 4 wheels on the back axle.
Agents believe the woman saw the robbers switch vehicles, a common MO for bank robbers. They issue an APB for the white GMC truck. Hours later, they receive the welcome news that the wounded guard has undergone surgery and will survive.
The truck is fine and has
the next day, the bank determines that a total of $1,088,000 has been stolen. To date, it is the largest bank robbery in Las Vegas history. Although FBI agents believe this was not an inside job, they cover all their bases by interviewing the armored car guards and all bank employees.
We didn't have a lot to go on. We ended up interviewing everybody who worked at the branch and everybody who worked at the armored car company, polygraphing some of them.
Although agents do not find any new information, they do rule out the employees as suspects.
The subjects who committed the robbery could have found out everything they needed to find out by following the armored truck around and following the guards around. And we surmised early on that that's probably exactly what they did.
With the investigation running out of leads, executives from Bank of America and the armored car company decide to offer a reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the robbers. Agent Schlumpf advises them on how large the reward should be.
And I said $50,000, which was quite a lot for a bank robbery, but we were going to need to generate some public interest in this case.
Okay. Agents ask local authorities for their cooperation.
We notified the airport that we were looking for someone carrying large amounts of money. We notified all the jails to advise us if anyone tried to bail someone out with large amounts of cash.
A week after the $1 million robbery, the FBI receives a call from security at Las Vegas's McCarran Airport.
They got a telephone response from someone asking if large amounts of currency would set off the metal detectors. And they took the number down on caller ID and gave it to us.
Investigators use a reverse telephone directory to find the caller's address.
We may have to make a
agents set up surveillance on that address, a home in the suburbs of Las Vegas.
We may have.
There were people going in and out of the house about every half hour. Someone would arrive and someone else would leave. But it's curious. You know, I'd kind of like to know what's going on.
After several hours, agents decide to interview the people in the house.
It was just a piano teacher who was giving half-hour lessons, and she was going to be going to Utah with about $3,000, and so she called McCarran Airport to find out if that would set off the detectors.
The lead is a dead end. Agents are back where they started. But later that day, a woman responding to the reward poster calls the Las Vegas Metro Police. She claims to have key information about the bank robbery.
So tell me about the stripper friend.
You want some intel? Read.
The tipster tells agents about a dancer she knows who works at a local strip club. Her name is Jennifer Arden.
Hello, how are you?
She says Jennifer has been spending a lot of cash lately.
He was able to give us a telephone number. We traced that number to a rented trailer.
The FBI sets up surveillance on the trailer.
We may have to make a telephone call.
Agents watch for any clue to the identity of the two gunmen or the location of the stolen $1 million.
We are not that repeater's radio traffic.
In a matter of minutes, a white GMC truck pulls into the driveway. It's the same make and model the robbers used as their getaway vehicle.
The truck is fine.
Agents run the license plates.
We are not Delta.
According to the Department of Motor Vehicles, the truck is registered in Las Vegas to Timothy Blackburn.
The truck is fine. Has no location and destination.
driver enters the house and leaves minutes later. The surveillance team immediately notifies Agent Schlenk.
The sighting of the GMC pickup gave us enough probable cause to get a warrant for the trailer.
Moments later, the SWAT team surrounds the trailer.
To serve the warrant, we brought a lot of people with us because we knew we were looking for armed and dangerous subjects. They had already shot one person. We knocked on the door of the trailer and nobody answered, so we kicked the door open and served the search warrant.
The SWAT team finds one man in the trailer. He identifies himself as Riley Bates. Reveals that Jennifer is his girlfriend. One team of agents begins searching the trailer for evidence, while another heads to the strip club to question Jennifer.
About what?
The exact answer told us that the money was her money that she had made over the past 4 years dancing, and that she didn't know anything about a robbery or anything else.
Back at the trailer, agents continue to search for clues. In the bedroom, they find a heavy-duty combination safe. It looks brand new.
The trailer was filled with trash, and it was not the kind of place where you would expect anybody with any money to be living. And yet here they had this brand new safe they had bought.
What's the combination?
Riley claims the safe belongs to his girlfriend, and only she knows how to open it.
Thank you, Dermot.
Jennifer, not under radio.
What's the number for the combination of the safe?
The agent asks Jennifer for the combination.
It's not my safe, it's my boyfriend's.
But she says Riley has it.
Did you hear that? She said she doesn't know what the combination of the safe belongs to.
So we go back to Riley Bates and tell him that his girlfriend said he had the combination, so then he told us the combination.
Yep, that's it.
Inside the safe, the FBI finds $50,000 in cash and bags of marijuana. Riley insists that he made the money by selling marijuana and claims he knows nothing about the robbery. Agents strongly suspect he's lying. With over $1 million missing, where is the rest of the money? Las Vegas, December 1998. A team of violent bank robbers shoot an armored car guard and flee with more than $1 million. The tip leads the FBI to a rented trailer and a brand new safe containing $50,000. Jennifer Arden, an exotic dancer, claims she earned the money dancing. Her boyfriend, Riley Bates, says he made the money selling marijuana. Now agents must find the rest of the money. Over $1 million in cash. The FBI calls in one of their top interviewers, Special Agent Brett Shields, to try to get the truth from Riley.
We tried to remove him from his comfort zone and took him out to my car where he's a little bit more on edge rather than at the comfort of his own home.
Yeah. We're gonna get in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, Riley Bates was a shifty little guy. He knew he was in a tough position because we'd found the money in the trailer.
He tried to maintain that it was profits from the marijuana that was found in the safe. It wasn't believable that he was that successful and still living in a single wide trailer. We had gotten convinced that we can help him out on the marijuana charges and he doesn't want to get tied up into the $1 million bank robbery.
He said, I didn't commit any robbery.
Okay, are you
so now Agent Shields and I know, we're probably about 2 questions away from finding out who did. So we said, okay, Riley, you didn't commit the robbery, but I believe you know who did commit the robbery. And he said my brother Robert and his friend Tim.
Well, where is Tim right now? I don't know where they are right now.
Riley claims that he doesn't know where his brother Robert is. But inside the trailer, agents find gaming chips and receipts from the Luxor, a casino on the Las Vegas Strip.
So we sent a couple agents to the Luxor, and they contacted management, and sure enough, Robert Bates was staying there.
The hotel's head of security tells agents that Robert Bates has been spending heavily, paying for everything in cash.
That's in the southeast town. There's a bunch of items.
Judging from his guest portfolio at the Luxor, Robert Bates had been just partying constantly since the night of the robbery.
Two agents stake out Bates's hotel room until he returns.
He was on some kind of drugs. There's no point in trying to interview someone if they're stoned on whatever he was on.
Inside Bates's hotel room, agents find drugs, a gun, and $5,000 in cash. With nearly $1 million still missing, agents now concentrate on the second suspect named by Riley Bates, his brother's friend, Tim Blackburn.
We set out surveillance on Timothy Blackburn's house. So we had police and FBI agents surrounding the house.
They decide to approach Blackburn but proceed cautiously. He's been investigated for armed robbery in the past and is considered highly dangerous.
Tim Blackburn was about 26 years old, 6'3", 230 pounds. He was a martial arts expert, and he liked fighting, and he liked guns. He was an accomplished marksman.
The FBI's criminal apprehension team moves into position. Special Agent Castle Nishimoto is a member of this elite tactical unit.
My job was to watch the streets. I knew he was on, but I wasn't particularly scared at that point because I felt confident that I would be able to spot him from where I was watching.
The agents were just approaching the house to make contact with the people inside when a car comes driving down the road.
The SUV suddenly accelerates towards the agents. The driver loses control.
And the vehicle stops, and a man jumps out and runs away. We assumed it was Blackburn who would run out of the car.
He was jumping the fence, the walls in the back of the house and so forth, and trying to get away. And so from that point on, we began to search the area.
The driver of the vehicle is Blackburn's sister-in-law. Authorities take her into custody. The FBI and Las Vegas police launch a house-to-house search for Blackburn. Blocks away, a canine unit picks up the fugitive's scent.
Blackburn was found by a canine unit hiding under a deck in someone's backyard. He had a mask and he had an ankle holster.
Fortunately for the canine officer, the holster was empty. Blackburn had lost his gun jumping over fences.
Okay, we need for 6 minutes.
Investigators search the suspect's home while agents question Tim Blackburn and his wife Sophia.
A tactical asset computer system.
I know that you know where the money is. Can you tell us where the money is now? Where it's been put?
They offer Blackburn a reduced sentence if he will admit to the robbery.
I don't have any money. If you don't see it, it's not here.
He refuses. Investigators continue to search the house.
An evidence response search is very methodical. It's not just everybody running around to where they think something might be hidden. Everything is photographed first, and then the search progresses room by room, and then the outside is usually done at the end. They find some flex cuffs, like were the same type that the janitors had been bound with, and they found some walkie-talkies and some other surveillance equipment.
Cheers.
Backyard, they find several duffel bags inside the doghouse.
I just couldn't believe that he put the money in the doghouse. And then on second thought, I thought, well, maybe that might not be a bad place to put the money, since nobody looks there. It's just an innocuous place.
Investigators recover more than $900,000, 90% of the stolen money.
It took about 10 hours to count it. So by 4 o'clock that afternoon, we knew we had the money from the Bank of America robbery.
The U.S. District Court charges Tim Blackburn and Robert Bates with bank robbery, kidnapping, carjacking, and using a firearm in the commission of a violent crime. They are held at the North Las Vegas Detention Center. But the FBI's work is unfinished. They believe that Blackburn and Bates were not working alone.
We knew that there was probably someone else involved in the robbery, that it was too much logistically for only 2 people to do.
Yes, we have many wheels.
Agents suspect Sophia Blackburn might be involved because her story does not seem credible.
I was at the house several times to talk to Sophia Blackburn. Sophia claimed to have no knowledge of the robbery, and in fact, she provided an alibi for Tim Blackburn on the night of the robbery. She said she was with him the whole night. She couldn't account for the money that they found or the other items that were in the house. She was worried because her husband was in jail and she had 2 young daughters to raise herself. So she was claimed to be cooperative, but she would have these stories that were in no way even close to plausible. But that's what she was going to stick with. And, there was not going to be really any way to talk her out of them. There was no way that she was ever going to give us any information that would implicate Tim Blackburn.
The location coordinates is something.
On August 11th, 1999, 7 months after the $1 million robbery,
we are not the microwave.
Sophia visits her husband in jail. She secretly uses a tiny tool keychain to loosen the screw securing the divider window.
Good, so my baby's doing all right.
As the visiting room guard leaves to escort a prisoner, Blackburn removes the bulletproof glass.
Tim Blackburn climbed through the window and dived into the sally port. The one door closed and the second door opened before anybody realized what he had done. As soon as the second door opened, he was just climbing over everybody in the sally port and he ran outside.
Sophia retrieves a gun she had hidden earlier and tosses it to Blackburn.
All the alarms are going off, and guards outside knew that there was a jailbreak.
We are not.
As the Blackburns try to get away, they face startled guards in a violent shootout. August 11th, 1999. Timothy Blackburn, accused of the biggest bank robbery in Las Vegas history, breaks out of jail with the help of his wife, Sophia. FBI Special Agent Henry Schlupp.
They tried to arrest Blackburn, but he shoots at them. This pickup truck that's sitting in the lot was going to be his escape vehicle. But the guards are returning fire.
We are not the fire department.